Try to push through my past, but I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never cared for all goodbye, no. I just wanna be alone. You're pulling on my walls down. I've never been exposed like this before. I'm good at shutting you out. I've always had a way of keeping closed. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name. Tell me how you're feeling since you got me out in the open. Now I'm ready to dive in. I know you told you it would be a slow burn. Beating, hiding, I've been calling out your name from the darkness, thinking it's too late. If you're finding I've been too much on your plate, I'll keep hiding, calling out your name, calling out your name,
Wanna be delivered to the I wanna be delivered to the rock.
Come and set me free. Come and set me free. set me free, 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 free. Come and set me free. Give me what I need.
It's such a pain to close my eyes. I'm falling in this deep immerse. Would you ever show
Day 2 had to be the day where teams on the first page in the standings had to battle it out to take the top spots from IQOOSOUL or Blind. However, it didn't go in that direction. Let's take a look at what happened on day 2 of LG UltraGear presents Skyesports Champions Series, powered by AMD, e-commerce partner Elitehubs, gaming peripheral partner Zebronics. Today was the day where many teams from page 2 of the standings fought and denied a lot of points for people on the top, making their comeback happen on day 2 to the first page itself. It all started from Erangel, where we saw a highly eastern flight path, but the circle took its own course and formed towards the west with ruins in the center and covering the shooting range and edges of the ferry. This time Entity, to make sure they are well equipped for a fight with WSP, moved a little away and looted from Pochinki, positioned to fight with them and took Zerif down, leaving WSP with 3 players to progress. Another fight broke out between Revenant and Blind on the Potato Hills, where Blaze clutched to save the team, only to be immediately forced away from the position as HYDRA forced the third party, with Entity behind them ready to take on another third party if it continued. However, that did not happen as Blaze rotated out, leaving HYDRA and Entity also to move away. As the final circles formed just above Rozok, Entity positions themselves well inside the circle to take control. In the meantime, at the other edge, a fight where Xspark fought with AEROBOTZ and was almost about to wipe out AEROBOTZ, but made a mistake of pushing too early, and Evil managed to knock Xspark players, and later Afu, the last survivor, wipes Spray God to wipe Xspark from Erangel. Entity takes complete control of the top corner of the circle by wiping WSP prior and then making it to the last fight with other teams such as Reckoning, Dragon and WINDGOD. Here, Dragon Superboy starts by eliminating Reckoning's last player, while Entity, with control of the ridge, denies the chances for Dragon to move up and also keeps fighting with WINDGOD to finally eliminate them, and then lastly Dragon Superboy to get the winner chicken dinner with 7 finishes. The flight in Miramar moved west, however the circle formed on the southeast with Minas del Valle as the center. Here it started with an all-out battle between Xspark and WINDGOD, where Max tried to save, but the team, 2 players from Xspark, ran right at him with guns to wipe WINDGOD at the very start near San Martin. Here's Reckoning Punk spots the Xspark player and thinks it would be the right time to convert a fight on them and calls his teammates and immediately slams in on them, where Sarang controls the fight as he finds the first finish on Mac, and then Shadow joins his teammates with Reckoning as Shadow manages to pick up everyone outside the compounds as Sarang punishes anyone who tried to push up close. For again Xspark wins the fight as well as end up having 8 finishes at the start and wiping 2 teams. AEROBOTZ this time gets forced to a fight with Orangutan, and again luck in their favor. The over-aggressive OG gets punished with the help of HYDRA and Orangutan gets eliminated, and AEROBOTZ get a chance to move up with 3 of their players, only to be eliminated later by HYDRA. The last circle forms at the edges of Minas del Valle shores with Blind, CHEMIN, Medal and Soul, where Skips eliminates CHEMIN and Adi nades the last player from Medal to eliminate them. With Soul, Ronnie still outside the play zone tried to fight with the 4-man strong Blind team but failed as he got finished due to the play zone for Blind to secure their 3rd winner chicken dinner with 11 finishes, just like they did on day 1 of Miramar. A lot started changing as we treaded on Sanhok, with the circle forming on the main island including almost all areas. WSB right out of the start manages to score a finish on Reckoning Mac, that too by a melee. Dragon moves towards the boot camp from Tambang and Ruins to get into the circle but get hit by the orangutan apes, and it all comes down to Superboy, who manages to clutch an unbelievable 1v4 to eliminate Orangutan. IQOOSOUL, who had initially troubled Dragon, came to clean the shop and finish Superboy to eliminate their squad as well. However, as soon as Soul decided to move out of bootcamp, Team TAMILAS found an opening knock on Manya, which Soul decided to respond by ended up getting completely wiped by Team TAMILAS. As the circle formed towards the southeast edges of Paradise Resort, Team TAMILAS had a really good position which helped in the last fight with Xspark, CHEMIN and Blind. Xspark manages to eliminate Blind, however Team TAMILAS spot them and an opening knock is found by IGL on Ninja, then a follow-up grenade on Sarang, who knocks him as well, and bringing the fight all down to Spray God against the whole squad of Team TAMILAS. Simultaneously, Manti and Fox move downhill to find the last survivor from CHEMIN, and then everybody turns their attention to Spray God as Maxi cooks a nade which confirms their winner chicken dinner with 13 finishes. As cold as Vikendi might be, it was a heated game with Villa again being the center. However, the reason for a lot of action started with Entity dropping at Cosmodrome at an unexpected Reckoning, with Entity finding the first finish on Mac, to which Reckoning did not respond in kind as Troy gets knocked by a nade from Doom, enabling Reckoning to punish Entity back, while Xspark's Ninja picks the last player to eliminate Entity at the very start. Reckoning starts moving towards Coal Mine, where they spot a lonely player, Afu, from AEROBOTZ and decide to take another point for themselves, however fail and end up getting wiped by Afu, proving once again of how terrifying he is when he's alone. This aggression from AEROBOTZ continues at Coal Mine as they meet Xspark, and this time Spy and Shadow close the deal and wipe all the players of Xspark, giving them a total of 7 finishes at the start. Zone kept shrinking towards Thoar, where Revenant had a split control with Fierce on top, but CHEMIN pushed Revenant, couldn't cover him, and he got eliminated and they lost their primary assaulter. In the meantime, at the other ridge of the same hill, Dragon takes control with them eliminating the entire squad of CS. The final fight comes down to Dragon, WINDGOD, Team TAMILAS and Revenant, in which WINDGOD first eliminates Dragon with grenades, which opens up their gate to enter the circle. On the other end, Team TAMILAS and Revenant fight outside the circle, where Team TAMILAS manages to knock the majority of Revenant, leaving Blaze alone. Blaze in return fires to find points and brings it to a 1v1. Unfortunately, due to this, they did not manage to enter the circle, and therefore WINDGOD away capitalizes with a series of grenades to secure their first and biggest winner chicken dinner with 13 finishes. In Miramar, again the circle throws players off as it forms completely on the north with water treatment at the center, which started with Revenant starting strong as they had dropped near the Minas del Valle church and found 2 finishes on WSP, then later rotated to Los Leones. In water treatment, Xspark gets a chance to find 2 finishes on unsuspecting players of WINDGOD without giving them a chance to retaliate. They continued this to the CHEMIN squad. However, they were prepared and fought in return as they picked up 2 players from Xspark, making them flee from the fight. However, CHEMIN were later pushed by Soul, but Kratos, before going down, picks off Knuckle. However, they did get eliminated and even Manya finds one. But Soul immediately gets pushed by Entity, to which they weren't ready as they were trying to help Knuckle and therefore get eliminated, leaving Manya alone to move away from the fight. Final circles formed towards the edge of Torre Ahumada with Orangutan, Revenant, CS and AEROBOTZ. Orangutan's rigor denies the chances for Revenant to enter the final circle by taking Blaze and Aquanox down. Even though CS had circle control, they were surrounded by teams. Orangutan with their nades kept dealing damage. Due to this, Spy from AEROBOTZ also got a chance to pick a finish on the CS team. Orangutan pushes CS to eliminate them, but Fierce, who was silently all this while waiting, uses the opportunity to drop a grenade which manages to wipe out the last players of OG as they had just finished CS. As the zone starts to shrink, AEROBOTZ Spy, unsure of the position of the last player, runs out in the open, to which Fierce sprays him down to secure the first winner chicken dinner for Revenant with 9 finishes. With the second half of the day, where we saw new teams found their winner chicken dinner, it was time to start the fights on Erangel. The circle formed on the west with Gatka at the center, with the flight path of shooting range to the military base favoring the west, making the east travel a little tough. As always, fight between CHEMIN and Xspark starts, and this time Xspark loses their players first, and that's going to be Sarang. We also see Revenant, after getting a chicken dinner, as they enter the circle, start a fight with Entity, and again Fierce starts with finding an opening finish on Gamla Boy even though Pucard tried to save him. The circle keeps shrinking towards the ruins where AEROBOTZ and Xspark fight, but Xspark did not have the number advantage, and again AEROBOTZ wins against them, with Afu finding the last finish. As the circle moves away from the Everest, IQOOSOUL had to move, but Dragon were there to prevent and stop them, and they did find an opening on Knuckle. The angry soul takes a fight to wipe Dragon, but with a casualty on Knuckle. The last circle next to ruins comes down to WINDGOD, CHEMIN, Soul, HYDRA, and one player from WSP who receives a grenade by CHEMIN to be finished off. HYDRA successfully evades and manages to finish the players of Soul who tried to take the house control that they were in. WINDGOD, however, moved early to the circle in its final stages and therefore was able to keep a lookout for the players moving from the zone. Savita spots the players from HYDRA as Rex on the other end eliminates players from CHEMIN. HYDRA since waited in the zone to see if more players from WINDGOD might push him into the zone as Savitar did, but they didn't. Since got eliminated by the play zone because of it. This leads to WINDGOD securing their second winner chicken dinner with 14 finishes, the highest so far in the grand finals. The second half of the matches gave a chance for teams on page 2 of day 1 standings to jump into the first page due to their performance on start of the day and chicken dinners later. As WINDGOD, Team TAMILAS, AEROBOTZ take the spots on the first page, WSB, HYDRA and CS get pushed to the second. We did see comeback start on day 2. Now what do we have for day 3 then? Let's watch it play out now.
को डाउन करने के बाद एक वन वे एंड ग्लोबल esports the champions of Skyesports Champions Series, Global ESPORTS! निकल जाए अपने हाथ में ले चुके एमजे जैसे बाहर आए जो आखिरी खिलाड़ी है वीएससी की तरफ से लेना चाहते गोल का फायदा हमारे सामने बची हुई फिर भी देखिए देयर इज अनएबल टू फाइंड अ वैल्यू बट इंतजार कर रहे हैं फाइनली पुश करेंगे भैया फाइंड द फर्स्ट फाइंड द सेकंड एंड ग्रेड को कर रहे हैं जरूर लेकिन यहाँ जो डाउन द रिच फायदा मिल रहा है
Where day 2 had to be a day where teams from page 1 had to find a way to fight with IQOOSOUL and Blind. Happened to be that day 2 page 2 teams made a comeback and they started getting themselves to page 1, and now at day 3 we are wondering what's going to happen because it literally feels to be chaotic here at the LG UltraGear presents Skyesports Champions Series, powered by AMD, e-commerce partner Elitehubs, and our gaming peripheral partner Zebronics. My name is Lucifer and back on desk with me is going to be Necros. And what do you think, Necros, this day 3 has for us?
I am quite sure the day 3 has a lot of storylines for us because it's like, you know, the day 1 and day 2, there were some games that we saw like going in a one-sided way. The first day it was like Blind and it's all about IQOOSOUL, both those teams. The second day we saw numerous amount of comebacks, like WINDGOD stepping out of nowhere shows us, you know, that they are still in the competition. They can still be the one to claim that victory, but quickly we'll hop on to the entire phase of the tournament that happened so far.
Now, with the finals coming in, we quickly jump back, as you did mention WINGOD, right? Semi-finals, they barely managed to clinch it and we were worried. But on day 2, they picked up 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners, and on top of that, made also the highest total finishes so far in the grand finals. And yes, the semis we saw a higher rank, but they made it highest for the grand finals. Now, this looks troublesome. However, the race is also coming up between AEROBOTZ. Yesterday, Afu, with such wonderful performance that we did see, which has been continuing from semi-finals to the grand finals, Necros. I feel like AEROBOTZ also might be one squad as such. Do you have anything other contradicting this, thinking that maybe there might be other contenders in teams?
I mean, I really believe that there might be some new teams stepping up because as WINGOD stepped up previously yesterday, I really believe REVENANT might have a chance again in today's day to clinch some good points, to clinch some good, you know, kind of fights for them. But what are they fighting for? They are fighting for this prize pool and the bragging rights. I mean, 10 lakh rupees total prize pool, and in which if you talk about the first place will be rewarded with 5 lakh rupees INR. That's a huge amount. And even also if you talk about second place, they will be getting 2 lakh 50,000, and consecutively till the 8th position you're getting the rewards.
Our finalist teams, you've been speaking about them and also looking forward to who the champion is going to be. And Necros, as you mentioned, with Revenant's performance yesterday, seemed a little tweaked, a little better. But again, you ended up seeing that chicken dinner on back of fears. But whenever they've lost fears first, I'm worried for what Revenant has coming in through their next games, because it never felt like Aquanox or Blaze were ready into that assaulter position immediately to find the frags. Yes, they do find it, but it doesn't feel like actively like how aggressive fears might look. So I think something that they have to re-strategize on. But talking about one team is going to be Entity, right? After how they start, and we spoke about this, like how on day 2 we had to see teams on page 1 itself starting to take a fight with IQOOSOUL and Blind. It didn't happen that way. Entity, after their one chicken dinner, they got swept in all the other maps. We barely even saw them functioning.
Yeah, I mean, NDD were restricted a lot of times. That was quite sure. I mean, their rotation, their positioning was quite evident to showcase us that they got restricted, and their plannings got spoiled by other teams. They were facing a lot of backlashes between getting trapped between two teams, getting sandwiched and all. They were facing a lot of difficulties. But if you talk about the other team that has faced a lot of difficulties previously, I would say OG is one of them for day number 2, because they were not even able to come out to top 3 or top 5 in any match as far as I remember. Because if you talk about day number 1, they were very close enough in the final match of the day, but still now I would say that day 2 was definitely not the day for IQOOSOUL, Orangutan and a lot of teams.
Let's jump into another team that I want to discuss about. Like you mentioned, entity, and then we ended up seeing if Orangutan, but I also feel similar state for Dragon, because I think Dragon looked better, but eventually down the line they again got swept to the bottom page itself. I mean the second page, and therefore not a lot of points that they gained. And addition to them, there is two teams that we are right now seeing in front of us is going to be CS Esports as well as HYDRA Official. Now the irony in this page here, Necros, is CS Esports and HYDRA Official both have been pushed to the second page by the teams right next to them, AEROBOTZ and WINDGOD, who have come to the first page. And look at how the tables have swooped immediately in the end of day 2. And I think something that teams need to understand right now, everybody has finishes. This whole Skyesports Champions Series with the new point system, every team is taking finishes. The only thing that they're missing out on, generally even in the old point system that happens, is the placement points. But at least there they could fight for survival. Here fighting for survival also has been tough.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, why are people trying to opt for, if somebody asks the question, Lucifer, that why are the teams trying to survive till the end game? Why are they sometimes we have seen teams avoiding fight and they want to push it to the later part of the game in order to grab some more finishes for themselves? Because it's only I would say the approaches that they are going forward to, because most of the teams are looking for those finishes on an early phase. They want to take those fights as soon as their loot is done. They want to collect as many finishes as possible. But in that case, there are a lot of teams, if you talk about like I would say Reckoning, if you talk about like Entity or maybe Team TAMILAS, I would say they want to take these fights and they want to opt for those finishes in the later stages of the game so that they can also accumulate some placement points. But sometimes it's difficult because there are a lot of teams looking for that kind of game style, that kind of approach. So that's why we see in the stage 4 or stage 5, we see like 13-14 teams alive.
Now, we did talk about one thing behind the scenes, right? That we are going to pick teams today and look forward to what they can do. So, my picks for day is going to be Dragon, AEROBOTZ, CHEMIN. I want to see what changes, because I think in semi-finals, we saw a lot of changes coming in from day 2 and day 3. We already started seeing yesterday with WINDGOD coming up, with AEROBOTZ coming up, and as well as Team TAMILAS taking the position. Now, what are your picks, Necros, that I also would want to let the viewers know about your choices?
I mean, I want to keep Xspark on my top list as of now, because I mean, I really believe that it has a very strong lineup, and kind of they have the I would say potential to climb upwards. But we'll quickly have a look on the second chart as well, Lucifer, because there are a lot of teams which I am also picking from this chart, because Reckoning, if you talk about Dragon, if you talk about WINDGOD, they have definitely done a good job. But for Reckoning and Dragon, they have to do a lot more to climb to get a good spot in the overall standings.
There's one team here in the mix that kind of astonishes us of what they are able to do always on day 1, and after that they keep faltering. That is going to be WSP Gaming, right? Got themselves the winner chicken dinner. Semi-finals they did. I'm pretty sure in the quarters also they did, but we had the offline streams over there. None of them were online, which we could see. But however, again in the grand finals, they start off with a winner chicken dinner, and in such a manner where they rotated very nice. They took head-on finishes, fights, and got themselves the victory. But after that, yesterday I think in Vikendi was one situation where we saw them taking head-on fights, got close to I think 5 finishes, but after that, yes, in the end circles did get swept off. But let's also talk about players who have been crucial for their teams. From top 5 players yesterday, not much that we did see from IQOOSOUL, but still Joker is on the top with 26. But Blind, I think close to consistent so far have been Blind. Yes, IQOOSOUL did miss out on opportunities, but again it was all because of the rapid battles that ended up happening in terms of the third parties one after another. But one person who's jumped up, there was Avi also in the mix, but right now I'm pretty sure he's around 6th or 7th over there. But Rex, right, yesterday towards the end, along with him, Savitar on the other end, Max also being there, gets to the third spot with 20 finishes. Afu This man has always been lucky yesterday. Yesterday, any team tried to fight with AEROBOTZ, the luck in their favor, immediately a curse happens, and I don't know. The other team gets wiped out. Doesn't matter AEROBOTZ have all their 4 players or not, but it's still always AEROBOTZ converting when a team decides to slam in on them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that one guy, or I would say the entire squad, even Evil sometimes stepped up. And I mean, AEROBOTZ, all as a team, as a whole, if you pick them, they have performed pretty well in the previous day. I mean, they got the points that they wanted, but still, they're in the top 8. They will try to get a little bit more higher in the position, because I really believe that it's quite necessary. And a team like AEROBOTZ, they have a lot of potential to show us on the screen. They have a lot of stuffs to do inside the game. And when we talk about the stuffs that you can do, is like with their aggression, with their play style that they have, they can just do wonders, and I believe they can be the top 5 contenders I would want to pick for SCS Championship, because at this point they have that potential to go in top 3 or top 5, competing against a Blind and IQOOSOUL. They have that gunpowder. The only thing I believe that they're lacking is the kind of strategic rotations that might help them to survive till the ending phase, or might be the approaches with the good fights and the bad fights that they need to decide, because that's very important. You need to decide which fight is beneficial for you and which is not.
Now we'll also quickly talk about a benefit for our viewers, right? That is about the upcoming tournament. That is going to be Skyesports Mobile Open. It starts up from March 20th and April 2nd. I'm pretty sure a lot of the viewers will be wondering, when can we participate next in the upcoming tournament? Why can't we participate in SCS right as now? It started quite a long back. 28th was when we started seeing the semi-finals start up. But way before that, the quarterfinals and opens happened. And all of these announcements happen on our Instagram page at the rate Skyesports Gaming. All you have to do is follow there. But after Mobile Open, there's an even bigger one coming through, just like we had 23, right? In Skyesports Championship 5.0, we are going to be having 6.0, which is going to be at Chennai land for BGMI, and I'm super hyped and stoked for it. And so can our upcoming teams, because they can get a chance to be a part of Skyesports leaderboard and have a chance to get a direct invite based on their position and standings in the tournaments that they've participated for Skyesports, and they will get a direct invite to the quarterfinals.
I mean, we do have some kind of charts going already up, Lucifer. 2 days of finals are done. So there has been a lot of updates in the overall standings of Skyesports leaderboard itself, because a lot of teams, those who weren't outside of top 10, they're also making their way slowly and gradually. And I mean, the top 4 spots are still evident, but from 6 to 10, there is still a lot of space. I mean, you can imagine still almost like 6 spots are left for you to go. But for the viewers those who are watching us live, make sure you subscribe to our channel, because on 800k subscribers, Skyesports will be giving away 30 royal passes, and that's going to be huge, because you know, this season has just started. So why not get your hands on those premium outfits?
Yeah, I'm right now feeling left out of this, because we are on desk. We will not be able to take a chance in this, but I'm wishing our viewers all the best, and maybe you're lucky enough that your brother or sister, all of you sitting and watching together, and you luckily get next to next royal passes, and you all can celebrate together. So yeah, give it your all, and as we said, right, share this with your friends and family, let them know about what BGMI action is all about, and I'm pretty sure you would want to spread the word, especially because later down the line, maybe a lot of people have spoken to is like, we also want to get into BGMI, we also or want to get into esports in general, and this is how you can do it, by supporting each other. So make sure, if you want to share your love and the power of action in esports, share it among your friends, family, whoever you know. Spread the word, and once we reach closer to 1 million, a big 100 royal pass giveaway is going to be happening. But now let's get back to the topic of what can happen here on day 3. We spoke about comebacks that generally start off on day 3, right? But it happened on day 2 itself. Now I'm confused whether we should kind of call comebacks happening, and we also had this discussion before we started the team. Is it going to be comeback? Is it going to be chaos? It is going to be deciding? Is it going to be sealing the deal? Because now there's one point, right? Even that we didn't discuss about this at the start, I want to discuss now, that on the top there's still IQOOSOUL and Blind still having that 20-point difference. and nobody's able to get closer to them. Not even once in the 2 days we've seen any team breaching in between them or even trying to topple them. There have been, yes, bad games for Blind, there have been bad games for Soul as well, but it is still them reigning on top. They are getting points. The difference between them right as now seems to be of single digit numbers, but the difference between the second position to the third and later on is always double digits, and it is never 10, it is always 20 and above. And Necros, this worries me because this happened in SCS 2023 as well. That time we did have the race conclude in day 3 itself, that it is going to be a title finish between the two teams on the top itself, and everybody else is fighting for the next 3 to 8 spot. Do you think this 24 also is going to relay the same story? But before you answer this question, I'm going to send it off to a break. Okay, coming back to the question right now, Necros. We threw off to a short break, but I want to ask you, what do you feel? Is there a chance? And if it is there, for me, it is on day 3. If it doesn't happen, the race is done.
I mean, yeah, it does give me a glimpse of what happened in Skyesports Champions Series 2023 edition, because it looks like the similar run. I mean, Blind is a little one step ahead. IQOOSOUL is chasing behind. At that time, it was only Soul Esports. But this time, the story is a little different, because this time it's IQOOSOUL who is one step ahead, and it's Blind who is chasing them. And still, we don't know whether Blind will be able to finish in the first spot or not, because so far as of now, we haven't seen them crossing in the last 2 days. Every time we saw Blind stepping up in between the day, but at the end it was IQOOSOUL reigning on the top. But we'll quickly have a comparison with finishes in Miramar and Erangel, and it seems like IQOOSOUL the leading in that category of Erangel finishes.
Yeah, and right behind them is WINGOD, and this is their performance that they showed us on day two. That was yesterday, and after that, we don't see much teams with good finishes, right? WSB is close 21, and I think then is Xspark with close 20. But other than that, when we jump into Miramar, there is a close competition. IQOOSOUL and Blind again with 22 each. Now let's go into Sanhok and see a team comparison over there, and here you can clearly see Team TAMILAS dominating in finishes in Sanhok. And I think those two maps that we have seen on day one and day two itself tell us about that details, right, of how well they're been playing. But on the other end, Vikendi here says a different story. Yes, it seems WindGod also have good, but Dragon also getting closer on Vikendi.
Exactly. I mean, Dragons are looking very good on the map of Vikendi, and they've done a brilliant job in the semi-finals itself. So it does give a gist about their performance specifically in the map of Vikendi, that they have the quite a good idea about that map and they can play it very well. But if you talk about IQOOSOUL, they have done a, I would say, fabulous job in maintaining that hashtag one spot. Because really, if you talk about yesterday's performance, I was afraid, or I was certain enough that Blind will be reigning on the top spot, because IQOOSOUL were not having a good time, and even Blind was facing a lot of difficulties for getting those points on the board. Because if I'm not wrong, in 3 matches they only got 2 to 3 points that we witnessed in yesterday. But it seems like, yeah, IQOOSOUL, they finally got the momentum that they needed previously. But I'm looking forward to see what do they have to offer us in today's day.
Necros, for me, every team, all the 16 teams, to show us the same performance from day 1 to day 6 is highly unlikely. It is tough. But if you expect in a manner where, okay, Erangel from day 1 to day 6, this one team is always going to be finding their chicken dinner, or at least coming in the top 3, I could agree to that. Now, just like how Blind have been doing, right? Consistent 2 days on Miramar, they have gotten their winner chicken dinner. Now, can they continue it? I still feel like that's a big yes. But yeah, things can still change, but they might still end up being in the top 2 or top 3. Now, let's see how it works out. However, IQOOSOUL on day 1's performance to day 2, there's been a big change. Yesterday, we didn't see S Power coming through. Knuckle was playing. They still tried to make it work, but yeah, it felt like it was not their day yesterday. The stats coming in as well. Finish contribution for him 26, and then Erangel finish contribution is high for him compared to other maps, but his total finishes, right, and the team's performance that you can see along with his finishes is 209. A total. This is the addition of what we saw in semifinals. In semifinals itself, they managed to get to that century number on finishes. Now, with that on top of it, they're also getting a lot more here as a total of 209, comparing the total stats from semifinals to now the grand finals. And similarly, we were talking about the top 2. Next right to them is Blind.
I mean, this team has drastically improved from what they have done in semifinals. That's for sure. I mean, I don't have a single doubt on telling this, because in semifinals, the Blind, we were a little disappointed with the performance, because according to the format, we expected them to pop off pretty well, and when it came down to finals, they're like, it's a complete different Blind as what we are seeing in the terms of finishes, in the terms of placement points. They're getting everything what a team needs to climb on the top, and maintaining themselves in the top 2 is a really tough task. Yes, they have a 7-point buffer between IQOOSOUL and them, but still, if you look at the difference in the previous way, it's huge. 85 and 100. That's a lot of difference that need to cover. But if you talk about the total contribution, team performance has been a little, in the terms of finishes, if you compare with IQOOSOUL, it's a little less. 139 finishes overall with semi-final and grand final. But the top player for performance, if you keep it, it's definitely Skip stepping up big time for his team.
Yeah, and I think here, even comparing with IQOOSOUL and Blind, yes, there's a big 70-point difference in finishes. I feel like it's not something that Blind have to be worried about, because where IQOOSOUL were dominant on their finishes, I think Blind were dominant in keeping a balanced performance throughout, with placement points as well as finishes. Now, coming to a team which has been outrageously so wild with this roster coming back, Somraj feeling back at home with his boys, yes, with Troy. I feel like this is looking good, and we were talking also, a lot of people also mentioned this might be the era of Entity, or a new storyline. We might have seeing fights between a new rivalry brewing up. Now, Entity, how semifinals were going and how their performance for quarterfinals was, it did seem true. But now in the grand finals, they're still out to have such a great impact. There have been one or two maps, but that's all. Not a consistent 6 map performance, and as I said, that cannot be expected. But however, look at this team performance coming through. 181 total finishes coming in, right, which is closer to IQOOSOUL. And on top of that, also the finish contribution highly varying, and it was a stat of Somraj. Imagine, he's the IGL of the team, and he was leading the charts in semi-finals, and now he's also trying to do it. He's not entered yet, but he'll soon enter to the top 5 players.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I would say that NTT Gaming, they are still trying their level best to climb up the ladder. They got one chicken dinner in the previous day, the starting match itself. So I don't know whether they can just do it once again, because they need a lot of chicken dinners at this point. If you want to make a comeback, specifically a team like Entity, like when you have a good roster, you have got assaulters like Troy, Pukar, Gamla Boy, you've even Somraj stepping up with those frags, and when you have an experienced Igel Somraj, I mean, this team has been playing for a longer period of time. If you almost talk about these players, Pukar, Kamla Boy, and Somraj sticking together from the time of Skylights Gaming when they were in, and from that time winning tournaments, now coming down to this, even finding a good addition, that is Troy. You can see him in his team. He has been, popping off pretty well. So I really expect those matches, like at least in Miramar, I am expecting that Entity will be looking forward. Miramar and Erangel, Entity will be looking forward to grab a lot of points.
Yeah, they might. They did start it with a chicken dinner yesterday. However, as how stories unfolded in the second half yesterday, I still feel like there might be something new as a whole today. Something that we would wait and watch. But for the action, we don't have to. As Erangel kicks off, as the flight is in the air, and we are about to see where the flight path is treading. And before we get into it, Necros, quickly give me one team's name.
I'm gonna go with Xspark. Let's see.
You're going with Xspark. I might decide CHEMIN. I'm not too sure. I would have decided them on Miramar, but it just came into my mind. So let's see what happens. But here right now, starting on a complete north, right between shooting range, Severny, Stolber, Yasnaya, going right towards the military base, piercing Pochinki. But again, it is a little bit of east to west. But again, this does help every team to go to wherever their drop is, and not going to be having a drop clash because of them wanting to travel. Maybe a little difficulty here for Revenant as well as Hydra to Milta and Milta Power, but I still don't see much of a trouble.
Lucifer, one question. Do I have a chance to change my team pick? Because I want to change it to
Game's
WINGOD.
not started, so why not?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna switch to WINGOD this time, because I mean, if you even watch the previous day's games, I mean, they have improved so drastically, and after the addition of Savita, they're looking so good. I mean, this WINGOD is what we wanted, and support staff and the people in WINGOD, they are also looking very happy with the performance that they have done previous day. So I'm looking forward to, they might have a good start in today's game as well, if they're managing to carry forward that same momentum today.
With the flight part done, let's see if WINGOD actually managed to pick up something. But still, with highest finishes, we see IQOOSOUL were in the top charts. NTT and WSB. Previously, the fight was different, right? You remember NTT moved a little bit away from Pochinki and decided we'll wait for WSB. But this time, seems like they've held their ground. They would want to take a fight head on and see what happens. As of now, WSB also have not initiated anything. Same goes for NTT. They're still looking forward to loot, especially Gamla Boy finally finding a weapon on hand. But I'm pretty sure it's not the ideal that he wants, but he also knows that he cannot move to the next compounds. If he does, there might be the players from WSB waiting for him. But now with the Scarl on hand, along with the Nuzi, he might feel better.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to engage this time, and WSB, I mean, we saw NTT in the previous day that they decided to go in a distant area, get the loots done, then come in the areas of Pochinki to take the fight, and a head-on fight with WSB, in which they found a lot more value. But WSB, it seems like, but this time NTT, it seems like they wants to take the head-on fight itself by staying in the areas and the compounds of Pochinki. But Somraj, he has to be very aware, because I still see that Troy, he is in a distant area. Probably he is not quite close with the players of NTT, and if it's a different plan of strategy that Somraj is putting up in this game, that's a different thing. But yeah, WSB, now they're looking forward to engage in the fights, but it seems like NTT decides, no, we are good, we have got the info what we needed, but we will back off for now.
WSP holding on the trenches. But quickly talking about Raiden, I think this guy has been too good. 47 finishes on his name in total. of what he's been doing damage from semis to the grands, but what more can he do? Yesterday we did see a couple of times him being eliminated early. Xspark also did lose a player early, right? We remember Sarang yesterday towards the last game, but this time it doesn't seem to be happening. However, Ninja Jod gets spotted out in the open. Big time damage he receives from the side of CHEMIN as they have geared up and now they're ready to game on, just like our LG UltraGear monitors.
Yeah, smooth, a beautiful clarity, and what else do you want on a big screen? And you can even watch tournaments, like the people who are watching us live, you can also watch these tournaments on a big screen for yourself. So why not get this one for your favor? But now, if we talk about the teams at this moment, CHEMIN Esports and Xspark, they had a clash previously in the area of Yasnaya, where CHEMIN Esports, they faced a lot of backlashes. And I would say, Lucifer, I mean, CHEMIN is a very good team, right? We have seen them performing a lot of times in the semi-finals, even in the finals, they're looking forward to grab some good points. But I really believe the one thing that is causing a lot of impact in their performance or dents in their performance is just that taking those early on fights and losing players in the early game against these drop clashes, which is definitely something that they need to avoid if they want to climb back in the top 8 or maybe place themselves in the top 5 if they want to end in a good note.
Let's see if they do. But I'm thinking whoever would want to put off a better performance, they have to be designed to live the game, just like our AMD line of laptops, all of which you can find in the link in description. But Ninja Jod, who was about to make sure or maybe face that here on Erangel he'll be put down and will be sent to Miramar's lobby, as of now has survived, moved back with his teammates and also created some distance from their opponents that is going to be in the Yasnaya compounds, CHEMIN. Something to wait, look out for of what's going to happen. Loot is still not great because, as you know, right, in the very start of things, we don't see them getting better helmets and vests. All their level 3 helmets and vests is later down the line, sometimes mostly on the airdrop if they go and look forward to it. But otherwise, it seems like it doesn't happen. Now, Shadow seems like he wants to go to a different position and then figure out what he can do. But remember what Shadow did yesterday. He was not with the team when Reckoning decided to push on Miramar, and Sarang controlled those inside compounds really well, and then Shadow comes out in the outside and completely wipes Reckoning from the out and Sarang from the inside. They both close it off completely on Miramar and give total of 8 finishes for their team at the very start. Can Shadow strategize similarly? And especially with the circle now favoring highly northeastern necros, this is an highly likely thought as well as a strategy that maybe Xspark could look towards.
I mean, if you talk about even the circle position, WINDGOD and Reckoning would be very happy, Lucifer. I mean, if I was in the position of Reckoning, I was like, oh my god, I've got this circle now.
Yeah, they don't even have
only
to
job I
rotate.
has to do. Yeah, the only job I need to do is just get finishes. Get me, I'll have the privilege of selecting any compound that I want to hold on an early note, because there is no team in the eastern corner except WINDGOD who can quickly rotate to that part, except, I mean, people like us, if I'm reckoning, I know that CS and Team Xspark, they won't rotate that quickly. They might be engaging with themselves, maybe looking forward for a fight, so that might give them the advantage. But Reckoning, last time we saw, as far as I remember, like Reckoning, the last time we saw them having a circle advantage, they took like 15 finishes chicken dinner for themselves. So yeah, I am really expecting this is the match that even the BGMI gods have given the chance to Reckoning, that this is a match I'm giving in your hands. Now you have to decide how are you going to convert it for yourself.
But last time was also semi-finals, Necros.
I mean, yeah.
It's been 2 days already and today is the day 3, and Revenant also, it took them 2 days and also took Fierce to find that winner chicken dinner. And yesterday even Blaze mentioned, right, their rotations towards the circle good, but once the circle shifts they're unable to keep themselves afloat, and that is causing trouble for them. Whereas Blind, I feel like it's not the circle shifting away from them, but it is just certain times fights working in their favor in the position that they're in, whether they're inside the circle or outside the circle. It's about how the fight maybe favors them. Like imagine they're at the edges of the circle and all the other teams are fighting outside the circle, then they can have a gatekeeping situation. Or all the teams are right next to them and nobody's fighting them from the straight on ahead. And I think that is another chance where Blind has always taken advantage. Or if somebody else has started up a fight, Blind end up pushing up towards them, making sure they're unable to recover or retaliate, and then finish them off. Now, is it going to be a situation that happens again? Not too sure. But one situation that CHEMIN needs to be preparing for, even Xspark, which already looked like shadow while he went so far away. I think that is going to be a 1-3 split that they're strategizing for. CHEMIN also need to do it because there'll be a huge influx of teams coming towards Yasnaya as the circle starts shifting. Now, I'm not too sure it should keep Yasnaya because at the center right now, but it seems like there is a difficulty that Entity is facing again. Dragon have spotted them. Troy is down already, and we did even see one more player from Entity being knocked, and this might not be the ideal start that Entity would have looked forward to.
Not at all. I mean, Jim Jam, Jord, he will have the first pick for himself, but it seems like Team Dragon Esports, they're looking forward for a good comeback. They're looking forward some good matches in today's day. As we mentioned, it is a day of chaos, as well as they also want to accumulate as many points as possible at this moment to get a hold in the Skyesports leaderboard as well. But Superboy, he was knocked out unfortunately by his teammate Munna's nade, but yeah, doesn't matter. You have cleared one player, you've got one finish that you need, and now all the players are packed. Entity Gaming, the way they're losing players from the previous day itself, I mean, they are not losing a fight if they are going all in with an entire team, but they are losing the fights because one after another, individually, the players are being picked away by other teams. So that is creating an impact, but a new record has been set by WINDGOD Rex. He's the third one to reach 20 finishes in finals of Skyesports Champions Series.
But something that you guys can reach is our WhatsApp. You can follow us over there to know for all the upcoming updates and make sure that you do not miss out. All you have to do, scan the QR code and you'll be there. But Reckoning, we spoke about them. We didn't even mention that they do not have to be rotating out, but we clearly know they're at the circle's edges. I mean, yes, it's a huge northeastern circle, but eventually they also know the circle is going to shift and they would have to take a better positioning when the circle shift, that they're still inside the circle, because that second circle is going to see big amounts of team pushing up, and that's the reason it seems like Xspark have finally decided that they would want to take up a fight with CHEMIN. One player has been knocked from there, and I think it was Redox, and now Ninja Jot, can he also convert and push for the other players from their end. Now CS, as we see, not at all a great day, Necros. Their day yesterday is something that they would want to forget. Just sleep on it and wake up on a new day and just act like day 2 never happened. And can they actually find something? They are towards the containers, towards Jojo, but what more do they have in back today? Make sure that they're back in the first page.
See, one thing I would like to address for CS is like they have a very good team, right? We have seen them performing.
Yep.
The players are really good and they know how to play the game. They have been playing for a longer period of time. And if you talk about Leo and all, they have played from big lineups like 8-bit previously. So they know how the game works. They know how the teams play actually. But one thing that is making an impact in their performance, I believe, is that in the later stages of the game, when you need your head to be very calm and composed in such a manner that you can take those wise decisions when you need to. And that moment, it feels like that CS, they are kind of in a little desperation for getting finishes and engaging with some unnecessary fights that they can avoid if they want to, so that they can survive till a little in the late game and can find a lot more finishes. And I really believe that they need to emphasize a little on that kind of perspective, and if they do, I believe CS can perform pretty well. But for now, if we see on our screens, we have Orangutan, and in front of them, it's none other than Team Revenant rotating. So now this is going to be a little spark between them. If anyhow OG can manage or maybe try to engage a fight with them, it can be very, very good, because if that happens, if OG wins it, they might have a good hold in the southern side of the circle.
I think Orangutan and Revenant were your picks, the teams that you were looking out for in day 3, right? You had written them down, I'm not wrong?
No. I guess it's Raiders.
Okay. So, I mean, again, it was one from the English desk that we have a lookout for what Orangutan and Revenant can do. But as I said, the influx of teams that's happening. The circle does shift. This time a little leaving the center for Yasnaya, not being there. So it moves towards a little left to the compounds. But still, central shift is what we end up seeing from that northeastern position. However, that flocks of teams from the southern edges is going to cause a lot of trouble for teams as they enter into the circle. But you don't have to be worried about it. All you can do is enjoy the action along with the giveaway that'll be enabled as soon as we hit 800k. We are not far away from it. All you have to do is make sure that you like, share, subscribe. Along with that, make sure your friends also do it. But Savitar seems to be like how OR's Admino had made that vehicle climb to the roof and cause trouble to CS. They recover the vehicle, however, nothing much to be worried about. But Orangutan's chase continues on Revenant. They've spotted them, but I'm pretty sure they're still waiting and making sure that their backlines are clear, because if they start a fight which they cannot avoid, meaning it's going to be difficult. Wait, it's not Revenant, my bad. That's going to be Blind in front of them.
AEROBOTZ is having those intel. Blind Esports is the second to reach 100 total points in the final. As of now, we see only two teams crossing the 100 marker. One is Team IQOOSOUL on 107, second is Blind on 100. So we have to see if any other team can manage. I mean, exactly, it's going to be WINDGOD just tailing them behind. So they have to look forward for a good match. But Entity Gaming, they will be having 3 players while they are rotating from the western end over the areas of Rozhok to see where they want to hold and get a good position for themselves. It's at this point, but yeah, if talk about Orangutan, Dragon and the company, they're waiting, Lucifer. I mean, they're playing the patient game, but as what they have looted, you can also have your own accessories. I would say accessories and the components of your PC. If you want to upgrade one or if you want to make one, Elitehubs is the best place where you can go and grab your choices, because everything is in front of your screen. You can choose anything in your budget and you can make your dream PC build come alive.
Let's see who makes it out alive of Erangel for now, because I'm not too sure, Necros. We just saw an initial clash, and that was just because of rotation. Entity lost Troy, one of their lead assaulters. Troy has been phenomenal in terms of his performance, but not too sure what's going to happen here. And Leo YT, okay, seems like they're in an amusement park, and IQOOSOUL decide to take a ticket for that, and they do dump some damage, and now CS have to be worried. Sarthak also gets dished out. Leo YT, he managed to get to safety with the use of the ridges. Joker unable to find a dash or a bullet not coming through, but as of now, something that we have to wait and watch if it happens later on, because IQOOSOUL have their eyes set, and CS seems like they would want to retaliate. They're getting themselves to a good position, waiting for the opportunity to maybe strike back. Same is the story and the case going on between Blind and Orangutan, but I think Orangutan finally might be actually moving out towards a compound rather than looking forward to fighting on the fields with Blind and then maybe caught out in the open and then lose all their players.
We've seen this kind of thing happen, Lucifer, in the previous year, right? I mean, teams were engaging in the open fields, and that was causing them a lot of trouble. And it's only because why? The teams have an aggressive approach. Whenever and wherever they're getting the chance of converting some finishes for themselves and grabbing the points, they will utilize this opportunity no matter what or how many teams are fighting. They will stop in a distance. They will try to give you sprays, one knock. If any player is knocked out, they will try to convert that. They will steal those finishes if possible, and that's the kind of thing that is actually causing a lot of trouble for those teams. Those are rotating early.
I would want to take a look at the circle again and see what's happening, because again it seems to be silent. Now day 1 started off, we saw rapid fights happening everywhere around the map. Even before the circle shifted, we started seeing fights. Day 2, similar but a little toned down. Day 3, completely toned down. As you can see, teams waiting it out, rotating into the circle, taking positions. Yes, there have been one casualty, we already spoke about it. That's the reason we see 63 instead of 64 players alive, and that tells us that we are still in a position where teams are still thinking about what they need to do. But I'm pretty sure if you have had questions of what you need to do about your audio to get precise audio, to understand how to get the best gaming experience, you have to try the Zebronics headphones with the Type-C connector. You do not have to look forward to a converter anymore. All you have to do is check out the link in description. But checking out to see if there are any opponents around is going to be Medal and Paradox. And Paradox is a phenomenal player for them, right? We've been seeing him in so many fights, whether he's alone, whether he's together with the team, plays very efficiently for the team and together.
Oh, I mean, this team has been sticking for a long time, right? I mean, there hasn't been a lot of changes. The same kind of players, Top Dog coming in from a long time back when they were in Revenant. We are seeing them at that first. I mean, Encore and Paradox has been those two players that has been together for a long time, over how many, 2-3 years, from starting from Megastars to Revenant and now coming down to Medal Esports. It has been a long journey for both of them, because they have faced so many big, you've competed in big leagues as well. Now it's time for them to step up their game. I mean, Medal, they are doing good, but they can do better. They have the players. Top Dog is a brilliant assaulter. Whenever you need him to step up, he will do. But the circle shift It's gonna annoy. It's gonna annoy a lot of teams, specifically from the western side. You see AEROBOTZ, CHEMIN, Entity, and even Reckoning on the northeastern side. They will be looking forward to grab those compounds of Mansion. But now that compound will become a battlefield because teams like WINDGOD might also focus on getting back to that position.
Revenant, they've spotted players from HYDRA official towards the south or the eastern south edges, tried to do damage or find an opening, doesn't work. They did take down Sins, we did see while the circle was shifting, so there's a casualty that they have to work with, but I think that was picked up from Medal maybe. But now Orangutan, they also get up on Manya. Manya has always been that first player to be either knocked or eliminated. Yesterday it was Knuckles' turn, today it seems to be Manya, and again IQOOSOUL in trouble. And to this, they can't even retaliate because the distant fight coming through as they were rotating. They've just decided to get to a position where they can call it safe havens and then look forward to maybe recovering things.
They want to be very, very safe and sound at this point, Lucifer. But yeah, I mean, IQOOSOUL, they have been this. They have a kind of gameplay like this, playing through the edges, and when in the last inning phase or maybe later phase of the game, they want to go deep inside the circle and hunt down the players. That's the kind of game. But it seems like Blind, they have got the intel about Orangutan, and after such a long time, Lucifer, Orangutan, they're deciding to take a head-on fight with Blind, it seems.
Not too sure. One they did with IQOOSOUL, dropped Manya off, and this time, let's see if it happens. However, CHEMIN are also facing trouble. Circle move, they decided to rotate, and that rotation outside the circle towards the edges of the play zone is not proving worthy for them. They've been dished with a couple of bullets, and now with one more team joining in the fray over there is going to prove troublesome. AEROBOTZ, in the meantime, they have a component control. They're also looking forward to where the players can enter, but AEROBOTZ were the ones who are outside the circle. They have taken control, whereas CHEMIN, they've been pushed out. Entity were also slowly trading in. Let's see what they can do. But towards shelter, Team TAMILAS make their entry. And Team TAMILAS have been a team in question. We did see this team looking forward to making to a LAN in 5.0, but unfortunately they couldn't. And this time they're trying to make a testament not just to make it to the grand finals, but maybe even winning it. I'm not too sure if they can, because it's not been the greatest of time. However, greatest of time for Rafu, as we can see him in front of our screens. 46 total finishes that he has, and he's already at the top 5 players list. But making it to that list today, is it going to be CHEMIN? They've already found an opening on Mac. They would want to go for a finish. Hunters is behind, but can Hunters provide enough cover so that Mac doesn't get finished off?
It's going to be tough. To finish Mac, it's going to take a lot of time, maybe because his position is a little bit unknown. They're trying to find him down, but yeah, probably his position is known. But Reckoning, yeah, I guess his position is kind of revealed because the knock was done. And Venom finally puts the final blow, but Reckoning will face one consequence. I mean, they will be facing one backlash after losing one of their players. I really thought that they would be coming and opting for this compound on an early note, but they might have some different things to talk about. But if you talk about the leaderboard ranking, Lucifer, the top 10, we are very close. Like, Medal is very close to being in the top 10 category. Entity and Reckoning are also in the race, but for that, Reckoning, they need to make sure that they get good points. If they are just lying behind, drop down in 16, it's going to be very tough for them.
Let's see what they can do right now. And they've already had a casualty. Apu, this can be a big opening, but he did not find the knock. Does enough damage, but it's not going to be a knock. Is not going to give them a chance to push up. But now Gamla Boy, along with Tukar, will be more cautious. Somraj will call it in, right? And there's the helmet that he saw through the window. Afu will now for sure not make sure he peeks in the second time. He'll try to look forward to a different position, or maybe even try to look forward to a push with his teammates if they decide to do so. But on the other end, CS, they decide to pick up a fight with Xspark and Shadow. He gets spotted out, and I think Shadow was roaming somewhere out alone, trying to look forward to a position as he was scouting. Now he's gone, meaning Xspark have to play without Shadow anymore.
Oh, now this is going to be a little hefty for them, but yeah, they need to survive to the ending stages, and all these 3 players, they have the capability of carrying the team till the ending phase, because if you talk about Ninjas, Trigotsar, and they have the gun power, the gun game that you need in game circles, but now this is going to be problematic. Somraj, he goes down and out. There is nothing more Entity can do. Gamla Boy and Pukar just remains as the 2 solo survivors from the side of Entity, while they are slamming in the compounds of WINDGOD, who are just the neighbors. Now this is going to be a little problematic situation for the Entity, because it's a 2v4 fight if WINDGOD wants to push through this compound.
Unfortunate, lost Troy first and now Somraj, and they're left with few players. But in the meantime, WINGOD, they're picking off a player. Ronnie knocked, immediately gets finished, and Joker is to follow up next. WINGOD again trying to open a big time, and I think this is going to be proving troublesome. In the meantime, before going out, it seems like Punk was cleared. But WINGOD, they'll be feeling happy. Start of the game, they have 2 finishes. Now, yes, I'm saying start of the game because the fights have still not started. We have just lost 10 players and also from various different teams, as you can see. IQOOSOUL have lost 3 of their players. Reckoning has lost 2. Entity has lost 2. HYDRA has lost 1. Xspark has lost 1. AEROBOTZ has lost 1. And now I'm pretty sure Orangutan should be losing a player because Digger just got knocked.
This is stage 4, Lucifer. Still not a single team is eliminated. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't remember this thing happening in any of those semi-finals or finals matches, but it seems like the much awaited fight between Orangutan and Blind was initiated, but WSB comes as in a third party to grab a lot more finishes and to create some more hindrances towards their side from the backyards. They didn't check it, and now Blind might be facing a lot of consequences.
WSB, we were speaking about them, a team. Can they pick up a chicken dinner here on day 3? In the meantime, CS, they are holding down a compound to try and survive, but Gamla Boy along with his teammate Pukar, a grenade comes their way, a player gets knocked, but Pukar immediately gets knocked in return. It's up to Gamla Boy to save the team, but 2 players from CS are down. Gamla Boy goes right to their face, knocks another, gets the finish as well. Leo White is down. It's all up to Drake as well as MVP. Sarthak is waiting right at the window if he pushes up to give info, but as of now nobody's pushed up. But in the meantime, WSP, they're still pushing hard to convert this fight against Blind as well as Orangutan.
Oh, look at that. Those nades coming up from WINGOD, they're also causing trouble, but WSB Gods, he pushes in. He has to try it in his level best position, but now Gamla Boy's need is also annoying. So both the sides, CS are facing a lot of backlashes. Well, God, he will be getting the revival, but God, he finds one, instantly will be knocking and finishing him out. But before he could do anything more, Revenant intercepts and instantly finds and takes down WSB out of this game. And in a blink of an eye, 2 teams, they're out of this question.
What just happened to WSB over there? And looks like Revenant also had chimed in for that fight. In the meantime, looks like WINGOD are picking up a fight with another team where Team TAMILAS they're about to find. But what a grenade! Hello!
Wow.
That rightly strikes. I thought it would be CS recovering. It seems like Entity have made their standing back again on Erangel with 3 finishes and 2 players left.
They have made a statement. You aren't allowed in our compounds, guys, and it's in that way that we answer it. But CHEMIN ESPORTS Kratos coming with those nades. AEROBOTZ Afu seems to be taken down, and instantly CHEMIN ESPORTS, they're back in the momentum. They're also facing some backlashes, and Spy will be converting it on Redox. But it seems like the final blow has been done as CHEMIN ESPORTS, they wipe out AEROBOTZ as they only get 1 finish from this entire game.
CHEMIN, total of 5 finishes. They do have a casualty that they have to work with. Venom gets knocked. Now it's something that they have to be worried about because Xspark made that happen, and that was a little too early for them or eager to look forward to information, and because of that it might be a free finish that they have to be okay to given out. But another team, as we were speaking about elimination, Team TAMILAS is also out, meaning top place is again being completely opened up. But Adi, what did he just do sitting in the passenger seat? Revenant, they wanted to take control of the place on moved up, and now Adi is just screwing them down. He's putting them down with the nails and everything, as you can think about. Fierce is close, up and ready. The grenade goes, but I think I'm pretty sure it's going to miss him, and Fierce comes in jumping to make sure that the bullet shells of that shotgun strike him to the ground, and with that, Blind will be eliminated. What a recovery for Revenant.
That was definitely very close. That was a very close situation in which Revenant don't want to face it once again. But Entity's eyes, they have catched that position of Revenant this time, and now that will be a little troubling for them. While Team Xspark only having 1 finish, they are looking forward to grab some more as they're rotating towards the circle. There might be a lot of teams that they need to face all together because Entity Gaming, they have their eyes already set on Sarang as he decides to just hold on this position. But now it's going to be troubling if the nade goes in the right spot. Team Xspark might be having a lot of casualties to deal with, but Dragon Esports on the other end seems to be troubling HYDRA.
Well, WINGOD chime in, and it looks like WINGOD might pick up their players. HYDRA are also having exchanges, but WINGOD Savitar, I think he sealed the deal over there, putting down Superboy, and we know how super that boy is. But unfortunately, nothing to say as of now. Savitar, along with his team, have 10 total finishes, and it doesn't look like they want to stop today. Savitar has 4 for himself. Max now gets knocked. Savitar also going down to a grenade. This is coming in from Reckoning, right hot. And in the meantime, Revenant also chiming in.
Oh, this is going to be bad. For 1 second, I really thought that WINGOD, they're doing pretty good and they're carrying forward the momentum, but Revenant completely denies this, and instantly their arrival is causing a lot of setbacks for the side of WINGOD itself. 2 players lost and out. Now down to the last 2 players. They have a big responsibility on their shoulder to carry it forward. The only thing I would say they have the advantage is that they have the circle in their favor. They don't have to go for any big rotations, or they have to settle down in open areas. They have to clear those fights within their compounds and within their proximities to just make sure that they are safe.
WINGOD now, yes, they've lost players, something that they're to be worried about. But Xspark also have lost their player very early on, that Shadow. They do want to take control of the compound, and it looks like that's the only compound where teams have chance to control, because WINGOD on the other end is already taking control of Revenant. So Xspark need to fight with Entity to get themselves towards the edge of the circle to make sure that they have a good game down to the last 7 teams. And on the circle we can see only 5 teams as of now. I think the other 2 are somewhere outside trying to maybe go in for a heal battle, or maybe just little too further away. One is IQOOSOUL and it is Knuckle. As you can see, he is, I think, right at the edge of the play zone, as we can see on his player card. But we have to see what plans he has to make sure that the team gets a lot more points. Revenant in the meantime, they have lost a player, and now they want to try and move up. Entity in the meantime see Medal moving up, do damage to them, but Medal have all their 4 players standing. Xspark in the meantime, they see CHEMIN, they start spraying them down. Looks like many teams taking 2 different fights in 2 different directions, trying to deny other teams from entering the circle. Does work out. Toxic drops, and immediately his finish actually gets stolen by Medal's encore. And now Xspark, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be happy about it. But however, Medal, now that somebody told them there's a warning coming in as CHEMIN were trying to enter, they burst the vehicle of Kratos, and with that, CHEMIN Esports out of the map.
We're down to the last 6 teams with 14 players remaining, and this compound around in the outskirts of Mansion seems to be very, very congested. This nades coming up from the side of Medal Esports will annoy the players of WINGOD for a longer period of time, as they have to deal with not only 1 but 2 teams itself. Medal also keeping a little catch on the players of Revenant on the left hand side, but Lazy has to give the revival. 7 finishes for the side of Revenant. They want to burst those vehicles in order to just have a kind of intel whether there are no more players surviving. But Entity's Gamla boy, this nade might be a little problematic for Xspark, but Soul, he's right outside the circle trying to go for a heal battle, but all his first aids are down and out, and Team IQOOSOUL takes an exit at this spot.
Only 1 finish that they had, and going down at the 6th spot, meaning I think they get 2 points for all their efforts that they did. Entity, however, they are right now the most troubling team, but the circle has moved away from them, meaning Xspark now can charge in, and that's what they're trying to do. But they don't have a lot to work with, and that's the reason they're initially using the smokes to lay down a path for themselves. But look at Siam's position. He is spotting multiple players from Xspark as they're trying to throw down smoke barriers to make sure they can cross up that ridge, get to a flat blade position where they can fight ahead, but it's not happening. Siam finally decides to spray bullets, and now all the players from Xspark have been damaged. Sarang is super close, grenade being cooked. There are a lot more grenades that Siam can throw after this 4th one, but before that happens, what wrecks that the team WINGOD, who are on the building, they find an opportunity. Now Medal a little in trouble, and Xspark decide to push up immediately.
Yeah, not gonna be that easy. Not at all an easy job. But Gamla boy, he pushes. He has no other option. He has been taken down by Sarang, though. Xspark, they're getting the momentum. This is their moment that they can convert their fight. It is going to be tough, but seems like SprayGod gets taken down. It's all up to Sarang and Ninja Jod that they have to do a big job at this moment. SprayGod cannot be revived. It seems a little troubling, but Medal Esports with a heavy util dump, they will annoy. And Team Xspark, they're facing those backlashes.
Medal do still have their 4 players. Xspark, they did have 3, lost 1, and now it's down to Ninja Jod and Sarang. Both of them wonderful assaulters, but to revive Ninja Jod, it will take some time. Revenant also in such difficulty, and Sarang in the meantime, Molotov was enough from Top Dog, and this is Medal's game. Seems to be Sensei, the last player in the circle, stuck in a building, and now he's been spotted in all directions, and Top Dog seals the deal with his own SK-12, and a winner chicken dinner rolls in for Medal Esports. What a game that they put out. Initially it felt like they had the chicken dinner, seemed a little that they fumbled over there, but they immediately brought it back in after getting the revive on Siam, and what a powerful show coming in from Medal once they got the edge of the circle for themselves.
We were just talking about the comeback game that we need coming up from the side of Medal Esports, and look at the comeback that they did. It was definitely a match that they were looking forward to grab a lot of points, and they have finally done it. I mean, you want a good match, you get a good match to start off a day. Nothing better than that, and I really believe Medal will be pretty happy with what they have done throughout this very match number 1. But we'll have a look on how many points that they have accumulated. But before that, I want to ask one thing, Lucifer. How do you just say the final circle happened?
I mean, yeah. The reason being, we had 16 teams, right? And we were thinking, okay, there's a fight next, okay, this is going to be a fight. And then I'll tell you, WSP, there was a Blind and OG fight that happened, and immediately an entailed a fight with NTT and CS, CHEMIN and AEROBOTZ, Blind and Revenant, Revenant exchange, Revenant, Blind came, Revenant and WINDGOD. You see how it's going? This was how the fights flew. There's still more. And I think this is what tells us how Erangel unfolded being the first map. And I really enjoyed it because it's not similar, or at least how we saw it in the first 2 days, or not even close to how we saw it in the semifinals. It was never so chaotic. And I think kudos to say it is a chaotic day today. Day of chaos was right. And kudos to Captain over there if you're hearing on the Hindi desk. And I think there's a lot more action coming in because this was just the first game. And teams are going to fight with everything that they've got for every single point, Necros.
I mean, I still cannot get over this fact that it was stage 4 and 16 of the teams were surviving. Oh my god, come on, give me a breather. What is this? This and the way we play this game, right? At least 1 or 2 teams should have been eliminated, but you know, as a chaotic day it is going to be, it does give us gist about like what's gonna happen. This is just the trailer. This is not even the 50% of the day being summed up. First game we see this happening, and I am really excited to see what will happen in the map of Miramar, because Miramar is a kind of map we have seen. It has got those ridges and it has got a lot of things to do. But you know what, before we move on to Miramar, we'll have a quick ad break, and along after that we will jump on with the map.
to push through my past, but I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never care for all goodbye, love. I just wanna be alone. 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 Yeah, I'm truly a desperate lost soul. I got a feeling this world lost control. There's no more hope left. We're stuck in the unknown. It's the only thing I know. If I ever fall, will they even notice? Never care for all goodbye.
Welcome back after a fantastic map one where we thought there will be chaos that in our imaginations, but it ended up actually being a chaos with various teams striking at various different positions, and it all happened after I think the stage 5 circle. Even at stage 4, you mentioned we saw 16 teams. Teams were just about to start for a fight, and then we started seeing the feed kind of pop up, and once it started popping off, it never stopped, right? Until that last fight, even Medal had trouble. They brought their players back, finished off WINGOD, then got Control, finished off Xspark, then got Revenant's last player, got their winner chicken dinner. That's how it unfolded, but quickly. Other than the MVP, the most valuable player, Savitar from WINGOD.
Lucifer, I really insist you on doing this kind of unfolding every match, you know.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, quickly. We'll quickly jump onto this map, the MVP, and it's WINGOD. You know, I predicted WINGOD, right? I really thought they are going to win this match, but Medal literally destroyed my prediction.
Yeah, I think once WINGOD were kind of picking off, I think there were two teams. Along with HYDRA, there was another team that they were picking off.
Revenant.
Good control. Yeah, Revenant. And then came in Medal as the party poopers over there and immediately started throwing grenades, and that kind of caused trouble for WINGOD. However, that's okay. Nothing much to be worried about. If somebody loses their opportunity, somebody else picks up. That's what Medal did. But best companion for AEROBOTZ, it's coming in, is going to be Spy, the young lad from AEROBOTZ. But on the other end, the going all out as the MVP is going to be same on Savitar's name. However, Top Dog gets the final elimination here in the first game of day 3.
It was a good game for Medal indeed. They will be pretty happy. But when you talk about the match standings, total 10 finishes is what Medal they have acquired for themselves in this particular match. In total of 20 points that they will be adding. If you talk about WINGOD, they were lagging. They were in 85. So adding this 14 points in total for themselves as well, it will round close to 99 points that they are in. I mean, 1 point away from Blind. And Blind, I really don't think they have got a lot of points in today's game in this match itself. But Revenant, they have a good climb. 9 finishes, total of 15 points that they will be carrying forward for the next match and adding it to the overall standings. I really want to see where they put themselves in, but what I mean, that's an unfortunate start for Team TAMILAS, Orangutan, CS and HYDRA again, and Reckoning also. Even after having such a good position for themselves inside the circle, I really hope that this match could be theirs, but no, it's not the case.
We have to wait. I think Revenant are on the right strides right now, especially getting the top 2, 9 finishes, total of 15 points. Good stuff being done. WINGOD as well from yesterday. They've been good and consistent in getting points on every map. Xspark today falling a little bleak on finishes. However, they get placement points for themselves. So I think they should still be in the first page. Let's quickly jump into the match summary here. The highest finishes being 4-4 each for Fierce and Savitar. Then Gamla Boy and Sensai with 3 each. Highest team finishes going to WINGOD and Medal as they share 10 each. Revenant and Blind coming in next with 9 and 5. Best contribution coming in from Gamla Boy, and we did see that. The fight with AEROBOTZ that happened and how Gamla Boy managed to kind of get back into the game. And there was another one, I think, a fight with CS pushing them where Gamla Boy actually control that aggression and fight that CS wanted to push up, and CS, they should have covered their backs thinking there should be other teams as well. Couldn't do that and could not fight against Entity at the same time. However, Fierce comes in with 44 and Savitar with 40 and Sensai at 33. Best rating right out of the gate. The team that got chicken dinner is going to be leaving everybody else in the dust.
And now it's like, I mean, Medal Esports have done a fabulous job and they will be getting a good climb, but I was a little disappointed because NDT Gaming, I am really expecting a good comeback, and a comeback in the sense like a good chicken dinner with a decent amount of finishes is what I am looking forward for this team, because after semi-finals in the last 2 days, I am not seeing NDT performing that way, and in the overall standings, you can get a quite gist of it. NDT are sitting in the 8th spot, while still with 110 points on board, IQOOSOUL, they will be on the top, and they still have a 5-point buffer between Blind and them. But the difference between the second and third position, it has closed up because WINGOD, they're putting up some great shows.
Yeah, I'm super happy. The difference was about 25 points and now it's come down to 6 points. Good stuff. And this is why we were talking about it. If they don't start doing it today, Blind and IQOOSOUL will continue the next 3 days to confirm that they're going to be getting the first or the second, and the fight will be amongst themselves. Team TAMILAS still a little further away. 17 points, Medal at 81, that they have a difference of 1. And you can see, right, from Team TAMILAS to till Entity, there's a difference of single digits coming through, and now the race is coming to the top 3, and which I really like. I think this is where we are going in the right direction. However, Orangutan, not at all the right direction. They have moved to the second page where they were trying to make sure they're in the first. Did not work. CHEMIN, however, are picking up points when we even saw in the end games yesterday. Yes, did get eliminated towards the end circles, but they're picking up points, meaning they're in the right direction. And if this continues, CHEMIN will jump again, and CHEMIN were also in the top 8 when we ended the semi-final, so worry about them.
A lot of teams even reckoning, I would say, that 32 points after 13 matches, that's gonna hurt. That's literally gonna hurt, because you're like almost close to like 3 or 4 points on an average on every match, which is not sufficient. You need chickenness, you need good matches to climb up, and I am really surprised to see, because this was not the reckoning we saw in the semi-finals, right? It is a drastic change that we are seeing in their gameplay, because it's a big downfall. Reckoning have performed pretty well in the previous season, but talking about the top 5 players right now currently, it's IQOOSOUL Joker who is leading from the front with 26, followed by Blind Skips on 24. Rex will be climbing on 21, alongside Afu remains Seam on 19 and Venom on 19.
Venom is the newcomer here, pushing down Gamla Boy. Now, Venom, from the day we've been seeing him in the grand finals, they've been doing good stuff, right? And we have been enjoying it. But again, that performance that we saw in the semi-finals is still missing. That CHEMIN that we started seeing on day 2 and day 3, and later down the line towards day 6, where they were in the top 8, is missing. But again, day 3 started today. It was just the first game, right? So going so hard in some teams is not the likeliest, and that's the reason. Let's tone down over here and now look forward to seeing and talking about the teams. I had CHEMIN in my day. They've already started off to a good note. AEROBOTZ a little here and there, but they were still initially able to get some points for themselves. Dragon, on the other end, my pick, has still not worked out. What about yours?
I mean, Medal did spoil my pick though. WINGOD was my pick eventually. They were doing pretty good. I was like, yeah, finally I can boast about it. But you know what? Before we jump on to the next game, we'll quickly jump on for a short ad break, and let's see you on the other side.
As we change on the environment where we had greeneries, we're going to come into the dry lands of Miramar. I bring back Raider on desk, who's sitting back lines, and we were discussing about the picks, right, Raider? After seeing
Yeah.
map 1, how do you feel about what went underway?
Again, Day of Chaos. Indeed, that's the correct name I would like to say at this point because,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the performance was absolutely on par with the way the match has to go on. Like, till the first one, if I'm not wrong, we got to see like 16 teams and 63 players surviving. The
Yeah.
only loss that was there in the lobby was coming in from HYDRA since that was the only guy which went down. But other than that, whole lobby was patiently waiting for their chance to come in. And also, when it comes to the play zone, what a beautiful play zone, to be honest. The ridges, the compounds, everything that you could have asked for was coming in this particular play zone, and the way the whole game orchestrated from over there, it was absolutely amazing. And a big ups, of course, to teams like Revenant and WinGod, the way they performed, and then comes the Medal Esports as well. They swooped in, got the finishes, and got the winner chicken dinner as well. So they got everything, of course, with the 21 points.
Now, I think that's going to give boost for a lot of teams, and we spoke about it, right? It is all the fight at the
Yeah,
overall standings, and it is happening. I'm happy. I know a lot of fans will be like, no, now the gap's closing in. The champions title might go away to another team. But
that's the
this is the,
competition.
yeah, that's the best part of competition. You shouldn't know who's going to win until the end of the race. Otherwise, it's going to be another Formula One season for a whole year again. You don't want that, right? I mean, I know only the
Definitely,
people
man.
uh, who follow will understand the pain or maybe the happiness at the same time of whoever they support. But yeah, getting back to BGMI's action, this is also relatable for people who watched us on SES 2023. This again became a race between the top two. So this time at least, hopefully now it is not going to be that. But before we jump into Miramar, the Golden Sands, we'll quickly talk about more about teams. Medal Esports right in front of our screens who just got the winner chicken dinner. And this is one team that we've been speaking about, right, Raider, who has had good
Yep.
performances. They've not been very inconsistent. Yes, they've had good games and bad games, but today only we were speaking. No teams can have 6 days of consistent performances in all maps.
True. Of course, there are going to be some ups and downs. Of course, there are going to be a lot of challenges. But then again, it's all about how consistent you are. And in terms of that, Team Medal is rising. And that's a good thing. As we do see that they have got some serious amount of finishes. Individual performances, if I talk about that, Sayam is the guy which is getting the heavy lifting of getting 17 finishes. Although the finish per match ratio is not that big of a deal. But then again, they are going to climb that ladder in the later part. It's the day of chaos, but kind of a comeback also is coming in from the day 2 page. We got to see like from day 2 the second page teams were rising, and eventually in day 3 as well after the first match can clearly see that teams like WinGod, they are also putting up some serious points. Revenant is trying to chase for the points. Medal actually got the winner chicken dinner. That's absolutely amazing to watch. But now it all trickles down to the map of Miramar. I know, Lucifer, why you often try to go for the Formula 1 type of things, because yeah, this is the map where the races are going to go on. This is the map where everything can topple down. The rotations can be absolutely enormous, or they can just be one of those rotations where the team might actually get shut down. That's exactly what happened to IQOOSOUL's Ronnie, if I'm not
Yeah.
wrong, by the hands of WinGod in the previous match.
Yeah. I'm at least happy that I do not have to be sitting in awkward silence once I make these terms, and you at least are there to understand and now bring back into the game, integrate it, and let's see how it kind of works out here in Miramar. It's about to kick off. We're going to see the flight up in the air, and we're going to see where the flight path is going down to. But for viewers wondering of where the other maps are going, the schedule is right in front: Sanhok, Vikendi, Miramar, and Erangel, and this will replicate for the next 3 days as well. All 6 days,
Yeah.
same action is what you're going to get to see, and because of this, right, it feels like somewhere in between there are chances for teams to make some big comebacks, because these short maps or small maps give chance to make the unexpected happen. You don't know what's happening, you don't know what you have to do,
Yep.
you don't know what the other team is doing, you don't know how to comprehend, you don't know how to strategize, because the action is just a little too rapid. But here on Miramar, is it going to be rapid, or is it going to
Let's
wait till
go.
the stage 4 or 5? The flight is up, the flag's up, Miramar in front of our screens, teams are ready, so are we, Raider, right?
Yeah, alright folks, let's have a look at the map. Indeed, an interesting one, starting from the northeastern flanks, if I'm not wrong, and going all the way towards areas like Prison, Los Higos. We have a lot of places to jump in at this moment, but we start with Campo Militar, Torre Amada, and places like Razalvele. Then we do have IQOOSOUL's favorite drop, the La Cobria, coming in. Water treatment is there, Hacienda is there, San Martin is there. So pretty much all those big names of places are going to be there. But for Hydra, for teams like CS, for other teams which are looking to jump in Los Leones, Impala, or Puerto, yeah, they are going to have a tough time. But then again, it's part and parcel of the game, buddy.
Exactly. You have to be okay with it. The BGMI
Yeah.
gods luck favor you in one of the days, in the others they don't. They have to favor the rest 15 teams. So now you have to work around that. But I'm pretty sure Orangutan, they know that they have to work on something better. Reckoning, though, they have to work something better because Reckoning are at the bottom, whereas Orangutan, they've been pushed to the second page. They're losing positions. Wingod, however, who is just dropping down, they know they've been doing some good jobs. So if they make mistakes, it's going to be something of a trouble to be worried about. But one thing that I've been seeing consistently is Entity and Blind
Yep.
not going to El Pozo in the past 2 days, right? If Blind goes, then we end up seeing that maybe Entity is not there. If Entity are there, they immediately rotate out. But today it seems like both of them have decided to go to El Pozo, so we might expect an early fight coming through. Medal, as they generally drop towards Montenegro, they're still going to be there. Let's see if they decide to start up early. They got their chicken dinner. Does that confidence push up? But before we jump into the action itself, Radar, I want one name from you. Who do you think has this map?
You want to know my predictions? I'm not going
Just
to
a
take that
random
name
name,
because
not
it is
even a
going to come in the
prediction.
GFS. Okay, a random name after
Yeah.
seeing the flight path and the plays one. I would like to say that in this particular matchup, it is possible that Team Blind might be able to bag it out. As you said, like El Pozo is a place where Blind and both entity loves to jump in, and even from the good old days of Skylights and eventually other orgs where Somraj was playing, we got to see that Somraj sticks to this place in the map of Miramar. He knows how to play along with it, but there is kind of a mutual decision that they are not going to take anybody's frags or eventually initiate any kind of aggression onto the opponent's team. That's what we have seen in yesterday's fifth match as well, which was again Miramar. Got to see that both the teams are jumping in the same POI, but they're trying to go for a different type of loot. Like Entity is trying to go for the northern areas. In the mid areas, we do see Team Blind, and Pukar and the other guys are already a little bit more scattered. So Entity is having those scattered drops because they know their territory. Blind is one of those teams which is coming in the later part, so they are definitely sticking to the compound. They have those hard covers and they are trying to play along with it, which is by no means a very good decision. At the same point, if I talk about the first pick coming in, I do believe that this is the second one. It's Hydra since again.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Team Hydra is having some tough time, but they are fighting back with the one and only Win94. There you go.
I don't know how long or how long they can prolong it or even try to recover this. Team TAMILAS, they have, I think, better numbers. They've just dealt with a knock on Maxi.
Oh, they
Oh
backed
no,
out.
he's out in the open. If I knew if it was somewhere else, it could have worked out. And with the win 98 itself, they finish and confirm that point for themselves. On the other end, let's quickly talk about Medal Siam. He was crucial in the last game. He was the one holding back Xspark. But once he got knocked from WINDGOD, immediately Xspark got a chance to move up. But Medal did not waste any time, right? They immediately got him back
Yep.
on his feet, made sure that the Xspark are still being held at ground, and that happened. Now, Hydra officials also managed to make that do. Team Tamilas, IGL did pick off one. Immediately, Hydra officials answer back, and now it's an exchange, right? One finish point for you, one finish point for us. However, I feel like it is losing Maxi is going to be worse than what Hydra official lost.
Yeah, Sins is one of those players who kind of like is a support for the team and usually gets all those flanking points and gets the support right in the team. But eventually, if we talk about Maxi, we have seen him outperforming other guys in the lobby in terms of the aggression, in terms of getting those initial picks. When you lose a player like that, of course, the cost is a little bit high to pay. On the other corner, we have Team Skyesports, which is now trying to start off and eventually get a good battle against the players of AEROBOTZ, Shadow, Evil. Both of them have been confirmed. With that, I can clearly see at this point, AEROBOTZ, this beautiful team, which has been quite chaotic from the start, is now not even going to survive. This might be the first elimination coming in very soon. Spy with the Blood Raven suit has got only 20 HP to play along with. Of course, the first aid is there. But then again, with just one helmet and few bullets in your AK and Uzi, what more can you do? I would love to see if he's going to take some frags or not. But the thing is, it is kind of done and dusted for AEROBOTZ.
Yeah, Spy decided to get inside the compound, but on the other end, Sensei and his teammate already had entered. They break the door open and immediately
Wow.
put him down. That's going to be AEROBOTZ, a first team to be eliminated on Miramar. And Revenant already had their sights on AEROBOTZ, right? As soon as we saw the drop happen, we were seeing on our screens. And unfortunately, Sensei missed his steering, and therefore Aquanox missed the opportunity to grab the player. But as soon as CS took players of AEROBOTZ, Revenant said, hey man, this is open for all. Let's take again. And they gear up and game on, just like our LG UltraGear monitors with their vision right on AEROBOTZ. And you can also have clear vision in your gaming experiences if you get the big monitors with no latency, as well as the best refresh rate that you would want when you're gaming, whether it might be casual or you might want to go pro. Well, let's see what Hydra will do, as they are here pro and waiting to see which
Mm-hmm.
team can move up, and it seems like Dragon, they're making their move. Spray got ready, but before his red dot came
Oh, oh.
towards the edge, Choke got immediately dropped down, and now he's taking his vehicle back. The Mirado is flying.
I mean, this could have been that redemption fight. I do remember that in the previous matchup, Hydra was wiped out by Team Dragons. It was a slam coming in from Dragons, and that resulted in the demise of Team Hydra because, again, from the top bridges, we got to see WINDGOD also jumping in the same particular fight. But this time, the fight is just getting prolonged, and it's good, to be honest, because SprayGod is the only guy which is surviving in that particular compound, and his teammates are a little bit far away. And if that fight gets initiated, maybe SprayGod is going to take a 1v2, a maximum 1v3, but what after that, he is going to get taken down. For Hydra, what I truly believe at this point is survival. Very, very important for Hydra at this moment because their standing in the whole leaderboard is also not that adequate, not that good. So what they really have to do is just focus on those survival points. In the later part, can come up with some good third parties, get as many as points that they really want by putting down the players, like pressurizing them. But initially, whenever they lose one of their players, they start to topple down because you have a sense of insecurity then, because you have to like put in even more effort as an individual from that particular team because you don't have your other buddy to cover you up. So for that reason, Hydra has to be a little bit more at this moment strategic. Not being aggressive is going to be the goal, is going to be the mantra for Team Hydra.
Now, you saw the circle or the flight path going western made teams on the eastern edges that they wanted to go towards Lost New Listeners have a little bit of an early drop clash. And after that, they've recovered, gotten back to the Lost Luminous position. But it's still something that they have to be worried about, that the game as it prolongs, they have to have one man who's lost and waiting in the lobby and everybody else is still playing. And this is, I'm pretty sure, not the start that any of these teams who lost their early players would have wanted. But even worse situation, AEROBOTZ, a team that we were talking about that, oh wow, they're putting up a good performance, they're looking forward to getting to the top 8, and now with such a quick wipe coming through where they were also not ready, caught out in the open, they'll be looking forward to doing something better. But Team TAMILAS, they have an upcoming map, their favorite one, right? Sanhok. They have won chicken dinners every day so far in the past 2 days, and I think even did in semi-finals. I'm not too sure exactly, I don't remember, but they were consistent in getting their chicken dinners. Now with Sanhok again coming through, if they put up a good show here, right, the difference was I think around 15 points from their position to where WINDGOD were in the third one. So if they put up a good performance here, they might also close the gap with them, and also if they get a chicken dinner in Sanhok, they might also get back in the race with that top 3, enabling it to a top 4 race.
See, Lucifer, there are n number of possibilities at this moment. It's all about how these individuals are going to play along with it. We can actually speculate, we can try to predict, we can try to come up with all those probabilities, but then again, it all trickles down to how BGMI gods are going to take that hard shift in the particular map, and also how the other teams are going to reciprocate. But even before that, let's talk about those speculations, the predictions, to be honest. From Hindi Disc, we have Captain Price predicting none other than Team Blind, and Keyboard and Spiro goes for Team Entity. Well, as you can see, Gamla Boy right here, the great assaulter coming in from Team Entity. Indeed had some tough time in the previous matchup, but he was able to do a 1v3 on Team CS, if I'm not wrong, and kind of declined that particular team way too well on those ridges. But coming from Tamil Desk, we have Vadi predicting Team Tamilas, and eventually Sharp is there with IQOOSOUL. WSB is in the hands of Team Sri, individual known as Sri, that is the caster from Tamil Desk, and WINDGOD has been predicted by SJ.
Let's see if it works out. WINDGOD did get a chicken dinner. SJ, maybe he predicted late or early. Let's wait out and watch. But our predictions here in front of our screens. I did predict CHEMIN. I'm not too sure what they can do. They were closer in the previous game. Okay. Oh. For a second I was like, wait, what is that loop? What happened to his vehicle? But it was just a glitch over there. But yeah, I missed out on talking about the prediction, so I let you quickly tell about that. We did see CHEMIN that I did predict, then we ended up seeing Necros with Orangutan, and you speculated IQOOSOUL. Now, Orangutan, not a great day at all that we saw on the first map, and even their performances in day 2 not that great. But your prediction coming towards IQOOSOUL, day 1 was good. They topped the charts, and now day 2 not that great. Blind took it back. Now coming to day 3, what do you think is going to change?
Well, the fact is, IQOOSOUL is leading the charts. Miramar is one of their favorite maps. La Cobre is one of those places which is kind of vacant at this moment. So they have got all the cards in their place. Yesterday, the main reason what I felt was kind of the synergy situation where Nakul replaced S-Power, and it was kind of a iffy situation for them. And today also Nakul is there, but then again, this is the second day. This is the 7th match that these guys are playing together. So for that, I do believe Team IQOOSOUL is going to put some good score, and also their rotation part in the 5th match today, day before. Yesterday was very, very good, and eventually if you talk about yesterday, in day number 2, the rotation part although the zone was there pretty close to La Cobra region in the northern territory, was not that adequate. So for that reason, if the zone goes over there, if the players are going to play along with it, I do believe Team IQOOSOUL can put in a very good effort at this point, because yeah, it's a great team. We have seen them assaulting. We have seen them going for the survival points. Ronnie, of course, my lad, is absolutely amazing with that. Manya, great Igel coming in. Joker is right there to hunt some heads.
However, I saw a vehicle being stuck. I think they did get it out.
Happens.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they did get it out, as you can see. Both Ronnie and Knuckle driving across. Nothing much to be worried about. But something that you guys can look forward to and not worry about when you're watching the stream is, hey, my friends have a royal pass. I don't have. You can have a chance. Get us to 800k and we'll give away 30 royal passes. If we get us to 900k, and we'll give you 50. But if you have super big hearts and want to get us to the road to 1 million that we are already on, we are going to give away 100 royal passes away. Now coming to my prediction, CHEMIN, right in front of our screens, they came towards the top 3, top 4 teams in Erangel. If not for medal and Xspark finding them, maybe there could have been a chance they could have also gotten closer to the chicken dinner. It didn't happen. But IQOOSOUL, pretty sure, as you already said, they will look forward to having a good time, and they already have, with opening up on entities Gamla Boy, and with Gamla Boy going down, as you can see, nobody else even decided to stay back or lay down a smoke or provide a cover of vehicles to get him back. However, they're return firing right now at the edges of the hills that they've gotten themselves to, but I'm pretty sure they know if they stand here for long, IQOOSOUL is going to push up, try to get that finishes, and also go for a full-on team fight and a full-on team wipe, and immediately entity clear the space, getting their vehicles, move away.
Well, at this point, they got their finish, so yeah, of course, they had to head back because it's an open spot where they were trying to fight. And areas like San Martin are not one of those areas where you can really retaliate in an open space, because it's kind of the heart of the map, except Picardo is also one of those dead center locations. But then again, in Picardo, you have a lot of compounds. But in this southern ridge of San Martin, you don't really have a lot of compounds. So for that reason, if IQOOSOUL or eventually even Entity, if they would have decided to stay in an open space, they could have been shot down from multiple corners. So it's a great decision, to be honest. But I want to ask you, Lucifer, why CHEMIN is your pick for this match?
See, CHEMIN yesterday as well, towards the end, felt like they were getting to the right spots, and when comparing their performance to semi-finals, day 3 was the day they started making their move, got themselves to chicken dinners, got themselves to the top spots, and I think that is the reason I decided that CHEMIN should have. And yesterday as well, in a couple of maps such as Vikendi, I think day 1 Vikendi where they were closer to a chicken dinner, then day 2 on Miramar they were closer, and that's the reason I thought they can get this chicken dinner again. That is all prediction, and that's the reason it's called caster prediction. You can only think about it and see what can happen. I mean, whether we jinx it or not in our hands, guys. I'm really sorry if one of you guys said, "Arey, these guys took their name and now they might not get it." Not in our hands.
I mean, we can tell Lucifer's Instagram, guys, so you can talk.
Yeah, you can drop by and maybe we can discuss if you would want. You can hit me up on at Sanatsam1210, and you can hit Raider up on Raider Slays, correct?
Yeah.
And let's see.
Go for it, guys. Do let us know.
Yeah, you can tell your predictions also in our DMs later. But right as of now, in Orangutan's DMs, I'm pretty sure there's been ape emojis spammed, telling them get that ape form back. We need those wild apes going all out, shouting their throats and getting chicken dinners for them. Because after what happened on day 1, last map, where they likely had a chance of chicken dinner, messed it up big time, I thought immediately on day 2 they'll come up with a bigger chicken dinner, but it has so far not at all happened.
And that's why, if you remember, I also predicted like Orangutan might be able to get one chicken dinner on day number 2, because I kind of felt like there will be a redemption story. There will be a storyline where they'll be like, yeah, we messed up one particular map, but look at this, we are back in the game, guys. But that didn't happen on day number 2. But of course, the day of chaos is right here. First match is already done and dusted, but second match, we have a lot of hopes. And eventually, if I'm not wrong, a lot of casters from our desk have also predicted that Orangutan might be able to bag out a winner chicken dinner in this game. Although, of course, it's not going to be easy, because the game is going to be way too hectic. But you guys can get a one-stop destination for all your computer needs, which is Elitehubs.com. So tap on it, tap on the link given in the description, and check out all your needs will be fulfilled regarding the computer needs, because I've already ordered my RAMs because I was kind of low on it. But eventually you can also check out every single thing, be it the accessories, be it the complete PC or something else that you really want for your computer needs. It's all there on Elitehubs.com. Coming back to the fact of this game,
be honest that you are upgrading it to DDR5 and you wanted to make sure that everybody knows it, while we are here stuck on DDR4. But yeah, thank you
Okay,
Elitehubs,
guys.
for hooking him up. So if you can hear me, yeah. But now we'll try to see if Dragon can hook themselves onto a chicken dinner. Previous game were close. You even mentioned about a fight with Hydra being shut down. Now, however, after that there was also I think WINDGOD who did not give them a chance to keep their footing on, and WINDGOD are also with double-digit finishes in the previous game. However, it did not continue. Now let's see if it prolongs or at least that storyline starts here again. However, it looks like a Reckoning storyline seems to take an off course and maybe lose players again. And Reckoning doesn't seem to be getting towards anywhere closer to picking up good points, position. Nothing has been shining on them so far.
Have to see how Reckoning is going to perform, as Necros was trying to analyze, like they have an average of 2-3 finishes per match for now. Like after 13 matches, these lads have got just 32 points. So it's kind of tough situation for them, to be honest. All the fans must be like questioning themselves why this particular team is in such a big trouble. But I do believe that there are a lot of matches left. 12 matches have been passed. Now it's 13 matches. But then again, there are a lot of matches which are still remaining. For the whole third day is pretty much here, and 3 more days are there. Maybe this team is going to give a good comeback. Of course, becoming a champion is going to be a very big challenge. But then again, if they're born to climb, they can. But what was that decision, Manya? He smoked off the vehicle. He knew that there are a lot of shots coming in, but he still decided to like stick in the vehicle and eventually go for a first ticket wrap. And it costed him. He has been taken down. I don't know if there is going to be a complete elimination coming in, but that knockout could be that particular thing where other teams can capitalize on IQOOSOUL. And these small decisions, we all know, can be very detrimental. But then again, it's IQOOSOUL. They have got more than enough experience. They know what they can do. They know how they can pull off. Reckoning is right there on the corners. Maybe they're going to punch in. Maybe CHEMIN is going to initiate something beautiful at this moment. But then again, everybody, to be honest, is waiting for the third place zone. Even us, even our viewers. We all know that the third place zone is something which is going to take a toll on all the individuals. We really want to see how this zone is going to take a different shift, how the plays are going to be orchestrated along with it. And there you go. IQOOSOUL, Reckoning, CHEMIN, Entity, and WINDGOD are right there in the zone. Other teams from the southern corners, well, they are definitely into some trouble.
Yeah, all the teams towards Los Leones, La Bendita, everybody thought it's going to be a circle at Los Leones, but it does move up, goes towards Picado. Now, every team would have to quickly rotate up. Even while we were checking out CHEMIN as well as Reckoning, it seems Reckoning had the one who picked up a player of CHEMIN, and therefore they have the first finish in their favor. Xspark right now, player in monster truck, another in vehicle. They're trying to drive across, get to a position where they can have good control, and so far I feel like this might be an okay position for them because high ridge control is what they do have. However, it seems like somebody did spot them, tried to take a couple of shots, and who else other than the angry apes, Orangutan. However, not a lot of position or info being given out, and that's the reason Sarang is checking out, and finally he spots, but his bullets are not at all connecting, and therefore now Orangutan are also ready, knowing that there's a team on the high ridge waiting for them.
Let's see what happens next. I mean, Team Xspark is a very efficient team, to be honest. They know what to do when they really need to seek for the placement points. But at the same point, the current scenario, or should I say day number 1, after that day number 2, after that day number 3, performance is kind of on a dip at this moment. Really want to see something different coming in from Team Xspark, especially talking about those aggression points. Sarang is very efficient with it. He knows how to take all those frags, but kind of a support the team was missing in the day number 2 specifically. So for this day number 3, the day of chaos, indeed, as the name suggests, the chaos should be there even from Xspark. That spark has to be lit into the hearts of these 4 individuals. Coming back to the fact of who is their opponent at this point, it's Team TAMILAS and Team REVENANT. Of course, REVENANT is there in the zone. It's Team TAMILAS which is going to be in a very panic situation because pretty soon, in just 30 seconds, the zone is going to take a crunch. And while that happens, nobody wants to be outside the zone because it's the third play zone. Damage is going to be a little bit higher as compared to the first and second play zone, which is still sustainable. But what is that? God's puts on Munna from Team DSB. That is going to be Team Dragons. And with that knockout being delivered, it's Jim Jam also going down. Medal also taking a toll on that particular team. So yeah, I think Team Dragons is actually in a very big pickle at this point because they're getting shot down from multiple corners. And if that is going to be a consistent scenario for them, maybe they're going to see another AEROBOTZ.
Orangutan is still keeping the eyes set on Xspark, just like Xspark are keeping on them. But as you rightly said, Munna going down is something that they have to be worried about. If that continues, Dragon might end up losing a lot more. But what is this? If trying ninja shot, managed to barely scale the way over there. Fears, oh wait, that was a two-way crunch coming in, and now WINGOD He's waiting to see if he can connect on Fierce. If he lands that bullet, and he might even find a knock. I'm not too sure if it's going to be enough. Sarang, he's trying to move away from Fierce, and now he's going to crosshairs of Vishjot, but he gets to a reload, and therefore it is going to be Sarang getting to a safe spot. But in the meantime, it continues. Dragon this time from Medal.
my
Previously WSB, this time Medal, and that is going to be not a great game or a start here for Dragon.
Indeed, Jim Jam has gone down. Even before that, there was another individual going down by the hands of Team WSB. So things like that are going to put a lot of pressure on the individuals of Dragons. It's an open map. It's a map of Miramar. It's a map of Golden Sands. But then again, even chaotic than that is basically those M4 precise plays coming in, and the close quarter, those DBs being swung. So for that reason, you have to have that manpower. But for the gamers, for the streamers, for the creators, and our lovely viewers, we have got you hooked up with Zebronics. You can check out the link given in the description because it has got beautiful RGB lit mice, keyboard, combo of gamepads, and also along with that, headphones are going to be there. Specifically, if I'm not wrong, Blitz C type headphones are a gem for all the BGMI lovers. But currently, Sayam is not enjoying all those nades being delivered right on his face. But look at this shift into the play zone. Again, all the northern teams are enjoying it. But eventually, if we talk about the southern ones, be it Team CS or Revenant or teams like WSB, they're going to have a tough time. But it does feel like that pretty soon we might get to see a fight between IQOOSOUL and Team Blind, because they are very close to each other for now.
IQOOSOUL could have lost their player, but they did recover Manya out in the open, and now they're back, and now they do have the edge of the circle. But as you rightly said, there can be an edge circle fight coming in, and it does start. Skips immediately puts down Ronnie. In the meantime, HYDRA also fighting out with WINDGOD. Rex is knocked out. CS trying to pick off a fight with Medal.
There goes another knockout. Skips is going to put one more down. It's Knuckle, which is down and dusted at this point. Oh, even Manya goes down. Well, that's
Full
not
wipe.
a very good sign for Team IQOOSOUL. What is happening? Joker being the last man. Of course, we have seen him delivering a lot. But then again, there is a lot of players surviving in the lobby, and him surviving till the end won't be that easy, as Blind is marching right there in their compound. Although Jazzy just right now has been taken down, things are taking a very big toll on Team IQOOSOUL. Even Team Blind is actually in a very big trouble at this point, because they are becoming a part of very efficient third party, I believe. But CS, what are you going to do? Because they are gatekeeping at this moment the team known as Medal Esports. Well, who is Medal Esports? They have conquered the previous match, so should not leave a question in your mind that they are not capable. They are capable enough to put down the whole lobby. That's what they did in the previous game, and that's what they're trying to do. But although for doing that, they need to have the zone. They need to have that compound in their favor, and for that reason, they're trying to contest CS. Meanwhile, we have Orangutan in the upper edges, and they're trying to fight back against Team Xspark. From the back ends, there are some hefty shots coming in from even other teams. But Medal now putting some nades. WINDGOD putting down Team Xspark Spray God. Oh man, too much chaos. Of course, this stays 4.
Yeah, if you have all 15 teams, I mean 16 also I would have counted, except for AEROBOTZ going eliminated so early, a full team wipe. Now WINDGOD confirm Xspark players. Xspark were in a bit of a tussle with Orangutan, so this is a third party that we see. But Medal, they don't stop. And brilliant grenade. MVP gets knocked. Now Leo YT trying to see through that haze smoke. Sayam, he's going to be now getting damaged from the play zone. Same does the Leo, but with his SK12, can he find some shots? Connect it well. No says Sayam over there. Swings left and right, gets both knocks for himself, and now Medal back on track, and CS losing their footing again. This is not what CS wanted. Day 2 didn't go good, and it doesn't look like day 3 is also.
Of course, this is going to be a big challenge. There goes IQOOSOUL. Now, if we talk about Team Reckoning, already with the 3-man power, it's going to be a big and a hefty toll onto them. But look at this. The space goes on. Arm Extinction was on the verge of getting taken down, but he still survived. That's a good decision coming in from the corner as well. Troy puts down another guy. Oh, that nade was a close one on Doom. But Doom survives. Arm Extinction, he's about to receive a nade of his lifetime. Let's see if that connection is going to be made. No, not at all. Blind Skips is here with the domination. What a fight. What a chaos coming into this last few moments. Raiden finds Doom with that. Team Reckoning is now 2-man shot. Of course, one guy is not there in the game. Another one is knocked out. And they're getting shot down from multiple other corners. Although from the back ends, it's Spunk which is trying to provide a very hefty cover to his teammates. Well, let's see if it is going to be possible enough for them to deliver the fight, because from back ends, we have Team Dragon's Show God putting the players of Team WSB in a very big trouble.
Yeah, going into a dip, big mistake. Dragon also capitalizing over there. This is something that Reckoning can take advantage of. Hunters also tried to push up. Now WSB, I think, completely gets wiped out.
Yeah.
Yes, unfortunate of what happened over there. Reckoning has 3 finishes, and the Dragon team also picked up a couple topple for themselves, and this is good. They're both on a 2v2 situation, because I remember Dragon did lose their players early on, but now Reckoning have to get their footing, because
Oh my
Blind
God.
cleared off her team, and Blind will continue the aggression. Reckoning tried to trouble the players of Blind, and now Reckoning do not have numbers. Hunter's immediately running up to Punk to try and save him. The smoke is going to be good. I think he should be able to bring it back, but Revenant right towards the edges of the circle, a little bit stuck in a valley kind of situation with Orangutan surrounding them and also a couple of players of CHEMIN, and therefore it is going to be a tough game for Revenant. Aquinox gets knocked, but in return there's a medal knock from Paradox coming in on Venom. That is going to be crucial. This can open things up for Revenant, but then Blind, they clear off Reckoning for the trouble they caused earlier, and Reckoning fully eliminated. Blind still keep punching.
What a play from Team Blind after ripping apart Team IQOOSOUL. Now they were on to Team Reckoning, and look at them. They reckon the Team Reckoning, and with that, it's done and dusted for Team Reckoning. Just 3 finishes for all 3 individuals that were there in the game. It is going to improve their points, but not enough, to be honest, because they are going to go from 32 to 35. That's all they're going to get. So yeah, for Team Reckoning, I do believe that the tough time is just not going to go down that easily or anytime soon. On the other corner, Team Revenant, Equinox, which was an individual sitting right there in the buggy, got shot down by Venom and Viper from Team CHEMIN ESPORTS. Now, CHEMIN ESPORTS is also having a tough time against Team Medal, but CHEMIN ESPORTS is the only team which has got that eagle eye perspective. They've got the height advantage. They can just wait a little longer. They can figure out what is happening. They can see to get some third-party frags. Should not indulge themselves into the fight. That's what I truly believe at this point, because if they go head first into the particular fight, they won't be able to go for the next 3 zone rotations if there are hardships coming in. But other than that, oh my god, a 1v3 coming in. Trigger OG gets it all. It's Team WINDGOD who is going to be taken down, and not just that, Trigger finds another team. Was that Team Xspark? Indeed, it was Team Xspark.
Team TAMILAS.
Trigger
It is
sitting
Team
on the ledges.
TAMILAS. Oh
Yeah,
my
it was Team TAMILAS.
god, what is happening? I just blinked for a second and you said WINDGOD. I'm like wondering, where did that happen? And then immediately another blink, Team TAMILAS ended up going down. So in the meantime, NTT are also getting shot down by Revenant. Revenant, even if stuck in a iffy spot, they're still trying their best. In the meantime, Blind are also being stopped. This comes in from CHEMIN. They're keeping their eyes on. One player from Blind has been knocked. CHEMIN looking forward to finding a lot more, as we saw HYDRA. Wait, not HYDRA. I think Venom, who knocked one of the player of HYDRA over there. So CHEMIN doing damage to multiple directions. Now, Orangutan, they have 5 finishes. So that is all kudos to Trigger. Now, however, they're being pushed on the other end. Xspark, they have nothing. They've also lost Prey God. Ninja has to be brought back to life, or I think Ninja has been brought back to life, but he has to patch himself up. Coming to the last few circles, right between Power Grid and Graveyard are above Picado. We can see the circle edges is all that a team has nothing more to work with. And Entity in the meantime wipe out Medal.
Wow, so many teams, so many heads falling down at this point, but Entity still surviving bit by bit. These guys are trying to pull through. These guys are trying to survive. These guys are trying to thrive at this moment. Of course, Somraj is back in the game. The revivals will be done. Eventually, if we talk about Team HYDRA, this time they do have that manpower that I was craving for in the previous game, as I predicted them. But then again, when it comes to this particular matchup, Team HYDRA is actually kind of on the edge. And the team which is gatekeeping the zone against Team HYDRA is going to be team none other than Orangutan. And they're doing an efficient job on it. Ninja Jord unfortunately gets taken down, but this time there is no such revivals coming in. He's done and he's dusted for this particular game. It was a big and hefty blow on their morale, but now it's all about Shadow, the last mate of Team Xspark. Equinox on the other corner is going to put him down probably. It feels like that. Oh no, it's AKOP. That's interesting. When you have such height advantage, you can easily pull through a very good fight, and that's exactly what AK is trying to do. The Apes are going to be happy, a little bit more happy to be honest in this particular matchup if they get a winner chicken dinner, because their performance is demanded, and that performance might be coming in soon enough. Sensei and Equinox are now trying to run against the time as the play zone is crunching them. They're trying to survive. They're trying to go on the ledges and eventually get as many SBL points as possible, because finally the next few stages are going to be very, very short. But this low toss nade might be able to find Sensei, and that's exactly what happened. Now the leader, the Sensei, has been taken down. There goes another one. Look at this Equinox. Kaboom you go. He's out and he's done and dusted. Trigger and AK, the behemoths of apes.
Orangutan not at all ready to stop here, denying anybody and everybody 8 finishes, and this time AKOP with 3 of his own against the side of Revenant, and I think even one player from CHEMIN. CHEMIN, however, Kratos has made his way uphill. Revenant knew they did not have a chance over there. Domination coming up. Troy in between the mix stuck. Kratos and Venom still surviving for CHEMIN. HYDRA official in the meantime, they've also managed to climb up hill. Wizjord and Spray God might have a fight initially. Wizjord first puts down a smoke to make sure that he has cover as he tries to move up. In the meantime, Spray God cooking up a nade. Can it connect? He spotted the shoulders of WINGOD. If that grenade connects, that's going to be big time opening, and WINGOD finally, HYDRA official might be able to put down Orangutan, but looks like Orangutan, they're looking forward to a chicken dinner of their own here on Miramar, and if it happens, this is the comeback. After all the things that we thought on day 2, it's finally happening on day 3.
Well, let's see if that comeback is going to come. And Orangutan, a very pretty interesting team at this point, has got a very good spot to play along with. The thing I was speculating for Team CHEMIN was basically that they had the right advantage in their favor, but along the way, they lost their players as well. Now, they don't have that manpower, which might be one of those things which is going to take a big toll on this particular team. And there goes Kratos. I was talking about this individual, and Somraj finds him. He puts him down. The Eagle swipes in again. And with that, Somraj has got 4 frags, and other than that, Troy has also got 1 more, so he's probably trying to compete with his own teammate at this moment. And WINGOD finds Venom as well. There goes the hope of CHEMIN securing a winner chicken dinner in this match. And along with that, even Troy and Somraj. Troy actually goes down. Somraj is still there. So maybe the hopes are going to be lit for Team Entity. I would love to see how far they're going to go. But for me, I personally think this is a fight between OG and HYDRA.
But Somraj can spoil the chances. His position is known, but look at how HYDRA are also bombarding with nades, right? They're trying to throw Orangutan off guard. Spurs trying to move up. He's blocked by the smoke vision. Does he try to climb up? In the meantime, Somraj just stuck in a very bad and iffy spot, but nobody is going to push in his direction because I feel like the circle is not there. The only thing that can close is maybe a play zone, and that's the reason Orangutan are not worried about it. They want to take this head-on fight with HYDRA official. HYDRA have a number disadvantage, a player casualty. They are playing with 3 players, whereas Orangutan have all their 4. 10 finishes as a whole, and a nice nade right on the lap of Spurs, and this is the opening. In the meantime, Stray thought he could provide cover fire. His position is now known and compromised. He's trying to fight with 2 different players, one AKOP, another Ash. AKOP, he did do damage, but Trigger is also ready for him. In the meantime, a revive is being kicked. Spraygod tried to help his teammate out, doesn't happen. Now with Spraygod going down, the player reviving will also be in trouble, and Duora falls down. Both of them get cleared off. It's all down to Somraj. With this, Orangutan should get a big winner chicken dinner for themselves. Somraj is running away, does not want Orangutan to get that final finish, but he'll not be able to do. Trigger was on a phenomenal run here in Miramar, and Orangutan get that winner chicken dinner, and that sticker ape spam coming in their group chat worked out. They go all out.
The mantra was lit at this point. What a performance coming in from Orangutan. It all started with Trigger putting down the 3 individuals of WINGOD, and then eventually putting down 2 individuals of Team TAMILAS. And after that, this team was like, yeah, I mean, we have tasted the frags. We have now got the idea of what kind of potential we hold. So now let's just go ham onto the lobby. That's exactly what they did. Meanwhile, also keeping in mind that they have to survive as well. It should not be one of those situations where we are trying to fight back and then eventually getting ourselves some costly blows on our back. So for that reason, Orangutan was sticking to the plan. They were sticking with the manpower. They were trying to conserve themselves, meanwhile getting all those frags as well. I truly remember those 2 nades going firstly on Sensei and then on Equinox as well, and kaboom goes Team Revenant as well. So it was a very intriguing play coming in from all the individuals of Team Orangutan, and this was one of those matches where they finally called it out that yes, they are also here trying to seek for the #1 position. Of course, their first 2 days were not that great, but then again, the start of this day is looking on a very good note, especially for the Apes.
I think I agree, because we were speaking about this, right? Teams from the second page, especially after Orangutan, get pushed out to the second page on day 2 is not a good scenario, and now they finally understand what was not going right. They try to recover, and it does get recovered really well, and that too with the chicken dinner. Map 1 did not go well. Map 2 brilliant for them. Whole lot of finishes for them. On top of it, a chicken dinner as well. Now should give them a boost. They might be back on the top page, back in the race as well. And who knows, this chicken dinner, the first chicken dinner for Orangutan in the whole Skyesports Champions Series, I presume. I think in quarterfinals also, I'm not too sure about how many they had, but in the semi-finals they had none. And here in the grand finals, this is their first chicken dinner. And who knows, now the tides for Orangutan might change, because this is always the case, right? Orangutan in semi-finals in every tournament so far that I've seen that they've participated in Skyesports, they get chicken dinner, they're in the first position. Grand finals, they start losing down out. But now, after losing initially in the grand finals, they're winning on the tracks back again. Let's see how far they can pull off. But we'll break it down further of how it all went underway after this break.
damaged glass. I got a feeling my time is gonna last. What if I try to push through my past? But I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never cared for all that I know. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone. Yeah, I'm truly a desperate lost soul. I got a feeling this world lost control. There's no more hope left. We're stuck in the unknown. It's the only thing I know. If I ever fall, will they even notice? Never cared for all that I know. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone.
Well, as promised, after that quick short break, yes, we are back in the action of SGS, and we have already seen the day of chaos has been indeed quite chaotic. The first two games have been very brilliant, but then again, talking about the match number two, the Apes have finally risen back from the shadows. They've got a very beautiful winner chicken dinner. But then again, the thing is, Lucifer, what do you think about their consistency? Are they going to be consistent enough?
Now, I think this is a good question that you asked, but we've seen them being consistent, if you remember, in case they start performing really well. Now, yes, day one and day two was not likely of what they wanted, but now with this performance, I think they might be able to. But quickly, we'll jump to the MVP, Drigger, coming in with 6 amazing finishes. I think this is finally a good position for the side of Orangutan to be there with these finishes that they have gotten, and a chicken dinner on top of it is literally a cake with the cherry icing on top, and now they'll be celebrating. But I know it is too early of a celebration if they do it right now, and as you asked, if they're consistent from here on, they might also be challenging for the champions title.
So the MVP ranking clearly tells us that Trigger has been one of those consistent guy who was hunting for the heads.
Yep.
It's all about the team support that they were lacking. This time they got it. This time the placement was quite accurate. They had the height advantage and they got many more points. So it's brilliant to see how Team Orangutan is rising back. Talking about the whole start of the match scenario, best companion is going to be Adi from Team Blind. Indeed, we got to see Skips ripping apart the players of IQOOSOUL and then Jazzy doing that wonder on another team as well. But then again, it was Adi which was trying to come up with the support for the team. And along with that, the final elimination and the start of the match, of course, goes in the favor of the other individual, Drigger, coming in from Orangutan. And with the stats, Orangutan now ties up with the record of having the maximum points of one particular game. And that is going to be the 24 points that Orangutan gets in this particular match. These 24 points are going to be a huge jump. But how huge of a jump that will be, we'll discuss that once the overall standing comes in. But A sad part for Team AEROBOTZ. Instantly they dropped in. They tried to flee from the
Yeah.
scenario, but eventually they were taken down by multiple teams. It was Revenant also coming in, and with that situation already being delivered, this match was indeed a very big setback for AEROBOTZ, WINGOD, and eventually IQOOSOUL as well.
Yeah, I think all these three teams that we see towards the bottom, on top of it, Team TAMILAS, okay, take Xspark as well. Let's take the all 8 teams, reckoning till AEROBOTZ. Reckoning this time, even though they were a 3-man squad, 3 finishes for them, but after that you saw there was no way they could run. Blind immediately came through, put them down. Dragon also were in the tussle while they eliminated WSP, and therefore Dragon also got eliminated. However, Medal, they were in good position contention, but what happened was Orangutan. Orangutan happened to everybody, and they did not allow anybody to get to that uphill position. HYDRA official did manage to, but you saw how late they managed to get closer, and by that time Orangutan still had higher ridge control and therefore better view from there on. Match summary: highest here for Trigger, we already spoke about it. Then again it's going to be player from Orangutan, AKOP. Then comes in NTT Somraj, and you can see him in best contribution as well with 60%, and that should give you the idea of how well he's been playing so far. Team with highest finishes, a total of 14, comes in again for Orangutan, the highest. But then comes in Blind. Blind, the position itself kind of was a little bad for them, otherwise it could have been better. They could have also come in for a chicken dinner just like they were doing in the back 2 days, but for now it is not going to be the case. Finally, the standings are in front of our screens. WINGOD are also to the 100 mark, century, triple digit for them. However, IQOOSOUL, they get, I think, one finish point or 2 finish points. Blind also get a couple here, and therefore it goes to 115, 111. Difference rises up a little more here, but the chase is on. Orangutan now immediately jump to the 4th spot with 91 points difference, with a 9-point difference from 100 to 91.
Indeed, a very great jump coming in for Orangutan. WINGOD on the other corner has got their same pace, picking up some decent points, trying to go for a little bit higher region, and they're doing a wonderful job at it. But on the other corner, if you talk about Team Entity, yeah, they're trying to find their way back in this particular matchup. If you see, Somraj made sure that he gets the 2nd position as he was trying to avoid his footprints, avoid his audio cues for the opponent, for OG to hear, because HYDRA and OG, they were having a good fight against themselves. And then finally Somraj got exposed. He was trying to flee away so that no finishes goes in the favor of Orangutan, but eventually he was chased down by the players of Orangutan. Things like that happens. But then again, if you talk about the 2nd page here, reckoning, as I calculated, they have got 35 points. Pretty low in terms of that, because they are sitting at the 16th position out of 16 teams that are playing in this grand finale. Esports, they were looking way too efficient on day number 1's ending part, and eventually day 2, the whole day, they were looking quite good. The comebacks that they were trying to dish out, AEROBOTZ in the same name I would like to take, even Dragons Esports was looking quite efficient. But kind of the start that they have got in day number 3 is not that on par with what happened on day number 2. So for that reason, really have to say that at this point, Dragons, AEROBOTZ, and also along with them, other teams like that has to perform. Otherwise, things can slip away way too fast.
Slip, yes. Already, as you can see, Skips has taken up the top player spot from Joker, because today IQOOSOUL is not having a good time. Trigger immediately, you already spoke about the MVP ranking, right? In there only we got to see that he jumped to the 3rd spot, taking it away from WINGOD, Rex. Both of them are 21 each. Venom is still at 20, but Venom again, unfortunately, CHEMIN keep getting closer, but not good positioning on the map, and therefore in that last circle eventually start losing up players. And also CHEMIN split apart, right? When we even saw in that last fight, Kratos was in one position, Toxic was in one position, Venom was in a different position. All of them separated from each other. There was no proper link, and I felt like that can be something they have to look out for. But again, it happens. You push your players in different positions to see where you can get control from. That is all what BGMI is about. If you get good control, you call your teammates, regroup, and then from there on you push, and that's what did not work for Orangutan. However, it pushed the position that they had. But now we jump back to Sanhok. That is our 3rd map for the day, and now here we are seeing the trends of what happened on day 1 or day 2 being broken. So is it the trend of Team TAMILAS, who were getting chicken dinners 2 days back to back, is going to be broken here on Sanhok? What is your thought, Raider?
Yeah, definitely I do believe that it can be quite possible, because for Sanhok, I initially don't want to say that one particular team is going to be good enough throughout the tournament, because there are way many setbacks, and eventually there can be a lot of things which can change in the map of Sanhok. But for you guys, one thing that is constant is your love and support for Skyesports, because if you make us go to the mark of 800k subscriber, there is a giveaway of 30 royal passes. You can shimmer all your skins to your friends, and eventually if they are going to then ask for few more Royal Passes giveaway. We are going to give it to you guys. Don't worry, at 900k subscribers, there is another giveaway of 50 RPs. And at 1 million subs, when the family will be large enough, there will be a grand 100 RP giveaway for all the individuals which are there. Of course, there will be a very good chance that you guys are going to get something out of it. So for that reason, it's just not the experience and watching your favorite players kind of compete against each other. There is going to be a possibility of you getting a beautiful Royal Pass for your account as well.
I hope a lot of our viewers end up winning this, and for you to do that, you have to get us to 800k. So what are you doing here? Hit that like, subscribe, and share it among your friend, family, everybody. Tell them there's a BGMI tournament. Tell them this is the game that you're mad for. But right now, before we go mad on Sanhok, we'll take a quick short break and then get back with the flight.
Well,
Yeah,
folks, welcome
you.
again after a quick short break to the LG UltraGear presents Skyesports Champions Series powered by AMD, e-commerce partner being Elitehubs and peripheral partner being Zebronics. And my energetic friend Nick Rose is back on the desk. I know you are excited, so let go your excitement, man.
I mean, I was so pumped up by seeing OG's 14 finishes. I mean, I predicted it, right? I was predicting OG will
Yeah,
take
that's
this
the main
chicken
thing.
in
That's the main thing.
and yeah, that is a moment where you can, I can show, I can rob mine, or like, I got the prediction right. Yeah, it was like kind of that. But without any further delay, we will be hoping for the match because the flight path is already underway as the
Let's go.
Sanhok is ready and all our 16 teams are. So let's see which team will be actually reigning in front at the top of this match, because my prediction lies with Team TAMILAS.
Alright, folks, hold on to your breath because this breathtaking map is going to take a very big chunk of your time, and at the same moment, the excitement will be on par because the flight path looks absolutely amazing. Starts from the southern corners of Semi, goes all the way to the northeastern banks of Mongnai. But then again, it's a short 4 into 4 kilometers of a map. It's a whole coordination of 3 good islands, that is Camp Alpha, Camp Bravo, and Camp Charlie, where all the teams can access all the particular compounds. Of course, some teams will have to do a little bit more of a journey and eventually travel, because for IQOOSOUL, reaching out to Camp Alpha is going to be a tough journey. But then again, they can glide their way towards that angle, maybe get to vehicles, Ronnie, or eventually we have buggies and other vehicles that they can really choose for. But then again, everybody has gone for their safe spot. Entity is still choosing to go a little bit more split because they have compounds like Dog,
Ooh.
compounds like Kampong and Cave coming in. But look at the play zone. Again, this play zone might actually go to Camp Alpha regions. For that reason, I do believe Team IQOOSOUL is just again going to hold off that northern ridge that they have holded up in the first day as well. I would love to see if another 1v4 is going to come from Joker's Corner. But then again, the start of the day for IQOOSOUL has not been that pleasant, buddy.
I mean, this circle is giving me that same similar flashback. So what
Yeah.
happened in yesterday's Sanhok, and now Even it seems like Dragon Esports Superboy, he's a little bit of in a clumsy position if you talk about, because he has got a one team right in front of him. So that's definitely going to be something that he has to look out for. While IQOOSOUL, they will have their own drop locations completely fixed out. No problems, no as such kind of, I would say, setbacks, early setbacks that they had to face or they have to face, because yeah, Team Xspark, they are in the close proximities of Haten and in the split compounds, but they won't be coming uphill, right? So that's the safer spot for IQOOSOUL. But for now, HYDRA, they're very close to the players of Dragon Esports. If anyhow, any player spots like if HYDRA spots Dragon Esports or Dragon Esports spots HYDRA's
Yeah.
players, there can be some early casualties that they will be looking forward to. But I really believe both the parties, they want to be a little safe. They want to stay in a little safer side and not to engage in the early phase. Should be a wise decision for them.
Definitely have to see how this wise decision is going to turn in terms of leaderboard, because again that is something which matters a lot, and Orangutan has got it figured out in the previous matchup. So in this match again, my eyes will be keenly set on how Orangutan and teams like Medal are going to perform, which are kind of star of day number 3, because they have got their own set of winner chicken dinners. Orangutan meanwhile gets a massive one, that was a 24-point bomber, which actually made them possible to come up to the 4th position. Rigger comes on the 3rd position top players list in MVP ranking. So it's a kind of win-win situation and a very good breather for Team Orangutan. But then again, that breather, that break, that short time period that you get to join the lobby and prepare yourself and get all those decisions done and dusted is already over. Now, this is the battlefield that you are already entering in. This is the field where the challenges will be immensely high. For IQOOSOUL, with the bikes, with the other vehicles, what they're trying to do is just basically loot some scattered compounds, because they can't really reach out to areas like Haten, because who is there? It's Xspark, patiently waiting for them if they make any mistakes. But let's talk about our Erangel. Manya definitely has got 38 amazing finishes throughout the semi-finale to the finale. But even before that, let's have a look at the caster predictions. For Captain Price, it feels like that Team IQOOSOUL might be bagging it out in this particular game. And keyboard goes for Dragon Esports, and Speedo has chosen the Tamilas. A safer choice, I believe.
I mean, see, we are on the same race, right? I mean, Spiro, I don't know whether you can hear me or not, but yeah, we are on the same race, and I call him Senpai for some reasons, right? And yeah, that's why
Okay.
the prediction seems to be pretty close. But yeah, Team Tamilas, they have done wonderful job in the past couple of matches. If you talk about in the map of Sanhok, they had a good run, and it's quite evident that we are taking the picks of Team Tamilas, because it's just because the performance, right? I mean, we are not taking it in air or something that I want to
Agreed.
choose one and I'm choosing Team Tamilas, because they have proven themselves in this very particular map, and that's the reason we are opting for it. But if you talk about now, again, those early casualties are in the face of Team Reckoning. No, it's not the start you would love to, because NTD Gaming, they wanted points, and Reckoning, every match here and then, they are facing those early contests and they're losing players.
It's not the first match where Team Reckoning has faced this kind of setback. I mean, so many knockouts, so many setbacks coming in. They have already got just 35 points in the leaderboard. WSB on the other corner is also wreaking some havoc. So it's going to be a tough time for Reckoning. And there goes Doom as well. So it's Somraj who's going to confirm both Doom and the other individual, which is going to be Hunters. With that, Team Entity starts off way too good. They have got 3 frags. The kind of anger and anguish that Somraj had after losing the previous matchup is definitely looking quite clear in this particular scenario. But the predictions from our English desk is also here. Lucifer and Necros, both of them have chosen Team
Yeah.
Tamilas, while I go for Team Blind, a different route indeed. Would love to see after 2 good winner chicken dinners in the map of Miramar. I would love to see if Blind is going to come back for me personally in this beautiful map of Sanhok. It's going to be a challenge indeed, but then again, it's all about the challenges. It's all about the competition when we talk about SCS.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen tremendous matches, and
Mhm.
Orangutan, after how many matches? Let me just calculate. 6, 7, 8, 8. After 8 days of battle, they have got their first chicken dinner in entire Skyesports Champions Series. So now, this is something which is very interesting. But yeah, WSP will hop onto them as we see all the 4 players completely stacked up. And Arman he's always the one who stays a little bit in an off-angle position, but they've got 1 knockout. AEROBOTZ has been put to rest, and he will be confirmed as well, because there is no chance that the players can come back and give the revival to this guy, because it's not possible, right? You cannot go in those
Yeah.
deep muddy waters and risk your own life for that revival when you already know that the opponents are sitting right above your head to get those finishes. And WSB, they have definitely capitalized in a good situation, but they also have to focus on to grab some good points. But Dragon Esports, okay, now they seem to be in some little trouble as their vehicle seems to be stuck.
Yeah. They gave us not up, I believe. So, in order to gear up and game on, you have to go for LG UltraGear because it gives you 240 hertz of refresh rate and 1 millisecond of latency. But we want some latency in the fights because, yeah, the teams are now taking some toll onto each other. Blind versus Dragons could be something that is going to get brew up pretty soon. And other than that, Adi has already got a very different Ridge to play along with, has got his Lambo parked right over here. In the Ruins region, we get to see another individual coming in. But Revenant's Aquanox has been taken down. A retaliation comes in from Fierce. He confirms Dora OP. Would not give Team Hydra that kind of legendary stance on Team Revenant. Because, yeah, even Revenant is fighting for the glory. Even Revenant is fighting for the top prize. Even Revenant is here to become the champions. But of course, the main obstacle in their favor currently is going to be none other than Team Hydra. Meanwhile, Jazzy, a very crucial individual of Team Blind Esports, 26 finishes all through, being a support for the team, definitely has uplifted his team spirit a lot. Maximum finishes in one particular match as being 5, and also in the previous game of Miramar in the Golden Sands, this guy was shining brighter than gold.
I mean, all the players, those who are actually playing Raider, they are all like that gold diamond players. Yeah, it does depend on the clarity because it all comes down to the team performance. A single solo player cannot win you the games. He can maybe he can clutch you fights, he can gain you points, but he cannot win you tournaments or matches. So you have to be like, you have to play like a team. We've seen a lot of times that individual plays have won the matches, but it's like how much out of 100, 2 matches. So that's very least ratio that we can see. But hey, Sensei, that's not the behavior you should do with your teammates, right? I mean, I would have been pissed off. Why are you doing this? Why me?
Hey man, he's the Sensei, guys. You have to obey the order of a Sensei.
Sam. He's Sam for sure. He does this to me.
Okay, my bad, man. Now that's some banter brewing up between the casters from English, guys. There you go. But other than that, Entity. Yeah, they have shown their entity, their presence to Team Reckoning. And of course, Team Reckoning will be in turmoil after losing 3 essential player of their own. And eventually, if we talk about Team Revenant as well, we have Sensei. Now, the heavy driver, to be honest, Fierce with 2 amazing finishes of his own is also looking quite good. And if I talk about stats of Sensei, being the usual, has got 28 amazing frags. Max finish in an individual match was 4. But at the same point, I would like to tell you guys, if you want to stay updated with what is happening in Skyesports and what's the next upcoming IPs or results and stuff like that, you can scan this QR code which is being shown on the right side of your screens, and you can make sure to follow Skyesports channel on WhatsApp for the latest updates so that you don't miss any registrations, you don't miss any live stream notifications, you don't miss anything coming in from Skyesports, because if you do, you might lose a big chunk of your favorite games.
Exactly. You don't want to miss any action. And when it's a big tournament, when you know there is a different particular format, because from all these 16 teams, only out of which the teams who will finish in the top 10 category of Skyesports leaderboard by the end of Skyesports Champions Series 2024 edition will be getting a direct invite to the Skyesports Mobile Open. So yeah, in the quarterfinals, those 10 teams will get invited eventually, but the other teams, they might be getting invited in some lower rounds. But if you want to be a little, one step ahead in the tournament, then why not? Because there aren't any invitations in the semi-finals or in the finals. So now on, it's like only the quarters that you're getting, and you need to qualify by playing all those matches, and it's going to be a very tough journey. But if you talk about the leaderboard, here it comes. The first 4 charts, the 4 teams we can see, it's Blind on top with a huge buffer. Alongside IQOOSOUL will be coming in second. Revenant, Orangutan, they're in the line, but there's still 6 spots left that are needed to be, kind of, I would say, conquered. But yeah, at this point the circle seems like it's going to be 50-50 ratio. IQOOSOUL, WINDGOD, Team TAMILAS, they're still in those bounds, while a lot of fights will be happening in the Camp Charlie Island.
And as you were talking about it, I got to see that Team Blind Adi swooped in a finish from Team Dragons. That's interesting. Now, Blind have already started it off. Of course, it was a cold war for the first 2 play zones, but now as we get to see that the second play zone submission is here, we get to see some fights. WSB finds a beautiful DBS pick, but came in instantly in a span of a millisecond, retaliates, and with that, yeah, Raiden is just going to fall back from here because he knows if he commits, maybe he is going to be another gods of Team WSB, and he does not want to be that guy. He wants to be Raiden, he wants to survive, he wants to take down Team CHEMIN bit by bit. But Leo Whitey on the other corner is also going to be, not just him, but even Ranadeep gets taken down. Draken retaliates and takes down Munna. Sarthak is going to confirm him. So it's Sarthak and Draken which are left at this point. Draken and Leo are already on the foots. So have to see if the revival is going to be possible enough or not. But Mr. Erangel from Team TAMILAS, he is going to take some heavy breaths at this point because Wind Gods, well, they are here.
Now this is going to be very tough for them, as the powerful performance from the side of WINGOD arises. You can also level up your gaming experience by getting those AMD laptops, and you can also do streaming from anywhere you want. You don't need a designated big PC that you have to carry all the way wherever you are going. You can have this AMD laptops, and these powerful beasts will give you the chance to play games as well as to go for any live stream that you want to do.
Maybe it's multi-player consumption. Maybe he's watching the streams of SCS. Guys, you can do everything. So for that reason, check it out. But check this angle. AK was patiently waiting for somebody to make a move in this corner. And the way this guy retaliated was massive. But now AK actually loses a bunch of his own HP. This nade is going to make him kaboom. But no, he survives. Shadow, a very good nade from his corner, but Spray God's Molly is definitely going to put him down. But you can also have a one-stop destination for all your computer needs at Elitehubs.com. But for now, Orangutan, can you really bring your mates back in the game? That's a big question coming in. But no, Ash goes down. Unfortunate, but yes, that's a reality. There is another guy which is trying to fight back, is WINGOD, and Trigger, the MVP of the previous matchup, had 6 finishes in that particular game. But this time, oh my god, he was trying to cook up a nade, but instantly a jump shot coming in with that DBS converts a beautiful knockout. Spray God being a phenom at this point. Of course, being the last individual at this point in this compound from his team. Oh no, the other guy is also here. So there you go. Ninja Jord is here for the support. This might be wrapping. This might be final few moments of team OG. The revival is going in. Let's see if he's going to swing with the DBS. Goes in, but eventually wasn't able to convert anything. Ninja Jord also gets taken down. So much heavy lifting, so much efforts. Like, he traveled by a vehicle. He came into this compound, but at what cost? At the cost of their own team getting decimated by the apes. Orangutan indeed is converting their initial momentum of the previous match, and they have backed out now. 4 amazing finishes.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Orangutan, they just finished one more fight, but there are 2 teams literally knocking on the doors of Orangutan at this moment. It's AEROBOTZ alongside Medal Esports, the 2 teams that we are witnessing currently in this close proximity. Ash, the revival, is going to be very crucial, but for WINGOD to go there, yeah, he made it in time though. But AEROBOTZ, they will have those footsteps, they will have those sound cues very precisely, and they will be looking forward to grab those finishes whenever they have the momentum. But on Painan, we also see WSB engaging, and one of the players have been taken down, so that's going to be a crucial situation. But IQOOSOUL, they're on the northern side, and still the Camp Alpha Island remains around like a 20-30% ratio, but it seems like WSB, they're just trying to go for those revivals. Only Raiden, he was knocked out. He has to get the revival because CHEMIN Esports, they are close enough, and they will be looking forward to push any moment when they will get the chance, because they know that WSB, they might be surviving with only 2 players.
But you can survive, you can dominate, you can thrive by choosing the precise audio Zebronics Blitzzy gaming headphones for your BGMI journey. Meanwhile, we will talk about AEROBOTZ Esports at this point, because Shadow, he is indeed going to become a Shadow pretty soon if he does not survive. But on the other corner, Ash gets taken down. Trigger and WINGOD are the last 2 individuals surviving, where both of them are pretty keen on repatching themselves first of all, even before taking a fight. But what a nade from Ranadeep. Takes down Spray God. With that, Team HYDRA is in a big trouble. WINGOD Max also gets knocked out. Another beautiful jump shot from Trigger's corner, but this time the connection won't be made because the players are beyond the boulders, and there are a few more sprays coming in. But WINGOD finds a lovely pick. Not just that, he goes for another one. He gets it. It's Trigger's support coming in. Finally, it's WINGOD with just a 10% HP, but it's done. Medal from the back end swoops in, and Team Orangutan might just have few more moments to live with, but this nade by Top Dog can convert it all. WINGOD is about to receive a deadly nade, a fatal one, drains 40% of his HP, but that individual still survives. He's still there in the game. What a turn of events for Team Orangutan. Initially against Team Xspark, then against another crucial team, and eventually now against Team Medal. It's a 1v4. A tough one, a tough nut to crack at this point. But WINGOD, what will you do, man? There you go. He gets taken down.
A big setback for sure. Orangutan, who just took 14 finishes in the previous match, has been decimated this time. Even CS takes an exit with only 1 finish point on the board, and it seems like they will be struggling a lot. But IQOOSOUL, not a single finish point in their favor. They're playing it safe. They're playing it very lightly. They don't want to take any risk as much as they want to wait. But Team TAMILAS, on the other hand, they're causing trouble for WINGOD. We saw it just a few moments ago. But now, as we speak, WinGod's elimination will give a lot of room for Team TAMILAS to play with. Yes, they might have got one casualty, but that doesn't matter. In the long run, all the three players will be contributing to their equal efforts, and they will try to put up a great show against them. But if we talk about CHEMIN Esports, they're in the close proximity. Entity Gaming, they're just above the hill, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike into between these two teams.
Let's see what's the result of that particular strike coming in. Entity, after getting those 3 frags initially by ripping our Team Reckoning, they have not yet made a very big move. They have been bold enough to take a big compound in their favor, but then again, not bold enough to take some good serious fights. Because at this point, they do know that survival is going to be the key for their success. So yeah, they're holding up their corners. Maybe in the later span, we'll get to see some intricate connections being delivered between the players. Game in esports, we have Redox with 2 amazing finishes. And then again, the other guys, they're patiently waiting for their own turn of events to come with. Kamla Boy trying to clear off any backstabs. At this point, he's pretty successful with it because there is actually no such backstabs coming in. But WSB might actually choose to rotate from the ridges, because if they try to rotate through Painan, they are just going to be turned into some crates, which is not a very good look, to be honest, when it comes to this kind of compounds. And look at this. Blind still thriving right there in the heart of the zone. What a turn of events for Team Blind. This time they don't have to make any moves. But for Team TAMILAS, yeah, they are struggling. Maxi and Fox are the only 2 individuals which are surviving. From Team Revenant's perspective, they've got everything that they can pull off. But Somrat finds one crucial one. It's Viper who goes down, and I do believe that revival is not going to be easy enough. Maybe there is a possibility, because Viper is still there with 30% of his HP, but another knockout can be followed up. Kratos is retaliating constantly. Venom, look at his HP. He is going to sacrifice himself probably so that he gets a revival. But then again, both the guys are back in the game, so it's a good look for Team CHEMIN for now.
Yeah, that's for sure. CHEMIN Esports, they were opting for a good match for a longer period of time. They do have 4 of the players alive, and now they have to focus on those finishes. Those are in the close proximity. Entity Gaming, they will be in the radar, but yeah, WSB has got a good decision to just, rotate out from a distant area. That's a safer option, but it seems like IQOOSOUL, yeah, they were still looking forward for those finishes. They have got one, but I don't think they want to settle with just one. But Entity Gaming, they came in, they did a little bit of damage, and it seems like CHEMIN Esports, they will be leaving Viper behind, but Somrad's ADS will annoy Redox, because the distance, that place where he's heading towards, Medal Esports, they have the upper ridge control and the upper ridge advantage, which will definitely favor them. But look at Manya's position. He's having all the intels as much as possible. But that's for sure, at this moment, this fight was about to happen. CHEMIN versus Medal.
The thing I want to know at this point is how Team IQOOSOUL is going to travel back to the mainland where the zone is, because Team Blind is already gatekeeping in, and we do see Team Blind is kind of preoccupied at this moment with another fight. But Medal, they are fighting with Team Entity at this point, but they really want to back out in this particular scenario, because they want to take that intricate zone control in their favor. Because if they don't have the zone control in the map of Sanhok specifically, the only option that then you are left with is basically doing some heal battles, which is again not going to be that pleasant enough when it comes to taking those finishes. Kratos and the other guys with the Lamborghinis, they're also trying to rotate, they're also trying to figure out which is the safest spot to make an entry. But even before that, they have to clear out these boulders, these narrow edges where the players usually hide around, and for doing that, Kratos is absolutely risking his life. But Fox and Maxi, they don't have really the maximum amount of HP at this point. They kind of have the minimum, because they are surviving with 10 or 5% HP, which is not a very good look for teams like Team TAMILAS, already with just 2 individuals surviving, and those 2 individuals with like 10% HP accumulative is a tough choice for them to deal with. But Team IQOOSOUL now have to make a tough choice. They have to rotate. Either they can decide to go with a water body, or they can stay along the bridges. But Ronnie gets taken down by HYDRA. There you go. This is what I was talking about. If Team IQOOSOUL wants to be in the zone, they have to fight against teams like Blind and other teams like Dragons, and also Team WSB if they decide to go the route of the bridge.
The only possible way that I see at this point, Aider, is Team TAMILAS or Blind. You need to choose one, because either of the one teams will annoy you a lot. If you go by swimming or crossing the river like just on a barefoot, it's like you need to clear the compounds of Blind. Otherwise, they won't let you to enter the circle. There's no chance. Even Team Tamilas, those who are under the bridge, are facing a lot of consequences. IQOOSOUL might have a chance. They might be opting for that bridge rotation because they do have the vehicles up, which is good for them. But I still feel like going from the bridge will be causing them a lot of trouble. Blind will have the focus. You will be making a lot of noise, and yeah, there goes the knockouts. Harsh has got Manya down at that moment, and with not having a lot more seconds in hand, they need to rotate. They have to leave Manya, as far as I think so, because the circle will give a hell lot of damage, which I really don't think IQOOSOUL will be opting for.
Nobody really wants to take that damage of the circle coming in, but look at this, Adi! Oh my god, he gets taken down with a flying shot with that DBS coming in from Paradox's corner. Indeed, his teammate was taken down, but the way this guy retaliated was massive. Blind is actually in a very big trouble because they have engulfed themselves in a very big compound control, but now they are slipping away. Initially, Revenant took the Ruins control, and now even Adi gets taken down. Not a very good look for Team Blind, but from the right corner, Superboy gets tagged by Team WSB, and he instantly gets finished off by Arm Extinction. They don't want to lose any single given frag at this point, and for that reason, these guys are just contesting their hell out. And at the same moment, if I talk about Team Tamilas, Maxi very low on his HP. Somraj gets knocked out by Sensei. IGL versus IGL. Look at this. This is kind of an intricate fight coming in. Somraj gets confirmed. Aquanox takes down Venom as well, and he has been confirmed as well. So you're patiently waiting just like AK, but his wait is not going to turn out in a very beneficial way as Fierce jumps and takes down the player. With that, even IQOOSOUL is fighting back against Team Dragons. I do believe pretty soon Dragons will be ripped apart. Or is it already done?
I guess it's already done.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's IQOOSOUL who got the advantage. Team Tamilas, Maxi versus lone surviving. Manya wants to take this head-on fight. Joker gets taken out and finished. Maxi shows no mercy, and eventually IQOOSOUL, they will wipe out Team Tamilas, that's for sure. 4 finishes in their bag, but that casualty was inevitable by the side of IQOOSOUL. Nobody predicted, but Maxi, he just put a dent in the run of IQOOSOUL at this moment. But yeah, 5 finishes for Team Tamilas in this match. On the other side, the circle still remains in the control. Team Revenant will be looking forward for some great fights at this point of time, but Revenant, the positioning that they have, they should capitalize more and more. Already have bagged 10 finishes in their favor, but it seems like Blaze will have to deal a lot tough time, as it seems CHEMIN ESPORTS, boys, they're advancing and they've completed him off. Though the retaliation trades will be coming up, and CHEMIN ESPORTS will take an exit at the total of 3 finishes. Top Dog also seems to be in a very trouble, as Revenant with 11 finishes looks completely flawless.
Oh man, Revenant is going ham at this point. Whoever they are seeking, they are just putting them down. Skips unfortunately gets taken down by Paradox. He might be getting confirmed, but it is going to be Manya who swoops in and eventually takes down the opponent. Look at this, the zone is pressurizing them. The players are trying to push forward. It's all about Harsh, the last man standing of Team Blind, who can maybe fight back, but Manya also getting tagged by Sensei. Oh, it's Aquanox who puts down the last shot, and with that, even the IGL from Team IQOOSOUL goes down. Team Revenant still looking way too formidable, but then again the trouble goes up and beyond. Look at this, Harsh gets confirmed by Knuckle, and with that, indeed, Team Blind is now wiped out from the existence. And with that, we are left with just 3 teams and 5 players. It's WSB, it's Revenant, and IQOOSOUL's last hope, Knuckle. It's a one-stop destination, just like our Elitehubs.com of action. Oh my god, Aquanox confirms with the DBS. Knuckle has been taken down. It's a pure 2v2 fight, where actually Raiden and Arm Extinction are in a big trouble because they are trying to repass themselves. The revival is already done. I don't know what is going to happen for the final moment, but the momentum that Team Revenant has got, I truly believe it's a game for Team Revenant.
Now this is going to be very hefty. WSB, they have pulled up a big show. I mean, from the verge of elimination to coming in top 2, they have traveled a long journey. But now with 4 finishes, they might have a chance to finish it with 6. But Sensei, look at him. He's inside the circle, waiting patiently. He's waiting for WSB to come inside, and maybe he can surprise just playing around the tomb. But this is the moment where he is looking very much interested. Aquanox is in a brilliant position, having those smoke covers. He's having a quite visual right now. And now Sensei is giving all the intel. This crossfire setup of Revenant seems to be pretty dominant. Already 14 finishes in the back. Revenant seems to be going all out at this map of Sanhok, and nobody would have predicted this game coming up from their end. But now Aquanox is also the one who will be forced to move inside the circle, and he will be waiting patiently in the edges. He doesn't have any utils or nades, otherwise one nade and WSB could go kaboom.
Yeah, for that reason, these guys have to play the patience game at this point. They have to wait patiently. Aquanox, we already know that his assaulting skills are very on par when it comes to Indian gaming community. And indeed, as the tag suggests, he is on a rampage. He's not stopping. He's not looking forward to stopping at this point. He is just putting down the players. And now the smokes are going to fly in. But look at this. Aquanox swings in, takes down Arm Extinction. With that, it's all about trade. And he's the last hope. And he is going to remain the last hope of Team WSB as Team Revenant swings in and takes a massive winner chicken dinner of, if I'm not wrong, 26 points. They have 16 finishes altogether. And they now have established a record. What a prudent performance coming in from Revenant, Sensei, Fierce, Aquanox, and Blaze. Absolutely amazing winner chicken dinner at the day number 3, match number 3, the day of chaos.
This was the game we wanted to see. Aquanox, this is the pure gunpowder everybody was waiting for. At least I would say I was waiting for to see, because it has been very long since we have seen this thing come up. And I mean, when you just talk about this kind of circumstances, Aquanox has been very, very much dominant. He has been that one assaulter. I was talking about, like, he is the guy who needs to step in the front line. He is the one who needs to play the entry fragging role, and he can give you whatever you want as a team. Fierce was down. Aquanox took the responsibility. Blaze, who was the main support of Team Revenant, he got taken down. So it all came down to Sensei and Aquanox, but that duo made all other teams crumble down. So it was like a major factor that they were looking forward to. Revenant, finally, they've gained the momentum. They've gained what they wanted in this very Skyesports Champions Series.
Well, they were struggling, but now they have shown, and eventually their performance has been a banger, man. 26 points. It's like the good old days of like 20 points for a winner chicken dinner or 15 points for a winner chicken dinner has come back, because the way these guys have performed, the kind of points that they've got from one single match definitely shows that kind of scenario. Wow, what a play. 10 for placements, 16 for finishes. That really shows the way they took the control of this beautiful map was absolutely amazing. Well, we'll talk about all of that, but after a quick short break.
What if I tried to push through my past? But I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never cared for all goodbye love. I just wanna be alone. It's the only thing I know. If I ever fall, will they even notice? Never cared for all goodbye love. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone.
Sanhok went literally like how Sanhok should be. 14 finishes. Oh, my bad. 16 finishes will make it for Revenant Esports. A comeback that they were opting for a lot of time. I mean, they were anticipating, they were trying hard, they were pushing their limits, but not getting the results. But finally, that one trick worked out. That was Aquanox stepping in the right movement, being the entry fragger of the team, getting so many finishes for his team. Was that I would say that's the main current change that we got to see from Revenant. But we'll quickly move on to the MVP of this match, and I'm quite sure it should be Aquanox.
Oh yeah, Aquanox. 8 finishes in this individual match and jumps from 20 to 24 ranking to 11th ranking in the MVP ranking. Of course, there have been a lot of matches passed around, like 15 matches. After the 15 matches were over, in the 15th match, this guy showed his true potential. And now, after that potential being shown, it's quite evident that if Aquanox tries to take the role of being an assaulter again, he is going to be unformidable. What a play from this most valuable individual coming in from this game, or should I say the team Revenant. Of course, Aquanox, the way he took the trade was absolutely amazing. There were some certain setbacks for the individuals of Team Revenant, but then again, after the loss of Sensei, and then eventually Equinox being the lone wolf along with his teammate, they definitely stepped onto the palette. It was not a match which could have been easily in the favor of Team Revenant, as we got to see like there were multiple teams. You call it the name of Medal was there, IQOOSOUL was there, Dragons was there, Team Blind was actually showing their true potential in that particular matchup as well. But then again, all around, going all out was Equinox, and final elimination was also, of course, in his favor. Meanwhile, when we talk about being the best companion, it is Joker.
Yeah, Joker was definitely doing a good job, but yeah, I really feel very bad for him because the way he got eliminated was literally that nobody would expect. If I am a player, I would like, oh no, I didn't want to end up like this. But yeah, still, I would say IQOOSOUL had a good run. Knuckle did a fantabulous job in the end by securing some good placement points and also eliminating Blind. But now it all comes down to the main game. Revenant, they have made a comeback, and Equinox, this is a sign, right, that Equinox should be in the front line. I mean, I don't know what's going on with Revenant, but it is a kind of example that he has said that, you know, he needs to be the one who should be in the front line and, you know, get all those frags whenever he wants. 16 finished in a 26 bomber game from Revenant to climb up the ladder, but also IQOOSOUL finishing in the second spot in the match results because they have secured 7 total finishes and total of 12 points that they will be accumulating from this match.
So this match definitely was kind of fruitful match for Team IQOOSOUL, because if I truly remember, like there was a gap of 4 or 5 points between IQOOSOUL and Team Blind. So now they have 12 points and Blind is stuck at 7. So I feel maybe in the overall standing there will be certain changes, or even the gap is going to get closer enough. But Revenant with this massive bomber, I really want to see where they are standing in the overall standings. But Reckoning having the same fate. They are still stuck at 35 points as they were after the day number 3, match number 2 went down. So it's not a very good scenario for Team Reckoning, to be honest. Xspark struggled a lot in this game. Same goes for Team HYDRA official as well. AEROBOTZ on the other corner had a certain setback initially. And when we got to see like WINDGOD esports for a brief moment, yeah, indeed it was a brief moment because they just went down with only 1 finish.
I would say again, they have to figure out something. A team cannot perform every match bad. You will have matches, you will have chances when you can convert it. But I don't know what is actually going on with Reckoning, because they seem to be very good in the semis, but now it's different scenario. But talking about the match summary, highest finishes will be in the favor of Equinox, followed by Fierce with 5, WINGOD will have 4 and Raiden 3. Highest team finishes will be Revenant with a total of 16, while Raiden will have the best contribution as he just pulled his entire team till the ending circle alongside Arman, because that was a very tough job. When your team is on the verge of elimination, still you manage to come second. It's a big task that they have done, mate. And when you talk about best rating, it's definitely going to be Revenant. After that, we see IQOOSOUL, WSB and Medal. But overall, it was a great game for the Revenant boys. The pack of wolves literally hunted down each and every player that they just saw in front of their eyes.
I mean, 16 frags, that truly shows us that they themselves were taking down 4 big squads. That's how prudent they were in terms of their game style. And of course, the 5th one were themselves Revenant. So out of 16 teams, 5 were already done and dusted just by Team Revenant. What a play from their corner, of course. But team card, let's have a look at some clarity when it comes to Team Revenant. Of course, when it comes to number of finishes, Fierce is a guy which is pretty close to Equinox, but then again, Equinox is the guy which is leading the charts with 20 amazing finishes, and the finish contribution for the team is also a little bit higher when it comes to comparison with the Fierce guy. And eventually, if we talk about rating, the rating is actually the consistency of everything, the finishes, the finish per match ratio, and the survival time, and the finish contribution. In terms of that, this individual holds a rating of 2.08, which is very good, very efficient, to be honest. But let's talk about the tournament performance as well. For the semi-finale and grand finale, the team performance has been absolutely amazing. And from that particular team performance, if you conclude which particular player was absolutely on par, it's going to be Fierce, because his finish contribution is 30%, Erangel finish contribution is 34%. Wow, that's great. This guy goes on guns blazing in the map of Erangel.
I mean, this guy has been very dominant. I mean, why not? You have a team where you have Equinox, where you have Sensei, a brilliant Tigel, you have a brilliant support as Blaze, you've got side, you have like everything on paper. This roster is so dominant. I was really anticipating that we will be seeing this roster come up close and they will be putting up some good show actually, because I really expected them to pop off earlier. But now, as they have started to climb up the ladder, they're not far behind. Look at the jump. Revenant in the 3rd spot with a total of 113 on the board. Blind is close, IQOOSOUL is close, and look at that 1 point difference between both the teams. So now IQOOSOUL and Blind has to figure out the lead, the contention that they had for after day 1 and day 2. That kind of buffer was definitely small, but now the top 3 spot is looking very, very much, I would say, competitive.
Contested?
Because competitive, contested, because all the teams are buckling up and the top teams are facing a lot of problems in getting points.
Indeed, as you get to see, like from #1 to #3, there is just a difference of 10 points. That's all. And these 10 points can be calibrated by Team Revenant, of course, if IQOOSOUL and Blind goes down a little bit early, as we have seen the true potential of the aggressive guys from Team Revenant. They are now, of course, by the official leaderboard, that they are the best aggressive team at this point, because in a particular match they are able to get 16 finishes. No doubt there are other certain teams which are quite consistent with their finishes, for example Blind, then eventually we have IQOOSOUL as well. But yeah, in a particular match Revenant did wonders in this particular previous game. But for Reckoning, can't really say something fruitful at this point, because they're still lacking behind with a buffer of 20 points against their competition CS Esports, which is just a slot above them. So it's going to be a tough time for sure for Team CS Esports, for teams like Team Reckoning, because they are kind of in a situation where comeback is very much needed. And as the matches are passing by, that comeback margin is going to get even narrower. And when that margin goes narrower, we know that the chances of becoming the champion of SCS is pretty low. And it's just not about being the champion. You have to come in the Sky Esports standings in the top 10 if you really want to have a chance at the quarter finale of Mobile Open.
Yeah, exactly. That does give a little brief that it's just not about SCS, it's not just about the bragging rights, it's a lot of things coming in the back end. But you know what, we'll be going for a very short break, and on the other side, we will be coming up with Vikendi.
Well, guys, I hope you are ready, because yes, the action in LG UltraGear presents Sky Esports Champions Series, powered by AMD, e-commerce partner being Elitehubs.com and peripheral partner being Zebronics, is back. We have already seen how day number 3's first half is going down. Now it all trickles down to how the next half is going down. We will start with the chilly map of Vikendi. So Lucifer, let me know what your expectations are.
Chile, I think we already have heaters of our players finding finishes and victories like that.
Oh, yeah.
Medal to start, then Orangutan with a big chicken dinner, and now the biggest coming in from Revenant. And to finally see Aquinox, Fierce, Blaze making use of all their players, right? This is what I was waiting for. And I think if this did not come through, I would have felt a little short. But now we'll quickly jump into the schedule. We did say it's going to be Vikendi, but there are 2 more maps after Vikendi, which is going to be Miramar and Erangel. And if you're tuning in now, you need to know Medal came up big, Orangutan came up big, and went bonkers was Revenant. Now let's jump into Vikendi and see as the flight is up high, who's going to get their chicken dinner soaring high as well.
Indeed, have to see how the flight path is going to go, but it does feel like that it's going to be an edgy flight path. Specifically, the edge of westernness, to be honest, is going to make it get considered. So areas like Cosmodrome or other areas which are actually on the eastern banks are going to be out of the angles. It's Peshkova, Trevno. Those areas are going to be far-fetched. But for Dobromesto, Goroka, Kirchhoff, Villa or Vihar, Movatra like areas, people can actually access this. So I'm looking forward to see how the play goes on. Meanwhile, keep in mind, guys, the leaderboard is now looking very shaky, specifically for the first 3 teams. Because look at it, IQOOSOUL with 123, Blind right there with just lacking 1 point at 122 points. Revenant is there with the lack of 10 points against IQOOSOUL. So things will change rapidly in this game. And along with that, when it comes to the first circle, it does look like a fairly central circle where the icy river body is also going to be there of nearby castle, and cement factory is there, Padvosto is there, but people won't be able to reach out to that angle. It might be Team IQOOSOUL reaching out to first because they have already figured out that they do need some vehicles in this particular map specifically.
The points table, as you did mention, is very close. I would say even the top 6 teams are in the race right now, and if IQOOSOUL and Blind have one bad game and the other 4 teams in the lobby manage to get themselves good points, we might end up seeing a big change in the overall standings, maybe even getting closer to the top 2 teams. For now, we have to wait and watch. The last few circles might end up being just above Castle. Let's see how it actually starts shrinking in the later stages, but for now, it seems like IQOOSOUL did have a little bit of a varied drop and finally a recovery coming in. Ronnie and Joker move towards Abe as well as Volnova. And let's see, there it should be a safe spot for them without any much of a trouble. But on the other end, even on the map, it did feel like teams are close by, but we've still not seen a little bit of a clash or anything as such. And it seems like Reckoning still have a player disadvantage, right? Because in the previous maps, in Miramar also, we saw they did not have one. And again, it looks to be a 3-man. I'm not too sure we've had any early finish as of now. But yes, early game up, gear on that you can do is going to be with the LG UltraGear monitors. And it's going to give you a 240 Hz refresh rate. Come on, man. We've seen people even complaining certain times at 120. Why not upgrade and go to 240 all the way, double it immediately and just enjoy? But I'm pretty sure CHEMIN, they're not enjoying completely because they're putting up a good show, but they're getting eliminated towards the later stages.
Well, we can put it in this way that they are showing their presence, but that presence is not that good enough in terms of leaderboard. They're kind of shaky in that because their performance is there. Like they are trying to pick up a fight against 1 or 2 particular squad, but every now and then they are in a trouble because there is a third party. So that they really have to figure out that they do not prolong a particular fight, or they pick out a fight against a particular team which is kind of cornered in the map. They can go for the edge-to-edge rotations, which is being very beneficial for teams like Blind and IQOOSOUL throughout the way. Specifically in the semi-finale, as you guys talked about it, that IQOOSOUL has been the best third-party team. They have been one of those eagles which have been swooping in all those finishes from the back-end corners. So that could be the kind of play coming in from teams like Xspark, from CHEMIN, from HYDRA, from all those teams just struggling. But what is that? Fierce goes down. Well, that's interesting. CS starts off way too well. Leo YT is going to finish him off. And with that, Team Revenant, a team which has now set a record. They have designed that they are the champs. And you can also design to live the game by choosing the AMD-powered laptops, AMD-powered graphic cards as well. The processors and graphic cards are on par with your coding skills. And also, if you are there with just for some games and eventually for multimedia consumption, so you can go for AMD and check out what they have to give you guys.
Reckoning, as I said, 3 players, Punk, Hunters and Doom. We did speak about where is Immortal, but right now not even him. And this is not something that I kind of want to see, or I think for some reason Reckoning have to go with their 3 players. That's okay for now. I think there's not much that we can keep discussing about, but one player, right, we can discuss about him. Phenomenal job being the IGL Punk, leading them and finding a lot. Look at him, he's also the top fragger, I feel like, from the whole team with 33 finishes, and he's never backed down. He's the one who's been calling the shots, who's been getting closer to points and fighting for his team. But now the team as a whole needs to come up closer. But we also saw on the map, right, CS, the team which got themselves the first opening against Revenant, the team which got a winner chicken dinner and taking down their primary assaulter Fierce. That might put Revenant in a little bit of a trouble, but still, in the previous game with 2 players surviving, they still managed to pick off a big winner chicken dinner. So if they strategized well, especially with Aquanox again, he was the MVP, they can come back strong. But coming back strong should be CS. clearly, right? They're still in the second
Yeah.
page. It's been so long, and CS, this is the third match of the third day. I'm sorry, the fourth match of the third day. Can they change something? It is going to be crucial. Leo Whitey, 20 finishes, but you can see how much of a difference, 13 finishes of a difference from the top fraggers of the other teams.
Honestly, I don't know how it is going to sound, but the fact is that if there would have been a third page in the finale, CS might have been dropped to that particular page as well, along with Team Reckoning, because the day 2 and the start of day 3 has not at all been favorable for this particular team. Have a lot of hopes from their corner, but then again, the struggle that they are facing, specifically when it comes to taking a zone control or being in the zone, showing their presence, has been just so troublesome, to be honest. So for that reason, I do believe Team CS has to pick up the pace, because number of matches are now going down rapidly. 15 matches have been done. We are in the 16th one, and this nade could have been very brilliant, but then again, it was a little bit overcooked. Did not pass the window pane, and that's how this guy, Sins, is going to survive. But you can also get all the updates by following this, or should I say scanning this QR, and you will be able to follow the group of Skyesports on WhatsApp. But Team Dragons, they're constantly going for the revivals. Meanwhile, HYDRA is trying to put them down.
Yeah, HYDRA is not stopping. Yes, they do have one player who has been knocked to his knees. Sins also dropped to super low health. Good grenade coming in. Now Sins also gets knocked. Superboy, this is his opportunity to push up. He should get a free finish on Sins because there's nobody covering him. But wait, actually Spray God is. But Spray God receives damage coming in from AEROBOTZ way further away. And they even take away the finish in front of Superboy. Afu, can he find another one? He did spot the player. Spray God is also close. He drops the smoke to hide behind it. But in the meantime, Jim Jam pushes up. Spursh is down. And now this is HYDRA official in trouble. Chokeout in the meantime does get knocked. And now this can be a game changer here. In the meantime, Revenant, they change the game somewhere else with a fight against WSP. But Jim Jam confirms Spursh's finish. And it's all down to Duara OP, who spotted through the window from AEROBOTZ in a three-way fight where Dragon also get finishes. And AEROBOTZ also snatch majority of it.
Oh my god, what a troublesome situation at this point. Dragons constantly trying to fight back, HYDRA being eliminated, and at the same point there's a third party also coming in. It's AEROBOTZ, as you said rightly, and at the same moment I do see even WINDGOD being in a closer circuit, WSB's presence is also quite evident. So for that reason, it's going to be a big challenge. But for all the gamers, streamers and our creators along with viewers, the challenge is not there, because you can easily go for the Zebronics gadgets, the peripherals for your PC. But for now, the nades that are going in through the window are actually hurting a lot to Team Dragons. As we can see, they're constantly on the first seconds. They're not even actually pulling in their guns. They're like, yeah, in the bag with the boosters, with the grenades, with the first aids and nets, because they really want to be on par when it comes to a slam coming in from Shadow. Although they're not slamming, but they're trying to make sure that the presence is quite evident. But what is that? Why Raiden is slipping from the lobby? This guy falls down and is knocked out currently.
Dragon, they did get only one finish in that fight. Fight is still ongoing with Dragon, but immediately Revenant, we spoke about this, we were seeing on the field, and it looks like Revenant WSB still ongoing. Fears went down super early, but now Sensei also gets confirmed, and Blaze gets knocked. It's all down to Aquanox, and he also gets wiped. WSB survived without any casualties, and they sweep all players of Revenant. Revenant were the ones to start, and Revenant are the ones to go out. Dragon, in the meantime, they are right now stuck against AEROBOTZ, and Dragon got only one finish in that fight with HYDRA official, where they were the ones to start, but AEROBOTZ were the ones to finish. But now WSB, after finishing with Revenant, their player cards can also be seen, and there might be another third party here, Raider.
Well, indeed, if you talk about the third party fights, they are just going to sum up pretty soon, because as the zone goes down, we will get to see a lot of chaos. But it has not been one of those maps as compared to the first three maps that we have witnessed in the number 3, where initially the teams tried to actually go for the survival points, and in the later part they were trying to convert the fights. In this game, we get to see that even before the first play zone converged, we get to see a lot of clash. We get to see a lot of teams going head to toe to each other. That's kind of interesting. Would love to see what kind of result will be coming in, but that nade is going to be hefty on Superboy. Was thinking that he's going to put him down, but eventually Superboy survives. Well, call it a luck or a good placement. He did survive, so that's a good thing for him. Although the next particular fight is going to be even more detrimental for them, because as I do see, all the players of Team Dragons are actually pretty cornered. They don't have a lot of utils to play along with because they've already consumed all those utils while fighting against Team Hydra as well. So it's definitely going to be a very big challenge for Team Dragons to come out of this compound and eventually go for some good fights. But meanwhile, you have to consider one more fact, and that is AEROBOTZ has prolonged this fight a lot. Maybe there is going to be a third party which is going to pinpoint initially AEROBOTZ, and then maybe if that particular team is going to survive, they're going to pinpoint Dragons as well.
You were saying third party. There's CS Esports. We were seeing even WINDGOD in the further lines and WSP as well. And this can break out at any moment. But right now, let's talk about the breakout brawl between the casters of prediction. WSP predicted from Captain Price. Ankybot goes for blind, and Aspiro mentions Hydra official. Hydra, however, no more in this game, as they have been eliminated too early here in the map. And something that we have to look forward to later, just like Revenant. But we go to the caster prediction on Tamil's desk, and they end up saying with Vadia starting off with IQOOSOUL. Sharp says Revenant, but they're also out. But Shri and SJ simultaneously say Dragon Esports. But this is something that we have spoken about, right? Tamil desk yesterday as well quite often got majority of their predictions right. Today also SJ along with Shri may be getting their predictions right. I have to check up the tally, but right as now not getting their tally right is going to be Entity. The Circle, however, still is going to be keeping them in guard, but WINDGOD are also right next to them. They are the ones who've been troubling. But look at where Saumraj is. Now I have no idea what he's doing in Trev now, where his teammates are in Podvasto. I have to figure out what this is. Do they have some walkie channel where they're guarding someone from the Outlands? But for now, it's just a question that we have to wait and watch as it gets answered. But in the meantime, WINDGOD ready and steady. Coming to the caster's prediction here, Xspark by Necros and Raider, whereas I've gone for Dragon. Seems like majority we do have Dragon here from major of the desks, but Xspark.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice in this map, because the way they kind of play and eventually the way their synergy is working on lately has been quite interesting to talk with. But yeah, at the same moment, when it comes to Xspark, they have been kind of lacking when it comes to taking the zone placement. Thankfully, this time they have got the edge in this particular zone. And in the map of Vikendi, maybe they're going to take a very good and interesting shift, and they're going to take some interesting fights as well. I would like to ask Necros as well when it comes to the next particular matches. But even before that, Vikendi and Dragon Esports, why do you think that is possible, Lucifer?
See, this is again based on their performance, not just of the chicken dinners that they were able to do in the first semi-finals that we saw, and 2 out of 4 maps they've already won chicken dinners on. But again, coming to the grand finals, in the past 2 days, their performance of Dragon towards the later stages, right, when we have like less than 10 teams left, or even maybe less than 8 teams left, they have good finishes and good position, but unfortunately in the late circle they get finished off, and that is the only reason I have Dragon still on my mind. But we did see CS in the meantime have their minds towards, or their guns towards, AEROBOTZ, where they'd already picked off one of their players in AEROBOTZ, who were a 4-man strong team. Now their designed game is to play as a 3-man squad, but you don't have to be worried if you have the AMD powered line of laptops. If you do want to check them out, links in description. But right now, checking them out is going to be CS Esports, and if CS Esports are able to wipe AEROBOTZ, they can get a free conversion over Dragon as well, and this is going to be interesting. But however, MVP, a little bit of a damage that he received.
Oh, it was his teammate. He was punching him.
Okay, yeah. I was like, for a second, wait, he didn't receive any damage over there.
Exactly.
His HP didn't reduce. It was like, oh yeah.
It's the teammates. They're like, go man, peek. We want to see some action. We were waiting for a long period of time.
His teammate is
even
like,
we
move.
want to see that.
I want to do something. You're blocking my vision.
Okay. Have to see what his teammate is going to bring into the picture. But then again, CS Esports has been a very interesting team throughout the journey, and at the same moment, they have kind of their own setbacks and also fulfilling moments for the fans as well. WINDGOD on the other corner, look at Sevitar. He's patiently waiting and pretty precise on the aim on Harsh coming in from Team Blind. That's gonna give something crucial to us pretty soon. I do believe that there are going to be some setbacks coming in. Some interesting fights will be getting delivered. And look at them now patiently waiting. CS Leo YT is right there, being crouched, trying to get the insight. And I do know at this point, AEROBOTZ is also not going to make a sudden move. They don't want to mess up this particular situation because they've already messed up big time by losing one particular player of their own. So they are just patiently waiting. But you don't have to wait, guys. All you have to do is just open the description, tap on the Zebronics link, and you will get everything that you really need, being a gamer, being a streamer, or a creator, or just a viewer of our beloved Skyesports Champions Series. What you can really do is just check out the peripherals, because they have so many and so many intricate designs on them as well. So being a gamer, you get the feel of having a very good quality keyboard, mouse, and headset and game pads and stuff like that. And also the aesthetics is something that is going to be even clean for you, buddies.
For now, that fight with CS AEROBOTZ and all is going to be delayed, and we'll come back to it later after a short break, is what I would say, because we are not going to go back to them, because as you saw, the circle was still in Mount Kresnish and they are right below it, where the circle is still favoring them without much to be worried about. However, Xspark, they made their entry. Now in that position, they are able to maybe see slight glimpses of the players of Blind, the player cards for us. But let's see if they'll be able to spot them out or not. But AEROBOTZ, they've cut sound, they're just still here. How much ever they try to sell a fake, it is not going to happen. Seems like observers like, we'll see, there is something that's going to happen here, and let's see if there is something, because now with Dragon stuck and AEROBOTZ stuck in the same building, imagine what can happen. Both of them have barely any util left, because AEROBOTZ, when they wanted to initiate, used them up. Dragon tried to defend with the smokes. Now both of them are just sitting in one compound, trying to wait out in that story building. I think multiple story building, and let's see what works out. However, okay, Munna looking in the other direction. Choke God holding the DBS as somebody tries to climb the stairs, but he doesn't have anything, as we spoke about it. No utils of any sorts. Maybe there are some bandages which you are not able to see, but yeah, just a red dot to play with. On the other, an Xspark who had just entered, we were speaking about them, might be able to spot Blind, but no, they spot Somraj from Entity, and that's the IGL going down.
Is coming, and eventually with that, maybe even Team Entity will go. But Shadow and the other individuals coming in from Xspark, they're also trying to rotate, establish a good connection, get some good angles to play with. But Vosto is a very big compound, but at the same moment, look at Troy right there gatekeeping. Possibly he's going to hunt down Shadow if that is going to be a possibility, but Troy prefers to kind of fall back at this moment because his teammates are also a little bit scattered. So they really want to have a pretty interesting angle to play along with, but only when the teammates are there. Because taking a solo fight, taking one of those individual fights have already costed Somraj to Team Entity. So for that reason, now Team Entity wants to take every step very cautiously, very precautions proof steps are going to be there. But I would love to see how Troy and the other buddies are going to perform at this moment, because his stats definitely looks good as an individual. But then again, the team is struggling from the get-go. They are not yet being able to get a winner chicken dinner, although they have been in the race from the start of this day number 3. You can also be in the race of getting all the updates of Skyesports by following and scanning specifically this particular QR code, where you get to follow Skyesports channel on WhatsApp for latest updates.
Still waiting for an update of AEROBOTZ, Dragon, CS. No update as of now, guys. If you were waiting, I'm not too sure. My mind works like that. What happened to that fight? Very eager. But I think today so far has been all the last few circles. Stage 4 and Stage 5 is when we see all-out brawl being broken down between everybody. And I think so far we have to wait it out. Xspark tried to search the what was the compound, but because it's so big, they're unable to still figure out where did those two players go. But if they do go for that search party, eventually they might end up also meeting the players of WINDGOD and Blind on the other end. Circle moves. There is still the chances of it shifting towards Castle, where we don't see a lot of teams. Villa right now is also with 2 teams. Team TAMILAS not yet entered, but medal as well. But we spoke about WINDGOD, Xspark as well as Entity being there. Seems like they are exchanging bullets as of now.
Well, indeed, the bullets will be getting exchanged, as they do want to head some hunts and eventually get all those frags that's possible. 14 teams, 53 players remaining. The way the first play zone started, I was like, maybe we are going to be remaining with like 12 teams or 13 teams at the start of like 4th play zone, but that is not the case. Look at this, 14 teams and 53 players are remaining. A lot of teams are holding their breaths, eagerly waiting for the right moment to strike on, but that might actually cause a mishap in the later part, as the teams will be converging. A lot of teams will be pretty close to each other. The proximity will be getting increased, and for that reason, we might actually get to see some crucial fights. And for a caster like me, for our audience, that will be fun. But for the team, it is going to be a headache, of course, because in the later part, you never know from where the shots are flying in. And when it comes to a map like Vikendi, it is indeed a big challenge because you don't usually play this map a lot. Of course, the competitive athletes do, but then again, the proximity, or should I say the number of matches that they play as compared to Miramar or Erangel, it's again going to be on a lower note. Although I feel that the players are more than ready and equipped with the gunpowder and the strategies that they want to perform with in this particular game. Now the fourth play zone is shrinking in. Something different might happen pretty soon.
Xspark and Entity know that if they want to push up the circle, they would have to fight amongst each other. But the circle is right at the edges of Podvosto. Grenades being tossed across. Troy still has 3 more to throw, but he's using the smoke for now to try and push up. And if they do, they might be able to put Xspark or at least damage them. But it's going to be tough. But because right below them is WINDGOD, they know they cannot tread in that direction. They have to clear off Xspark, and then maybe they rotate out through the play zone and they expect to enter somewhere else. But CS, after that prolonged fight, which did not happen, looks like they've rotated and they're very close to the players of Reckoning. But now with the players doing the damage, what a big grenade. Along with the grenade, he pops up.
Wow.
And by the time Savitar could react, that was right a grenade through the window. It was like a gift coming down. And now with that Xspark, they also decide to charge in, and Troy, who was through the smokes trying his best, he gets pushed down. And in the meantime, Pukar, he's also been put down. And I think Pukar's finish should also be confirmed. They did throw a molly, I'm not too sure. And yes, that finish gets confirmed. In the meantime, CS, on the other end, we just spoke about them. It is WSB that they're having a fight with. Leo White is gone, MVP is down, Draken as well as Sarthak are the last 2 survivors. And WSB with the slamming coming through. Sarthak is down. It's all up to Draken. Tried his best with the jiggle shots, and it's going to be CS being eliminated by the hands of WSB.
Well, indeed, with that, look at this. A lot of chaos is being brewed. WSB finds Team CS out of the existence. CS Esports is pretty much done and dusted. Meanwhile, if I talk about Team Xspark, they have taken a crucial compound. But look at this, medal is converging right here. Not just that, CHEMIN is converging right here. It's going to be a big battle between these giants. Ninja Shot goes down. That's a big blow to the morale. Not just that, look at this, another DB shot being connected. He takes a 1v1, but instantly gets compromised. Spray God also goes down. It's all about Sarek, and instantly takes him down as well. There goes the hopes of Xspark taking the winner chicken dinner. There goes another big name down in the snowy map of Vikendi. With that, now we are left with just 12 teams and 41 players. But still, so much chaos is yet to be brewed.
IQOOSOUL starts off on Orangutan. Orangutan in the last game as well did not get much other than 6 finishes. Can they find now? Exchanging, yes. Ronnie, they put him down. Now can they find another contrary with IQOOSOUL is something that you have to wait for. IQOOSOUL, we move to their POV, and Manya has 1 finish as well. They have a casualty, and the fight is a long range fight that's happening. In the meantime, on the map you can see WSP confirming a couple of them, but CHEMIN strike, and that is an exchange fight coming through where CHEMIN seems to be winning against them, and AEROBOTZ finally take on a fight with Dragon, and Dragon should also be going down as the third party from Reckoning comes through, and Medal chime as the third party for a CHEMIN's fight over there with WSB.
So many fights happening at this point. That's all I can say, man. CHEMIN Esports goes down. There you go. The hopes of CHEMIN also securing a winner chicken dinner is now done. Meanwhile, Team Dragons, they are fighting, but look at the number of nades that is going in. This nade might be able to find some crucial picks, and there you go! CHOKEGOD actually chokes on this nade. What a burst out moment coming in, and not just that, even CHOKEGOD is going to get confirmed by Punk. The nade goes down, few more mollies. They are trying to constantly pinpoint precise the players of Team Dragons, but it's just not enough. There goes Jim Jam. With that, a jump shot first coming in from Superboy, but it's not like Superboy is a Superman, so he won't be able to fly from this particular scenario, and he takes one down. There you go. Punk gets compromised. He finishes him off. Superboy, in a style, is going to move around, but now the play zone damage will be immense. So for that reason, I feel it's the end. Oh, who takes him away? It's Team TAMILAS. That's interesting, man. What a turn of events.
He was running away to make sure that he doesn't get picked off by the players of Reckoning. He did not get the picked off by the players of Reckoning. However, we end up seeing them going down. Now we see the last few circles forming, and you can see it is right just above circle. And Team TAMILAS are keeping a touch of no teams entering at that edge. Reckoning player just spotted. Hunters goes down. It's down to Doom, the last player who's still trying to survive in that play zone with the last first aid. And with that, he realizes he has to move in, or with that last first aid till the last fight is not going to help him, because there's still 9 teams surviving, and 1 first aid is not going to take him a long way. But he has smokes, a lot of it. and he can lay down a path, maybe try to get closer and to see if there is a chance of putting down the side of Team TAMILAS, but it's not going to be easy. We'll quickly talk about teams around Castle. We already saw Orangutan trying to pick a fight with IQOOSOUL. I think that is still getting prolonged, but for Orangutan, they have to move up bridge, and if they do, there is blind waiting for them. In the meantime, WINDGOD and Entities, Gamla Boy, who's still trying to survive as the last survivor. Let's see how that fight goes. But WSB, what a big fight they converted with CHEMIN, as Medal helped them out over there. Now at WSB, they have the circle control as well.
I doubt that. I mean, to be honest, WSB is going to get slipped away pretty soon, because from the back end we will get to see a lot of clash being retaliated. So maybe that is going to be the case. That's what I currently feel. IQOOSOUL is going to make an entry, WINDGOD is going to make an entry, and the kind of angle WSB has got is going to be a very compromising angle, because multiple teams will be hitting them. So for that reason, I think maybe that team is going to be in trouble. But Doom, there goes Reckoning. There goes Doom, and with that, yes, of course, Reckoning is going to get eliminated. The last hope of Team Reckoning is done. 3 finishes is what they're going to get, exactly like the second match of day number 3. That's where they got 3 finishes as well. But IQOOSOUL Nakul now gets taken down. WSB is contradicting the fact that they are actually on the edge and they're putting down the players. But Joker bursts out the vehicle and Manya goes down with that. Not just that, even Joker gets compromised. With that, IQOOSOUL is done. What a run of events coming in. It's just Team Blind left now along with WINDGOD, which could actually take down Team WSB. Other than that, things are looking cozy for Team WSB, and they are fighting now against Team WINDGOD. Rex goes down, Avi goes down. What? WSB is ripping about every single team which is trying to convert on them. Beat IQOOSOUL, beat Team WINDGOD. They've taken both of them down, and WINDGOD goes down with 0 finishes. That's a tragic moment.
Replay. It all started with Blind trying to do damage, and WSB heard that. Wait, what's happening right behind our enemy lines? And they started to make sure, try and do damage, and then you saw that burst of the vehicle coming through. That put entire team of IQOOSOUL down, and as you initially mentioned, WINDGOD finding their end here on Vikendi because of WSB. Very well played. Now circle control, 17 finishes is what WSB have, and it doesn't look like they want to stop. They want the chicken dinner. They're going to try and stop Blind. A player from Blind is already down. Another grenade going towards Jazzy. It might find the connection. No, it falls a little short, but the next one from Zerif, this should fall right in their lap, and on top of it, a Molotov also. Make it a second Molotov being thrown, and they did get the knock as well on the player. They just revived, but the circle, it moved away from them. Therefore, now they have to quickly run up and make sure this 17 finishes, if it gets converted, it can be a big 30 winner chicken dinner. They might stand a chance to pick a lot more finishes now. They are still looting. They have utils as well, and this might be a chaotic last final fight till the end, and one of the biggest coming in from WSB.
Oh my god, WSB is not stopping. They are just getting all those frags. Medal on the other corner is wreaking havoc against Team TAMILAS, and it's a good 4v4 fight as there is nobody trying to really impose their efforts on those particular teams. Now it all remains down to the last individual, Maxi. He is the last guy which is still surviving at this moment. I would love to see how he's going to take a particular fight. Let's see what he's going to do along the way. And eventually Maxi has got just a single frag. It's going to be a tough one. That nade is going to be a close one, but he survives. That's good.
Medal kept bombarding them with nades, and Team TAMILAS finally again fall to the nades. On the other end, WSB clear Blind. One last player skips surviving. Should not be much of a trouble. WSB still have all their 4 players. Medal get themselves to a total of 4 finishes. 3 of them on Top Dog because of his brilliant grenade jobs being done. And now with that, it is Medal coming on Top Dog's domination. But Zerif, the last nade, it should land towards Skips, and it does. That's the confirmation.
Wow.
Now the last 2 teams in this fight are in a 4v4, a full team v team fight coming through. However, I might think WSB might be better. They took the circle control, but the players are yet to regroup. Whereas Medal, look at them, they're spreading around the circle, spreading their forces and gearing up for this 4v4 fight.
Honestly, Lucifer, I just have to say one thing. Either you get the winner chicken dinner or not, you are my champ, WSB. What a
22
performance,
finishes,
man. 22 finishes, exactly. Even if they go down at the second position, they are still going to get 28 total points. That's still the max of anybody. But Encore puts down Raiden. Gods is in big trouble. Let's see what is going to happen. A retaliation is definitely going to come in. Raiden wants to seek for a revival, maybe getting to get it. But no, Encore denies it. And with that, yes, Encore has been compromised. Now the 4v3 scenario is going to put some serious pressure on the players of of Team WSB, and Gods gets compromised with the G36C. Well, there goes the action, there goes the shots, there goes Team Metal East was trying to wreak some havoc, trying to put the players down. Zeref and Arm Extinction are the only two individuals surviving there. Zeref is already low on his HP. Sayam gets compromised by Arm Extinction, and he finishes him off. There goes 23rd frag. Absolutely amazing performance coming in. It's not going to stop anytime soon. It does feel like that. A proper 1v1, but through the smoke, the DBS connection is being made by Zeref. Top dog goes down. It all trickles down to what Arm Extension is capable of. It's a 1v3 situation, and this lad has got already 9 finishes all alone. There are some teams which struggle to get 9 finishes, Lucifer, and this guy has got a solo 9 finishes.
Oh no!
Wow.
He gets cleaned off. What
No.
a game it could have been for WSP, but the winner chicken dinner goes for the well-strategized team of Medal. The way they moved in, the way they immediately picked off Team TAMILAS, and they got themselves ready for the final fight better than WSP is the reason the chicken dinner goes their way. But come on, you cannot take the credits away from WSP. What a rampage of a performance. Started with a fight with CS and Revenant. After that, CHEMIN they wiped out, WINDGOD they wiped out, Blind they wiped out, very close to wiping out even Medal. They brought it down to a 2v2 fight. If Zeref did not get knocked, it could have been a chance, but Medal made sure that doesn't happen, and Medal get their another chicken dinner here in the grand finals, keeping the race on. Now let's see how this takes in the overall standings, because Raider, a lot has changed, a lot of things have cooked, and we did talk about this being a lot of chaos. But I want to ask you, forget WSB, forget Medal for a second. Who else did you think? Xspark, you made a prediction, but there were other brilliant fights also that happened. So who else would have been your pick?
Blind, man, Blind. Definitely, I thought for a moment that Blind is going to be a possible team which might actually have secured the winner chicken dinner the way they were trying to enter. But I don't know what got into Team WSB.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of energy they have got, what they have prepped up for the map of Vikendi. But dude, what a domination, man. Have to say, 23 finishes. Is it even a joke? If I'm not wrong, Lucifer, I was talking to you yesterday that 23 finishes is the record of a single team getting the most point in a particular match.
Total
And these
points.
lads have got 23 finishes. Wow, man. What
And now
a
I
play.
think
What a play.
29 is going to be the total points that they'll be having. Unfortunate, if they got the
True.
chicken dinner, they would have 33.
33.
Higher than anybody. That's a record set in this new point system that anybody
Plus
could
the
have
finishes
done.
as well.
Exactly, that's what. Oh yeah, it'll be extra finishes. I think close to 25 or 27 will be the
Yeah,
total that they would
possible.
have done in terms of finishes. It's
Our maths
literally a
is just
chill.
going wrong, guys, at this point because they have actually broken the scale. They don't
Yeah.
expect this kind of domination in this point system, and that too in a finale of this kind of tournament.
Yep, I mean, a lot of questions were on WSP after the initial days, winner, chicken dinner, and how they kind of did not manage to make it through. But again, come on, kudos to Medal, right, of how they've been performing. I think they got a winner, chicken dinner in the first day. Yes, on Miramar, they've gotten themselves a winner, chicken dinner. This is going to be their third winner, chicken dinner, because on the start of the day itself, on Erangel, they got themselves a winner, chicken dinner, and now on Vikendi, they get their third winner, chicken dinner. So, Medal performing consistently. The overall standing race is still on for everybody. I like this. At the end of day 1 and day 2, it looked like only IQOOSOUL and Blind, but right now it's on for everybody. All of this will be broken down. Give us a short break, and you also take a sip of coffee or tea, whatever you want. Maybe get yourselves Red Bull, because this is going all out brawl.
my time is it gonna last? What if I tried to push through my past? But I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never cared for all that I know. I just wanna be alone. 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 Yeah, I'm truly a desperate lost soul. I got a feeling this world lost control. There's no more hope left. We're stuck in the unknown. It's the only thing I know. If I ever fall, will they even notice? Never cared for all that I know. I just wanna be alone. I just wanna be alone.
We didn't need a breather. I'm pretty sure WSP and Medal needed it. And if at the end, when the game screen ends, right, and if Medal saw how much finishes WSB had, they'll be like, wait, what? And I think Medal also did not get to see that because on the feed it was only WSP, but Medal also had to move and get inside the circle. But I think Medal, good job done, right? They knew that they had to get circle control, finished off Team TAMILAS and positioned themselves like a four-man wall situation. It was a square strategy, if you want to call it. So it was like one player behind another to provide cover in case the first one falls. And that's what worked. When ahead, I think Encore or Siam, somebody fell down. And then immediately from the back lines, they were able to find another knock on the opponent side of WSP, which led down to Arman as well as Zerif. And once Zerif got knocked in the close range, he did take one, but unfortunately he was so close that he couldn't help his teammate out. But we'll jump to the MVP and discuss further from there. Hands down, who else would you think? The MVP will come down to WSP, and it's going to be Arman. 9 finishes the man has had.
Yeah. Oh my god, the number of finishes. It's some serious dent into the lobby. I mean, 9 finishes altogether in a particular match. MVP ranking has been, of course, a little bit more favorable to him now. He has got jumped to 27th rank. And eventually, if you talk about the finish contribution, is 37.50. That is something serious to talk about, guys. On day number 1, I was like, yeah, the team contribution or finish contribution should not be 100% or more than 50% for an individual, even if he is an MVP. And that's exactly what has been proven today. This guy was able to get 9 finishes, and then also this guy was able to contribute just 30% of the job, 37% of the job, because the other guys were also more than efficient with getting all those finishes in their favor. So an amazing play, a well orchestrated performance coming in from the players of Team WSB, although at the end they kind of messed up because the zone placement was not that accurate, and they
Yeah.
prolonged the fight, as we were discussing on the back end with Blind as well. Although, to be honest, Lucifer, it's also kind of justified that they had to prolong that fight, because
Yep.
if Skips would have been not taken down, it would have been much more easier job for Blind for Medal to get a winner chicken dinner, because they could have been a backstab of Skips.
Hands down agree, and Skip certain times if let all alone, we've seen him going all out and finding chicken
Yeah.
dinner. So who knows, it could have been a problem for Medal also down the line. All that we can
Exactly.
speculate, but I think it's about just strategizing well. Medal initially also, they didn't have the circle. It was Team Tamilas from the north who had complete control of it. Medal kept bombarding them, and all kudos to Paradox over there. No, Top Dog, because of which they got it. And as I said, WSB, look at them, 24 finishes. 24 finishes, not total
Yeah.
points if you're confused. 24 eliminations on Vikendi is what they found, with 6 total points and not a chicken dinner, and with that they have 30 total points, which has a difference of 12 points from the team which got the winner chicken dinner, which has just 8 finishes.
A godly performance indeed coming in from WSB. But Medal, of course, kudos to the way they took the advantage against Team Tamilas,
Yep.
the way they made their entry against the players of Team Blinds. That's absolutely amazing. It really takes a lot of toll onto you if you kind of slip in this particular map, because again, Vikendi is a map which has kind of good covers. You have boulders, you have T-trunks to play along with, but then when the circle is so small, you don't have that many covers. That's one of those reasons why WSB failed to get that winner chicken
Yep.
dinner. But then again, Medal took a very good spot. They made sure that they're going to get those entries. Can't really say that for Team Revenant, which were the previous match champions. But Lucifer, there is one more thing that I want to add on. This is the day of chaos, but at the same point, this is the day of records as well.
Yeah.
Because there are n number of records that has been set. Just in the previous matchup, I was like, now there is a record of 26 total points. It's a highest record that has been ever set. Even before that, I was like 24 points is the max, but now it's 30. Now it's 9 finishes altogether by an individual known as Arman, who gets the highest number of finishes as well in terms of match summary, as we can see. And from his own team, we have Zeref and Raiden. It's kind of a roster reveal, except Top Dog is here to spoil the party.
Yeah, that's okay. I feel like nothing much from the side of WSP to be worried about, but as you rightly said, records have indeed been broken. Individually, the highest finish coming in with 9 finishes, where Arman stands right as of now. Blind and IQOOSOUL got, I think, total 2 to 3 points. As you can see, they've just moved a little ahead, but the race still keeps on going. Medal with this chicken dinner, they jumped to the 3rd spot. Before them it was Revenant, before them it was Orangutan. Places are going back and forth right as of now, and Medal have a difference of 12 points. I'm still a little worried right now, Raider, because how it seemed to be when he started the day was every other team
Yeah.
were getting closer to IQOOSOUL and Blind, and the distance of the number of points between them came down to single digit, but now it's slowly going
Yeah.
back to double digits. There's a 12-point difference, and if they don't cover it, it's going to be a problem. IQOOSOUL and Blind, the point difference between them with 2-3 points single digits has been going on from day 1, day 2, and now it's on day 3. However, Revenant here, as you early said, they got eliminated early. Even for WINGOD, their position was kind of good, but they did not take control of that fight against either Xspark or either against Entity, which eventually ended up being the circle moving away from them. And by the time they could have or tried to take control, WSB cleared them off.
As soon as you took the name of WindGod, I was like, yeah, I remember that nade coming in the lap
Yeah.
of Sevitar and the way he got popped off. So things like that will happen, guys. You have to figure out how you have to how you are going to place yourself in the map. Talking about the placements, yeah, reckoning they are on a very shaky note at this moment. Just have 6 placement points and 32 finishes. So yeah, they're trying to take the fight, but what about the placements? I know that the current point system provokes you a bit to take those aggressive fights as well, get those finish points, because one finish is going to secure you, 1 point is going to bring you a little bit closer to your goal, that is being the champion. But at the same point, we have to remember that this is a survival based gameplay where if you survive, finishes are the byproduct. So for that reason, definitely Team Reckoning and teams like Skyesports have to work on their number of finishes and along with their number of placement points as well. Meanwhile, when it comes to being the top 5 players, it is again just like the leaderboard in the favor of Team Blind. The individual known as Skips is going to be the one which is sitting on the top with 29 amazing frags. Race per match ratio is also quite intriguing. IQOOSOUL Joker, exactly what is there in the leaderboard has been replicated in the top 5 leaderboard as well, because there was a buffer of 3 points between Blind and IQOOSOUL. That's exactly what is here in this scenario of top 5 players as well.
WSB, Raiden and Zeref also make their way in the third and fourth spot with 25 finishes each, and then comes in Orangutan Trigger with 24 of his own. But as you can see, after every game except for Skips and IQOOSOUL's Joker, the positions have been changing, right? And I really enjoy this. I'm just waiting for when the position changes of the top two. Is it gonna happen? 12-point difference. But for us, and to get a chance in a giveaway, all you have to do is make us reach 800 subs. Not 800 in triple digit number, 800,000 subs
800K.
is what we are looking
Yeah.
forward to. And if we do that, we get a chance to give you guys a celebratory gift, because that is going to be an achievement for us, and we want to share it with our people who have been watching and supporting Sky Esports from the very start. So there'll be a 30 Royal Pass giveaway happening, and if your heart is even bigger and you make us reach either 900 or 1 million, we'll open up 50 or 100 Royal Pass giveaway. It is all in your hands, and the giveaway is also yours to take.
It's part of the love that we have for you guys, and that's what you are going to get in terms of the giveaway. Along with that, let's explore the BGMI roadmap of Sky Esports as well, because it is, of course, going to give you a lot of insight of what is going to come up next. So, guys, I want to tell you that with the prize pool of 10 lakh rupees, Sky Esports Champions Series is already going on from Feb 28 to March 10th. The whole championship is going to go. But then, in just a span of 10 more days, we'll get to see from March 28th with another prize pool of 10 lakh rupees, Sky Esports Mobile Open. And after that, Sky Esports Championship 6.0, which will be in Chennai. A LAN event will be coming in, so stay tuned for that, of course.
I am hyped. I think for Mobile Open as well, because in Mobile Open we have invites, right, coming in. Meaning you get a chance for the top 10 teams in the Sky Esports leaderboard, a standalone leaderboard, where the top teams get a chance to be invited in the quarterfinals, and only the quarterfinals. Before that also there'll be invites, but not later. Meaning the semi-finals and grand finals, you fight till the end, you fight for the spot, you fight for the title. But if you want to see what the leaderboards are or what your favorite team's positions are, link is skyesports.in/sky ranking. You will see the top teams. Right as now, I think we saw it was Entity, Reckoning, and one of the other teams that is still trying to get to the top 10, whereas right now I think VST and another team were holding it. And if that happens, if they're able to change it, maybe let's see what happens. But all of that will be decided at the end of day 6. Once day 6 happens, we get an overall picture of what the Sky Esports leaderboard is, what the overall standing is, who the winner of Sky Esports Champions Series 24 is, and with that we'll also have an idea of how Sky Esports Mobile Open is going to be. And if you only follow our Instagram page at the rate Sky Esports Gaming, you will know when the registrations are open and when you guys can participate.
Also, make sure to scan the QR code that we have been showing throughout the matches, that you can actually go ahead and scan, so that you make sure to actually go ahead and connect with us on the WhatsApp as well. But for now, in order to explore what happens in the next particular match of Miramar, we have to take a short break, and after that, we'll be back with a bang, of course.
After a demolition of a derby of a Vikendi game that we witnessed with 24 insane out of the world finishes for WSP, did not get a chicken dinner, but they showed their prowess and where they're looking forward to jump up. Medal also trying to fight for the top 3, maybe even the top 2, who knows. 12 points of a difference is there here at the LG UltraGear presents Skyesports Champions Series, powered by AMD, e-commerce partner Elitehubs, and our gaming peripheral partner is Zebronics. We are hyped and ready. That energy of Vikendi that instilled on us, it might have been cold, but I'm sure just like the Red Bull, we got the wings right now, geared up for Miramar. It is too hot and we are wearing the hoodies right now. So what do you feel, Necros, after watching that? What is Miramar going to unfold on?
I mean, it's quite of uncertainty, I would say, because WINGOD, sorry, WSB, my bad. It's all W going on the way.
Yeah.
I mean, WSB coming into the question with 24 finishes. Oh my god. I was just talking to Raiden before the Vikendi got started. I just told him, bro, give your best. You guys are doing good. And he was like, no problem, I got this. And this was the result. I mean, I was like, bro, did I motivate you too much?
What that's what he said. I got you. I mean, that it feels so cool and just a one-word answer saying, "Got you." Don't worry. I like it. Let's carry the same mood of I got your back here on Miramar. Let's see who's got who's. If they don't get it here, then they might just be losing a chance. But Orangutan, they've been fighting, right? They got their chicken dinner. Now, can they get another chicken dinner? Starting off here with us is going to be entities Gamla Boy at Torre Ahumada. And this time it seems to be a half split flight path coming through. Previously we saw a western edged flight path, but this time it's a little east, but it still feels favorable. I don't think teams will have trouble even going to El Pozo, or even if they want to go to Valle del Mar, maybe a little, but not as such as a drop clash is what I cross my fingers on.
Yeah, definitely. I will be also looking forward to not see any drop clashes. I mean, we have seen it. I was really surprised to see Revenant's early demise in the previous match of Vikendi because, I mean, they were going in a good form. We really appreciated the kind of start that they had while putting Aquanox in the front line alongside Fierce. It was working pretty well. But now, I mean, every time we are seeing Reckoning, this one team's trying to step up but not having the chance again and again and again. This thing is being repeated for, I will say, n number of times in the entire grand finals. We're down to the last 2 matches with this one and the Erangel that is left for today, and we will be completing 50% of the grand final matches, it seems, Lucifer. And after that, even if Reckoning are not making any comeback by, you know, in these 2 matches itself, I do feel like their even chance of qualification making to the top 10 of Skyesports leaderboard will be very, I would say, dicey.
Let's see who is able to make it or not. Wait, what? A Gamla Boy just sat in a vehicle of IQOOSOUL. Manya, however, drives away and Gamla Boy decides to eject out of there. But man, it could have been interesting. Gamla Boy goes, meets up and says hi to players of IQOOSOUL. Maybe they exchange melees against each other and then they just back off. Manya again drops him. Nice, good time we had. That was a nice evening chat by 2 fellow players of BGMI. Whether they might be rivals or not, but that was a close call. Thankful that Manya did not see any weapons on the hands of the players of Entity. Otherwise, this could have gone south too early.
Yeah, I mean, that was some early contention that definitely nobody would want to engage themselves in. But IQOOSOUL, I mean, I wouldn't say that they are not having a very great run, but what a start that they had after like first 2 days. I would say like the first day was definitely something to watch out for, but the second day was not that good, and third day it seems like they're going with slow pace, not having like a big difference of scores, or they're not making a lot of huge impactful those points that they're securing every match. But this time again, the circle is favoring on the northern side. They will be looking forward to grab a lot more points, but it's Metal Esports Top Dog who goes down and out, and it's CHEMIN Esports securing the first frag.
Look at where Blind have dropped. They've gone all the way down south. Los Higos is where they've decided. An Entity easily will be able to travel towards El Pozo. I mean, initially they were about to have a fight towards La Cobrerias of Manya, and I think Manya just came to take up a vehicle. But as you rightly said, towards Montenuo and Power Grade, we just saw Medal losing their player. A chicken dinner that they found and now losing a player. It's not good for them, but Team Tamilas as well in Vikendi were closer to maybe getting their winner chicken dinner. Imagine if Team Tamilas, Necros, had their position and would have eliminated medal, maybe they would have been the ones taking that winner chicken dinner away from WSP. So I'm pretty sure now in Los Leones, Team Tamilas will be trying to strategize what they can do better. However, the circle is not encompassing completely the compounds of Los Leones, so therefore they would have to make work of what next position they would go to and rotate out. However, medal seems like they did not even find vehicles. They're afoot and they're running as far as possible. This seems to be a marathon, but right as of now, you can watch marathons or anything that you want as you would want to game on the LG UltraGear monitors with high refresh rates and lower latencies, where you don't have to be worried about anything rather than just adore the brilliant big monitors and the clear vision that you'll be experiencing with them.
Exactly, and but coming back again into the game, Lucifer, we have got some good plays, just quick plays, as smooth as what we talk about the monitors. We also had some smooth plays in the previous match, expecting the similar things to happen in the map of Miramar again. CHEMIN Esports, they've started off pretty well. They will be looking forward to grab some more points like this, maybe to keep this kind of momentum up in the next couple of matches as well. CHEMIN Esports, they were facing a lot of backlashes, I would say, from the starting of the day. We saw them getting dropped down to the second chart, and from there, if they are writing their own comeback story, that's going to be very, very good to see when it becomes unfold. But now Team Tamilas and Revenant, they are the happy neighbors, the good neighbors, not engaging with each other at the very start of the game. But yeah, when you have completed your loot and during the rotation, if there is a bit of chance where they can clash, I really think that Revenant will be trying to engage and grab those finishes.
Just like IRL, neighbors are happy as long as you don't cross paths with each other. Once you cross paths with each other, you know what breaks out. They don't like what you do. Eventually, they'll try to tell you something, and I'm pretty sure that's going to happen on the Los Leones compounds. Let's hope it doesn't. But for Dragon, whatever they've been trying, all that they've been able to do is maybe defend themselves from teams and maybe even get finishes for themselves, but not greatly above 5. So I think Dragon, they have to make a workaround happen for themselves. And the teams that we thought who had a better show in semi-finals, right? In the grand finals, it's not yet been the case. Now medal, they're very close. They have a difference of 12 points. Now with them losing a player very early on, it is going to be tough for them to get close to 12 finishes. However, if they strategize well with Siam, Paradox and Encore, it still should be doable. However, they did lose that player Top Dog, who was crucial in eliminating Team Tamilas earlier.
Talking about the rotations and the kind of ups and downs that we have seen in the overall standings, AEROBOTZ, their drop down in the second chart has definitely surprised me. I mean, that team was doing pretty amazing, right, Lucifer? We have seen him getting points, getting finishes. Overall, they were doing pretty good, an amazing job. But today's day has not at all been in their favor. I would say this is a day that they would like to forget for themselves, and they want to get a restart if possible. But maybe they will be just praying, can we skip for the next day, because this one is little worse than what they expected it to be.
I think what AEROBOTZ had to change was when they were in Podvosto. Was it in Podvosto? I don't think Podvosto. Podvosto was entity as well as Xspark, I guess. So when they were in the other compound while they were trying to hold off on Dragon, that fight was too prolonged. They should have given it up, right? We speak about it in BGMI that if you prolong a fight, either you win or somebody else wins. It's not going to be either of the two teams who are stuck together, and for to be stuck to in a same building is not good. But you can be not stuck with your old parts, and if you're looking forward to upgrades, your one-stop destination for all your computer needs is Elitehubs. But one-stop destination for CS, where is it, Necros? Because they are unable to figure a way out to jump back to the top. They're missing opportunities in even as we saw the match of Vikendi, they got eliminated. They couldn't do much. WSB looked super confident, and CS wiped out over there as well. Do you think they can do something different and find their destination to maybe make a jump back to the first page, because they were seen only in the day 1?
I mean, we can see a clear difference with the approaches and the kind of gameplay that the teams are coming up with on the table, and it has clearly showcased as a team who was doing pretty good in the later stages of the semi-finals. Like if you talk about Reckoning, we appreciated them so much in by the end of semi-finals that this team might be the one to look out for with the new teams. Yes, they have gelled up, they've got the synergies up, but it's complete different story right now. I mean, Reckoning, they don't even come near close to that comparison, even what we did in the semi-finals, and same goes for CS. CS were fighting very hard to qualify for the grand finals. They did fight in the last day also. They clinched 2 chicken dinners to manage themselves up, and they managed to come this far. So that does gives a little gist that, you know, Reckoning and CS, there might be something which is not going right. It can be a strategical issue, it can be a miscommunicative calls that we are seeing between the players, among the players. I mean, I'm not sure about it because we cannot hear their comms, right? But still, you can judge by their gameplay.
But judging by Orangutan's today power, I think the apes have finally woken up. They've become the King Kongs here to try and conquer things. But yeah, they've been, falling after that chicken dinner a little short. They've been getting finishes. They get 6, and I think they did even get 8, even if they didn't get the chicken dinner. But what you can get is the latest updates of whatever is happening at Skyesports, whether it be the upcoming BGMI action or any other that you would want to know about. Scan the QR code, follow us on WhatsApp, and you will be informed about anything and everything that's going on. And maybe you're a player who's looking out for opportunities and you've already missed a couple of them where you wanted to participate in the tournament. This might be your right opportunity. But you were asking about, or we were discussing about, right, what Reckoning so far has done. Now let's quickly try to break it down. Now Punk, amazing on semi-finals, right? He was leading by example and by charge from the front, and he was the one who used to initially pick off a finish or so. Then Hunters would used to swoop in. But now, even though Hunters and Punk are trying to do something, we are able to see with Duke that he's able to assist with grenades or support. But main thing that they're missing is Mac, their 4th player. We have seen that happening a lot. They're not coming in with them. But right as now, coming in with their fire is Xspark against Team TAMILAS. IGL is down. Fox trying to cover him. Ninja God with his red dot is still not giving up. That's such a far angle distance. With the M4, he's still trying to power through. And Sensei, he hears these long range shots, and he's here. He's called his teammates, and this is an opportunity for Revenant to capitalize. A grenade goes out. I think Manti also tried to throw one, but Xspark confirm IGL's finish in their name.
Revenant, they're looking super aggressive, and why not when you got all these assaulters? Sensi stepping in up front, wants to go and get these all finishes in their favor. But Maxi, the off angle that he was holding will be revealed at this point. Revenant, Sensei, he has a good read. You can see Aquanox has been put behind. I mean, I don't know, he's just being that off angle player for their side. But Maxi finally gets taken down. Aquanox does his job brilliantly, and Sensei's nade will give no second chances to Maxi at this point. But he might be getting taken down. The shots were fired, but no, it's not. Fierce nades gets Manti down. It all comes down to the last player, Fox, and Team Tamilas seems to getting eliminated on a very early note.
Last one player, Fox, don't know what he could do or try to manage one Molotov and a medkit and a first aid to work with. But with that molly, his position is given away. Blaze on the other end gets knocked. Shot from where, but Fierce confirms that last finish and the entire team's wipe as Team Tamilas is the first team to be eliminated. But Xspark don't stop. They're like, oh, you took away the entire team from us, we are going to try and punish you. And in the meantime, there's a third party coming in from AEROBOTZ. In the meantime, Xspark confirms Aquanox over there, and now in trouble is going to be Revenant. Blaze also gets confirmed. It's down to Fierce as well as Sensei. Fierce gets revived back to his feet, but he has to patch himself up. AEROBOTZ looking forward to where they are stuck at the edges, but in the meantime, Xspark, they've also pushed up close.
Now this is going to be a 3-way fight. Revenant, they are a bit unlucky, I would say, because after converting such a good fight, they are being trapped out. Fierce finds Afu. Now the position will be revealed, and Revenant, they have completely patched themselves up through the covers of smoke. They will be trying to pushing towards the side of AEROBOTZ because they do need to do something, because if they don't find picks on AEROBOTZ, it's either way Team Xspark pushing up and closing them up. But now it seems like Sensei is in some trouble, and it's Team Xspark who will be doing the wonderful job as Fierce. He's all left alone. Team Xspark from behind and AEROBOTZ from the front. Revenant, they had no way to exit from this situation, but Fierce, I don't think he's going to survive for a longer period of time.
Yeah, they did not have any grenade or even a Molotov to retaliate. But wait, what? Fierce comes out of the smoke like a hero, but unable to function because there was the written fire ready. But Shadow? Okay. Controls the vehicle. Nothing much to be worried about. He's back in action, but in the meantime, directly pushing towards AEROBOTZ. Afu just got recovered, but Shadow tried to drive the vehicle over. It does not work out, and both Sarang as well. Wait, Shadow is still trying to function. He gets both of them down. Sarang should be back in his feet and trying to fight, but AEROBOTZ, I'm pretty sure, should call it safe. But wait, Shadow, look at the distance. On one end, it was Xspark Shadow, and right now it's AEROBOTZ Shadow doing damage. Sarang might be finished off. Shadow in the meantime trying to save him if possible, but Shadow, I think the distance of where he is from to try and help his teammates out is going to be tough. However, can be happy that they've given away the position to CS. Grenade coming in from MVP. Can it find the connection? It should. And Shadow immediately moves up close through the smoke with the DBS, finds that knock on MVP, and this fight continues forward. Xspark not giving up. What a fight that they're having. I already have 5 finishes in their name, but finally Shadow gets swept. Now it is Sarang who's up close. Can he control the fight? Right now he's hiding behind the smoke. CS, they also have lost the player, so they're trying to fight. Wait, they've not lost. MVP is only down low. He's been revived. Grenade, a low toss one ready. It should find the connection right, maybe close to Sarthak's lab, but no, he moves away. In the meantime, on the other angle, Spray God with his SK12. Can he find it? He spots the player, switches to the M4, but the grenade damage. Now Spray God has to patch himself up. Back to the fight.
Sarang's name might just annoy them a lot, but Ninja Jot gets taken down. This is unfortunate for the side of Xspark. Sarang has to deliver at this moment. Ninja Jot, Spray God, both of them are picked off. This can be that exit that they don't want. Xspark, they had a good run so far, but CS seems to be completely patching themselves up, and those shots, if they come in the right moment, it's going to be problematic. Draken patches him up, gets the nade cooking, and Leo's nade definitely keeps Spray God away from this fight and completely gets him decimated. Ninja Jot again gets taken down and out. It all comes down to Sarang, and I believe for him to clutch this 1v4, it's going to be super tough because he's already in the down ridge.
He finds one on Leo YT, but immediate switcheroo coming in. Draken puts him down, and that is going to be CS Esports reaping the benefits. AEROBOTZ Shadow tried to trouble them, it did not work out. But wait, HYDRA official, they're here for another third party. Can they spot them out, or will they go for a push over there, commit for a full-on fight? Seems like maybe they don't because of the distance. They might be calling it off, peel it, it says, and they'll be trying to move in another direction. In the meantime, Spray God still not giving up from HYDRA official, looking forward to for an opportunity. And he's also, I think, heard Shadow's spray that he was trying to do when Xspark and CS were fighting, but unable to spot anything. And the thing I'm still worried is HYDRA official, is it their vehicle that's right now burning up over there? And Spray God decides he's going to just run away on foot, whereas his teammates were nearby, could have waited for them. Surprising. This is a little bit weird, but seems like there's nothing much to be worried about. Wait, actually, wait. The position that they're in is the same position where Team TAMILAS got knocked. Okay, so they're on the crates where they're trying to loot, and that's why I was surprised. Wait, what's happening? Why are these vehicles burning? But now we have an idea of what was happening. Since has one finish in his name. That was early, very early, that we saw them picking a player of Medal. But Medal later, Necros, also had an issue. I think some other team picked again one more player. So Medal is also, I think, just surviving with 2 more players.
They will be looking forward to, kind of grab some good points. It has been a good day for Medal. We have to see it. I mean, they started with a chicken dinner. They also ended the previous match with a chicken dinner. Not a lot of finishes as compared to what WSB did, that's for sure. I mean, that was really very massive. But yeah, still, they were doing pretty good. If you talk about the map at this point, we see it's all around the areas of San Martin, and I won't be surprised if it ends in San Martin. I mean, those clusters, those compound final circles always excite me so much because so many teams we see staying alive for the later period of time.
Let's see how exciting it is going to be. 13 teams still alive. We are at the end of stage 2 and stage 3 is about to start. Blind right as of now, nothing that they've gotten. IQOOSOUL, I think they're still also surviving without much of a trouble, but they've also not found anything for themselves. But what you can find is going to be the best audio headphones that you would need for your gaming experience, where you need sometimes Type-C connectors, and Zebronics got you covered. You all have to do is go check the links in description. But right now, what Sayam is checking with his variable scope on the 6X is where he can try to put the bullet down, find a knock, and if he does, he'll be happy. But as I said, Sayam and Encore are the last 2 players, as Medal did lose another player to one or the other team. But now it's time for the circle to shift. As we did say, it's the end of stage 2. Stage 3 about to start. Play zone almost fully shrunk, and now teams have to see where they have to move forward. There's still that cluster towards La Bendita and just above Los Leones, where AEROBOTZ, CS and HYDRA officials are. On the other end, look at Reckoning. Looks like towards the edges of Junkyard, they're playing safe. But on Graveyard, there is WSP, and right above them is Orangutan, and towards San Martin's edges are WINDGOD with Entity just above or close to Hacienda. In the meantime, IQOOSOUL have a big spread from Power Grid through San Martin, and now they can have a barrier with the circle still encompassing them. In the meantime, finally CS decide to move away as the circle has decided to move away.
CS has to find a good spot, Lucifer. I mean, every time we are seeing this team, they have the potential, they have the game, they have the gunpowder. But one thing that is missing is that I would say the lack of confidence sometimes in fights, and also some decision making which fight they should take and which they should avoid. But you know what, you have the option to get which monitor you want to get for yourself, and I believe LG Ultra Gear is the best one that you can get with a 240 Hz refresh rate with a 1 ms latency. That's the best as of now.
But trying to put their best performance. WINGOD, can they get the chicken dinner today? Tried their best, but look at HYDRA, what they're doing. They've gone in for the push. AEROBOTZ Shadows, the last player surviving. He does have 2 finishes. Did throw down a molly, I guess, but a molly gets thrown to him. He has to jump the window, drop in right in the faces of HYDRA, where they were ready and waiting for him. And Spursh with his DBS clears AEROBOTZ finally. And down to the 12 teams in front of our screens.
WINGOD will have to go for a good run. They had a very decent game. As of now, we talk about they've got the finishes, they have got the placement points that they wanted throughout this day. As of, I would say, as of now, they've got good points, but now their focus will be on getting some more finishes as much as possible. We talk about Savita, 44 finishes, a total of maximum 6 finishes throughout this adding up semi-finals and the finals. So we have to see how many more can he get. I mean, there is still an MVP race going on. That's only solely depending on the grand finals finishes, but still, I mean, he can climb up quickly if he just goes with this flow. But you can also level up your game with some stronger laptops of AMD, and you can carry it anywhere and everywhere where you want.
I've missed Avi today. I've missed Rex. Savitar unfortunately got a grenade catch that he held in Vikendi and Max. Can they do something new today? But right as now, I'm going to miss the entire team of Medal as Encore also gets spotted as they were trying to push up through power grid, and now it's all down to Siam. CS, they got the compound very early, and now Siam, there's no way he knows that he cannot recover his teammate. All he has to do is maybe go for a flank and hope for a 1v4 if they're able to do it, but he also knows that's very tough. Orangutan making life even tougher is going to be for Reckoning as they put down Hunters immediately, and it would come down to Punk as well as Doom right now. 2 players. They are already down to 3 with 1 player not joining, and now they'll be down to 2 players, whereas coming to Siam, he's one last player at power grid. CS are close by, but does he get a chance anytime to even strike a 1v4 against them? I don't think that's going to happen. And if CS realize he's close by, just like what they did to AEROBOTZ Shadow, they will try to do to him as well.
5 finishes on their name and looking good this time. CS will be looking forward to grab a lot of points. They have a good position for themselves inside the circle. This fire building has always been a very, I would say, favorite place of mine to hold, because if you're holding it, you have a lot of chances to convert those finishes of those players who are trying to push you in. So yeah, you've got a lot more openings in this case. But CS, if you talk about MVP, hasn't got any finishes so far for his name, but I really believe Lucifer, I mean, the team finishes always matter the most, and the team performance matters the most in every case, because after all, the entire match and all the tournaments that they play, it's all about the team game.
Yeah, it is always a team game. Who does it better wins it. But right as now, it seems like the team doing better for now is CS, because they're the only teams who've gotten good start, are at 5 finishes. Every other team, I think, barely have 1 or 2. And Blind here, 0 finishes. Good high reach control, but they should understand that they'll not be in the final circle if they hold this position. In the meantime, Orangutan facing trouble. We were just talking about them and Reckoning, and seems like Punk found a way to put 1 player down. There's going to be a knock for now. Not too sure if it's a conversion, but Trigger is stuck out there. Doom also joining him. And now Orangutan, do they recover from it, is something that we have to wait and watch. But the circle, as we said, it is going to keep shifting. Blind are at the edge, but I think it is going to move in another direction later down the line. IQOOSOUL right dead center. Now IQOOSOUL and Blind know there is a big chase that is happening to deny them the throne at the end of day 3. And if it continues, and if they're unable to do it, Necros, I think it is open season for all teams from the 4th day.
It's going to be a hefty day tomorrow, and I mean, I still feel like the last 3 days will be very, very much full of climaxes. because I mean, a lot of teams making a comeback, a lot of teams actually in today's day we have seen a lot of things happen. The top teams facing difficulties to score points, while the teams those who were sitting in the bottom managing to score so many points that the top teams are not even getting, I would say, 10 points in each match. But that nade from the side of Trigger OG definitely puts Dome knock and finish. That's the policy that they are looking forward to. 2 finishes already in the name of Orangutan, it seems, but WINGOD, he will be needing a revival. Punk wants to go up close and personal. The healing will be done on time, but Reckoning are again into those early casualties and early elimination scenarios.
Pung jumping all the way around, reading it so well. And with that Pung going down, Orangutan will be back to a 4-man strong team. But look at Trigger again, 3 big finishes right at the start. Okay, maybe not the start, my bad. Stage 4. But for Orangutan, it is a start because they've been holding those compounds for so long, and finally that they take it away from Reckoning and clear their backlines. They should be able to rejoin with their teammates Ash and AKOP. Not much to be worried about. But WSP, do they reconnect and get to a chicken dinner? They were at 24 finishes in Vikendi. Can they repeat or replicate something similar to that to get a big game in their name? They are inside the circle, not much to be worried about. They have the southern edge control for themselves, whereas Entity want to take up the the northeast control for themselves. Grenade flub, Troy, that's okay, not much to be worried about. You will be able to recover. He still has 2 more nades to play with, but this is the chance to strike. If Entity don't strike now, Orangutan will be back with all their players. But WINGOD, they say we are going to strike. If they don't, we are going to come up on the feet, and they put Viper down from CHEMIN.
The backup arrives from the side of Orangutan, and now they will be playing in a little split to completely, I would say, sandwich the players of NTT Gaming at this point. But yeah, the circle has shifted towards the western side. Look at Blind. They are the one who will be reigning on the top because they have got a beautiful position. Nobody will be coming up from the backside of them. So they are quite assured that the height advantage will give them a lot more chances to score, as well as, you know, get a lot more finishes for their side. But there's continuous needs from Somraj is not giving any damage as such to the boys of Orangutan. But this time AKOP, he gets taken down by the vehicle explosion, and it seems like it's going to be a little troubling. The opening has been found, and Entity, they are pushing with everything that they've got.
This 2-2 split is not a great idea. Ash is brought back to life, but all the players are pushing up. Another molly being tossed. Not at great health is Ash. He can be knocked at any moment, but looks like they've stepped outside of the doors. And now AKOP on a different position. Wait, they're actually in the vehicles, whereas Ash is still with the SK as well, but finally gets spotted out. Somraj immediately cleans him up, and that 2-2 split was not a great idea. However, a split of HYDRA official in various different directions, and CS capitalize on it.
Wow, CS are having a dream run at this moment. They're getting all those finishes where they want. IQOOSOUL's Mania will be clearing off Kratos, but it seems like HYDRA, they have been eliminated with only 2 finishes on the board, but IQOOSOUL still remains, though they have got the finishes. CHEMIN Esports, they also have faced 2 backlashes, but now they have to look forward to get more placement points for themselves because CHEMIN Esports, they have to travel a long distance. For IQOOSOUL, it's all fine. It's all G's for them because they are sitting on an elevated platform, an elevated position. Specifically, if you talk about Mania, he has a lot more visual as compared to any other player in this particular region. WINGOD, on the other hand, will be troubling the players of Blind. They might have the advantage, but they are in a very big split, which might cause the solo eliminations. If that thing continues, Blind might be facing a lot of aftermath after this.
Line, good control. Now how they make use of it is something that we have to wait and watch, and if they get a big game here, their position on the top will be confirmed. They don't have to be worried about in the next matchup, Erangel. Whereas CHEMIN, they've always tried to get closer, but they've always had casualties as well in whichever fight they've converted. They have a total of 6. Venom coming up strong with 4 of his own. Kratos had 2, but he's also been swept down. IQOOSOUL spot the player, and now CHEMIN, the way they were trying to enter has been denied. So they have to go for a bigger rotation, but they go ahead a little more from here. Entity is waiting to strike. Orangutan is waiting to strike. Venom in a very tough spot. He's not even being assisted by his teammate, and now the play zone is also doing damage.
For him to survive is going to be tough, but Leo Whitey, that's the end. That's the end of the run for CS. They had a very good show, but now Blind puts the rest. The circle has already been shifted towards from their side, so they also need to come inside the circle. Mania, it's taken down, and now WSB 4 players remaining, and now they are engaging with Dragon Esports. That Molotov is definitely going to hurt a lot, and they are burning. They are burning it now, and one more shot, Raiden can get another pick for himself. But these shots are not making such connection. Raiden gets taken down. Dragon Esports, they're making a comeback, but the counter effects or the counter shots that are being taken by WSB, it's enormous.
On the other end, it's Entity and Orangutan, and Blind are acting as the third party because they know if they want to enter the circle, they have to have a fight on the higher ridges, making sure that their lower ridges is the only team that they have to be worried about. But the team that WSP were worried about, they still have to keep it ongoing. However, a player is knocked, they have to push up, but they've lost Raiden. In the meantime, Blind picks up on Orangutan's player. Entity keep knocking, Blind keep picking.
Oh, then that's the end. That's the end that we are seeing right now. WSB Zerv, on the other hand, will be picking off Dragon Esports Munna, but yeah, that being said, both the teams, Entity and Orangutan, are out of this question. We are left with top 5 teams and 13 more players remaining. Harsh putting up a lot more utils, the smoke part to just pave their paths inside the circle because they have to give a slam into that compound. Rudox is waiting. He has spotted the players of IQOOSOUL, and he will be looking forward to capitalize on it. And Joker, he barely survives, but for how long? Rudox, he's dealing a lot of damage. His position is completely revealed. He's trying to spot more of the players, but he will be just a prey towards the circle, and S-Power needs to get the entry done inside the circle. There's no more way that he can just go in and without any finishes. But Soul Ronnie, he's already up front, has to make good efforts to get a lot more finishes in the back.
Just because Blind got the higher risk control, they thought they could move up. They did not worry about IQOOSOUL because they did not spot them, and IQOOSOUL's Ronnie picks up an advantage. However, immediately capitalize on that is going to be Arman and Exchange. Now IQOOSOUL will be slowed down. In the meantime, Dragon, a self-nade on them, but somehow they're going to be able to convert things on Blind. They will survive. They will try to bring their fight or players back. But it comes down to only S-Power surviving as Arman confirms Ronnie's finish in his name. WSP, they have 3 players. IQOOSOUL has only 1. S-Power on the other end, Dragon have 2. WSP, the chicken dinner that they could not convert in the previous game, looks like this time they might just have it. The circle in their favor. They just have to spread their players. They know that Dragon is already there in the circle. IQOOSOUL's information, they might not have much of it, Necros.
They don't have, even if you talk about S-Power, he doesn't even have a lot more smokes to play with. So he has to take a decision, but he's playing for that survival points. IQOOSOUL's domination today's day, that was not that good, but Superboy keeping the hopes alive. WSB, they're pushed away at this moment. Gods is barely surviving in a very low HP. He will be patching himself up, but Arman, he needs to do some wonderful job. He has done it in the map of Vikendi. Can he do it once again in the map of Miramar? That's the big question. It was not a chicken for WSB in the map of Vikendi, but there is a slight chance that they can take this out in this very map. But Dragon Esports, it seems like they're pushing. Superboy is very close at this moment.
That's such a great molly. Now Gods, even though he put down a smoke, he cannot cross. Superboy ready in the up close building right now. Chogod in the meantime to provide cover fire. This fight got to an interesting position, down from a 3v2 to a 2v2. Arman up close and ready. Gods in the meantime finds an opportunity to cross over. S-Power in the same time tries to immediately jump through. Now S-Power did spot the player of Gods, low toss coming through of a molly. I don't think he'll find any connection. It was just outside, and Gods will get his player back to a 3v2v1 situation. S-Power's position was seen already. Chogod with good nade does some damage to S-Power, but S-Power still managed to survive. Another one to follow, but it goes a little further away, therefore only chipping him for now.
Chogod does know a little bit of intel, but he doesn't know the exact location of where S-Power is holding. But if you talk about these nades, he still have 3 more. I don't know. I really wonder how many nades he was carrying, but definitely he's trying to find values from everywhere he's looking forward to. This nade might just be a little bit problematic, and Arman drops down to almost 50 of his HP. S-Power still remains constant. Nobody knows. Even Gods, he's not suspecting the position of S-Power. Otherwise, a nade would have come in by this time. And 3 teams, he's surviving. S-Power, he will be very, very much patient. And look at this. Gods is putting nades for Choke God, but there's nothing more that they can do. All these utils, but not a single opening still now.
Choke God worried about S-Power. WSB worried about Choke God. So IQOOSOUL's S-Power only right now cleared or unsure is... WSP, they don't know, but with that door being open, now that they know in the up close building there is going to be a player. Soul's S-Power doesn't have any util. WSP, Gods as well as Zerif, I think they used. Arman, did he spot S-Power through the window? And now look at this. God's moving up with the DBS. Superboy, I don't think he's going to turn back to check God's over there. DBS on the ready. Skarel on God's. He swings back to the DBS, spots S-Power, completely unready for the fight. Nice finish to be found. Now WSB back in a normal 3v2 fight and no control of the play zone for the side of Dragon. So they have to push out and WSB ready on the aggress.
Power was also waiting for that moment, and it seems like Gods, he will be capitalizing on it. Dragon Esports Superboy, he's waiting for somebody to open the door. That's it. That's the moment. WSB takes it home. This Miramar falls in their hands. The Vikendi, it went close, but not home for their side, with even having 24 finishes, but this time not having that amount of finishes, but still taking this 10 placement points home with them. They will be pretty happy of what the results turned out to be for them, for their side.
They're like, we missed it on Vikendi. It fell a little bit short, but here we are not going to make the mistake. Played it very well. Gods waited for the opportunity, never over-aggressed or made sure that his teammate was brought back to life. I think that push towards the shack to get back his teammate was first the good call that they made. And after that, Arman was ready, making sure that nobody else pushes up. They got back Zverev. They were ready for the next upcoming fight. And then S-Power's position was something that they were unsure of. But S-Power opens his door, and that's when Gods gets his idea. And Gods gets closer, creeps up. And as you rightly said, right, the same position that S-Power was holding, that he knew that Dragon is going to push out from. And S-Power also did not have complete idea of the other team from where they can come up from. Timed it so perfectly, opened the door, DBS, immediate shotgun shell, and he gets that finish for himself. But I think the hold off between them and Dragon that they did earlier was a good decision from them, because if you remember, WSB initiated the fight very early with Dragon. However, they decided to fall back. They decided to peel off from that fight, and that decision worked out, Necros. If they decided to go all in, maybe they could have been spotted by Blind, maybe they could have been spotted from IQOOSOUL, maybe even Entity, maybe even Orangutan. Somebody could have done some damage. So good decision, bought some time, and now they get the chicken dinner. Very well played.
Exactly, and an indeed game that they wanted. And I was really thinking that, you know, this time it might be Blind to take it because they have the circle advantage, but it was not the case. It was a good run though by the players. All the players, those who actually played Dragon Esports, also finished in the second spot. They will be pretty happy with it because they did have finishes. They do have the placement points itself. So all in all total, if you talk about, they have accumulated good amount of points. Even S-Power surviving till that very end will earn some placement points for the side of IQOOSOUL. They had some finishes, if not a lot, but still I would say 4-5 finishes that they had, they will be pretty happy with it. So overall, I mean, IQOOSOUL and Blind, they are moving in a slow pace. They're getting the points, but not as in a vivid way as how the teams in the bottom are getting.
Yeah, I think again stuck to maybe single digit weight. Right now, I think because of S-Power, they might get a lot more 5 points in terms of placement. So good, better than Blind. Blind, I think, maybe got a couple of finishes. That's all. We'll try to decipher it once we get the match standings and then the overall standings. So wait till then as we cut to a short break. WSP redeemed their chicken dinner, saying that you guys stole it previously. We're going to make sure at least we capitalize in the next, showing up their consistent performance and ideal strategy of how well they need to strategize in a fight, especially with circle shifting and teams converging towards that circle. Kudos to them. Job well done. Chicken dinner is theirs. And now, what do you think, Necros? Where are the standings going?
It's very hard to tell, but yeah, that's for sure. One thing is evident that WSB won't be finishing in the second chart after this kind
I
of
mean, they were already in the
performance.
first. So where are
Yeah,
they going to
that's
be
that.
in the first right now? Top two?
I'll go with #3. I really feel like Blind has got some couple of points, so IQOOSOUL has got a couple of points, but we'll quickly have a look on the MVP. Who is it? It's going to be OG's Trigger, who has done a brilliant job overall. I would say he has done a fantabulous job securing those finishes as well as earning some good ranks for him in the MVP race as well.
Yeah, gets to second right now. A big jump. Finally, it was only Joker as well as Skips who are holding the top two in the top 5 players, but finally gets to that second position himself with I think close to 26 or 27 finishes. We'll see, but 100% contribution coming in from his end. We saw how well he managed to fight with Reckoning first and then try to fight his way out with Entity. Did not work out well. Final elimination, we saw it was Zverev, best companion from CS. It was Sarthak, because that fight which broke up with Xspark as well as CS, where Sarthak was trying to bring his teammates back and also fighting with the side of Xspark, worked out in favor of CS. But Dragon choked God, going all out. We saw when initially WSB decided to push up, Dragon was the one who was trying to cause trouble, and immediately WSB pushed back. They decided, okay, we'll calm ourselves down, wait for the right opportunity. And when Dragon saw Blind coming up, they saw Orangutan coming up, they punished them. On the other end, WSB saw IQOOSOUL coming up, punished them. And that is the reason both these teams look good. And on the top, finally, we end up seeing Dragon also putting up a good performance. 6 finishes for WSB and total of 10 points, put them at 16. Unfortunately, it doesn't go to that 30 mark we could have done in Vikendi. I'll also be waiting for it, but I think WSB, with how they're playing here in the grand finals compared to their performance in semi-finals, looks to be off to a good and a fantastic start. But look at this, Blind made it to 6 finishes, 4 placement points in 10. Therefore, IQOOSOUL will be left with, even though they got 6 placement points because they have only 4 finishes, will be behind Blind, meaning Blind should still have the top position for themselves.
And the last game will decide everything, Lucifer. I mean, who finishes in the top spot? Even in the last day also, after the second last game, Blind was on the top. And in the last match, it was IQOOSOUL who prevailed and maintained that #1 spot for themselves. We'll have to see what happens. But on the other hand, Reckoning, TAMILAS, medal, 0 points elimination for these guys. Not a single point that they could accumulate for themselves. It's a little devastating for them, but, you know, it's all part and parcel of the game. But Reckoning, every match, I'm still wondering what is going wrong with this team.
I don't know. First, they were all a 4-man, now a 3-man, and yeah, nothing's just working. I feel like the old Reckoning needs to come back where Punk starts calling the shots. We'll wait for how it works out, how they strategize around it. But right as now, highest team finishes comes in for CS. So CS Esports also a good game coming in from them. Really like where the momentum is going, especially with even one more game to go ahead with. Best rating is WSB. They got the chicken dinner, played really well, but right behind them trailing is going to be Dragon. But best contribution, highest, is going to be Trigger. Then comes in Ronnie. And after that, Venom, and then Dragon's choke God. I think Venom is still trying. He also had, I think, 4 finishes along with Kratos with 2. They got total of 6 finishes, I presume. And I think CHEMIN, again, on that individual front, or at least in the initial battles, are good. But towards the circle, as it shifts, it seems like the strategy is missing. But now coming to the overall standings, what's cooked up, what is the difference? And it is still Blind and IQOOSOUL running away. 139 for Blind, IQOOSOUL at 135, and WSB comes to the 3rd position with 122, a difference of 13 points still. Double digits back online, and now I am worried for the other teams. If this continues after the last game, Necros, we might see day 4, day 5, day 6, Blind and IQOOSOUL consistent points in their name at all times.
I'm still suspecting that WSB or Revenant, if they take another chicken in like 15 or 15 plus finishes, by today's day itself, I mean, there's only a 13-point buffer that we can see. So yeah, if they take a like 20-25 game in the next one in the map of Erangel, things can be different. But talking about the second chart, Team Tamilas, they have been dropping down, up and down. Dragon Esports, they have climbed up in a good way in the 11th spot. They will be looking forward to go up a little bit more above these positions by the end of the day. But Xspark's downfall, AEROBOTZ getting completely pushed down in the second chart, dropped down in 14, did surprise me a lot. Even Xspark was doing good, right? You can see 67 finishes, but still 17 placement points. That justifies that they are engaging in fights, they're getting the finishes, but they are not being able to finish themselves in the top 5 or in close to top 3 at all.
Look at the points difference, Necros. Highest is 135, right? And now you jump into the second page, who right now table topping is Team Tamilas with 96 points. The difference is around 40 points. You remember in the earlier stages, whenever we saw the first page team to the second page team, the difference would be close to 60 points. Competition is still close. Team Tamilas' balance of both placement points as well as finishes is still not being enough to get to the top spots. Talking about the top spots, also we have the top players. Skips will still have the position of 20 plus finishes. Then comes in Trigger that we end up seeing, and WSP to follow up. Now it's time for one last game that we have, Erangel. What changes here? Blind and IQOOSOUL know there are a lot of teams hunting for their position. They are still keeping that double-digit difference. Towards the second and the third game, it was trickled down. The gap was lowered to just a single digit. But now again, it is being increased by those two teams itself. And they're on a race of their own, and also making sure that they are in the last circles, Necros. Now with those last circles in their favor, or at least surviving there, let's see what happens in Erangel. What are your thoughts?
I am really looking forward to see some good plays coming up from WINDGOD, IQOOSOUL as well. I want to keep it IQOOSOUL in my prediction, because it seems like, I mean, they are not having a great day, but this Erangel can be theirs by their tactics. They have some changes in their approach, but I'm looking forward to see I would say high finished game. So I'll keep IQOOSOUL at front, and second I'll keep WINDGOD.
Okay, let's see what your prediction is going to work out for. I had AEROBOTZ and Dragon in my cheat list, if you want to call it, and Dragon slowly better. Yesterday also did that, Necros. They came to the 11th and the 12th spot, but immediately after the last game went back to the 14th and the 15th spot. Let's see what happens, but now push to a short break and then we'll take off on the flight of Erangel.
Every time we are thinking that this team might take the chicken, but this time, I mean, every time it's another team kidnapping this chicken and is from their hands. So yeah, that kind of gives a gist about it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to LG UltraGear presents Skyesports Champions Series powered by AMD. Our e-commerce partner will be Elitehubs and gaming peripherals partner Zebronics. But we'll quickly have a look over the schedule of today's day because it has been a roller coaster ride. Even in the day number 3 itself, we saw a double chicken coming up from medal, 1 chicken each for Orangutan, Revenant and WSP. But what a performance by these lads of WSB, Raider. But now, what I really want to know, Raider, what's your prediction for the map of Erangel?
I want to see Orangutan outperforming every other team, particularly. But of course, it's going to be a big challenge, that's for sure. Yeah, they have missed one Erangel in day number 1 last match, to be honest, against Team IQOOSOUL. I want to see that recap again happening, and this time maybe Apes are going to take that particular advantage in their favor. But even before that, let's summon the Erangel. Let's go with the beautiful flight path. It starts from Query, that means from the western flanks, southwestern flanks, to be honest, and it's going towards the northwestern corners, northeastern corners, to be honest. I'm looking forward to see if that is going to be a challenge. Nobody Pnoi. Oh, it's actually southeastern, so pretty interesting flight path coming in. A downward zip. Just want to see a play zone. I have been asking it from day number 1, a play zone of military base. That's what I really need at this point.
Naughty, you're being naughty. Okay. I mean, yeah, the circle is like going, if it goes in south, it will be a little problematic for them, for the majority of the teams, because, for them to come down to this side, it still feels like, they have to cross through the bridges, or they might have to go for the botation, which is definitely something very fishy, because when this kind of thing happens, it's like, if you do botation, it's something like, if there is somebody on the edges of those shorelines, they might be spotting you down, and even if you reach the highland, there is no vehicles for you left. So if you have to take a vehicle, you need to go nearby the roads, and that too barefoot. So that's a very big challenge. But I really feel like the circle might be ending and going towards the northern side. I really feel like, because it's always on, like, majority of the times we see the flight path, if it's favoring down south, it goes towards the north, or maybe to the opposite side of where the flight path has become. But for the teams like Reckoning and all, they will be facing a lot of problems. But WSB and Entity instantly facing a drop clash. It's going to be crucial. The guns, yeah, that will be the game-changing point. While WSB, they have the pistols and the shotguns, and they will be looking forward to eradicate Entity as fast as possible.
You're asking about the guns, but that guy has got S12K. I mean, it's way more than a gun. One good shot is going to land the opponent down. So looking forward to see if that is going to be the case. As Troy is already tagged up, he is definitely going to be in a very troublesome situation. Somraj has got a R1 905, and it is going to be a challenge to deal along with it. Talking about the predictions, we have Captain predicting that it is going to be a game for Team Xspark, then HYDRA coming in from Yankees' perspective, and Spiro says it's IQOOSOUL's game. Let's see if the predictions are going to be true enough or not. Although we also think that these teams are quite good enough, but at the same point, our predictions are a little bit different. Talking about Tamil desk, we have Vadi and Sri going for the team blind. Meanwhile, Sharp is going to go for Reckoning, which is a very good hope. At the same point, SJ goes for Entity. But for Entity, I feel it's going to be a challenging game. And from the English desk, we have Lucifer predicting WINDGOD. Soul, from Necrosis perspective, IQOOSOUL that is. And on the other corner, I go for the Apes.
I'm telling you that I and Spiro there, we have some minds connected with each other. We are getting with the same predictions. But yeah, nevertheless, the fight seems to be taking off from different directions. I thought WSB and Entity might be the first fight that we will be experiencing. But it seems like HYDRA, they have engaged themselves in some early contests. WSB had a good run. So I really hope that they will be continuing in this match itself. But in a drop clash, it's always a 50-50 scenario. Look at the formation of Entity Gaming. They have surrounded the entire squad of WSB from 4 different angles. And it's like they are completely trapped in a quadra position. Or say a quadrilateral position.
Let's see if that is going to be helpful enough or not, because as you said, definitely there is an engulfing scenario coming in from Entity. But at the same moment, it's AEROBOTZ with the monster truck. They are indeed performing like a monster as they do put down Redox. No revivals whatsoever. There goes the big tower of that monster truck, crushing down the hopes of Redox. And CHEMIN eSports with that is now kind of crippled because they have lost one crucial player of their own. We'll have to see what happens next and how they're going to fight back. But the fact is, AEROBOTZ has got their initial opening. They have tasted the flavor of a wound. They would definitely love to fight back. But Arman is constantly getting tagged up. For a moment, I thought that this M249 will be getting connected. But Troy was unable to be that fortunate. Somraj unfortunately goes down. Arman reciprocates, and that too very boldly by taking down the IGL of the opponent team, which is trying to shoot him down. What a turn of events coming in. Arman gets the first frag for the team, and now with that, WSB is geared up and their game definitely looks on. So can you guys be by purchasing or checking out the LG UltraGear OLED gaming monitor that is going to give you, of course, the OLED screen and 240 Hz of refresh rate. Meanwhile, 1 ms of latency will be there. So even if you are watching Skyesports Championship Series or you are just here to like go for some FPS action in your game, you can actually cherish a lot with this beautiful, beautiful monitor provided by LG UltraGear.
But coming back to the game, the complete quadra setup that was done by Entity Gaming was breached just as the IGL gets taken down. And look at WSB, they're hunting down the players. They're looking for where can they find some good frags. But HYDRA, they've also capitalized on one of the players. I don't know of which team, I don't remember it exactly, but yes, they have got one finish point for themselves, registering a good start for them. They have got the vehicles, they are on the safer side. Well, I really want to have a look on the circle where it actually has, been set up, but yeah, still for now HYDRA, they have some good hold. They will be looking forward to make a good comeback. At least the last match they would want to finish in a good way so that they can be a little motivated before coming for the day 4 action. But as we see Revenant in the areas of Milta, they also had amount, I would say, in ups and downs throughout the day. They have secured a beautiful chicken in the map of Sanhok, but they will be looking forward to grab some good performance. I mean, why not? You need some performances and finishes like what you did in the map of Sanhok itself. That will earn you a lot of points. But Sedef, the position he is in, he's just completely he has cut off his sound, which does give a lot of intel towards his side, because he can get a lot of intel or maybe sound cues from the other team, specifically Entity being in the close proximity.
See, the thing is, I totally agree with your point that the teams need to hunt for those moments, those points, those finishes, those position points. But the fact is, it's just not going to be an easy job. Easier said than done. It's Team WSB for now, which is pushing forward onto the players of Team Entity, where they were initially engulfing the players of WSB. It looked like the events are now turning out in the favor of Team WSB, especially after taking down Somraj. There's a new record being delivered. Entity reached the top 10 in Skyesports ranking. That is very, very important, guys. Remember, if you are there in the top 10, you get the invite for Skyesports Mobile Open, and that too in the quarterfinale qualifying stages. Yes, of course, there is no invites for semi-finale and finale. So that's the only opening, that's the only location that you really want to go for. So for that reason, teams have outperformed each other, and for that reason Entity is already making it their way back in the leaderboard. But that's not it, guys. Remember, there is a lot of matches. To be honest, if I talk about the number of matches, 18 more matches are left after this match gets over. Things might change in terms of standing, but for now the nade gets connected. Not just that, Zeref is going to get confirmed by Gamla Boy. He's not going to miss any opportunity with that. And there goes the equalization. It's 3 versus 3, a 3-5 coming in. Where Team WSB is also in a lot of pressure at this point, because as this exact moment goes on, they don't really know where their opponent is. A lot of smokes, a lot of nades, a lot of S1987 and D-base action is going in. Oh, Raiden is in big trouble. Indeed, a lot of shots got connected, but one last shot right in his body is going to be indeed enough. But that's not the case. He falls back, is in safety. Leo from the other corner from the church, we get to see CS coming up with a third party, and Gamla Boy unfortunately goes down at a very off angle.
Now this is going to be a big opening that WSB should capitalize on, because even CS, they are coming up close. Gamla Boy might be confirmed by different players, but Leo Whitey's nade seems to be on the correct spot. Roy is just waiting patiently. That nade might just give a little bit of splash damage, but no, it doesn't actually affect him, but he I would say unfortunately damages his own teammate. But MVP finally gets Troy taken down, and the entire responsibility of Entity's run rests on the shoulder of Pukar. But the nade that might be going in should be the end of NTT, and yes, it is. 2 of the players gets taken down. Leo, he will be waiting patiently, but they are not aware. Pukar, he gets taken down by the final nade of MVP and WSB. Now they have some different problems to deal with.
Well, there you go. A big casualty coming into the lobby. One of the first team to go down. To be honest, the first team to actually go down in this particular lobby is going to be Team Entity, which is not a very good thing, to be honest. Was really expecting a lot from this team, but eventually their day has been kind of an average day, where they have performed and also got out a little bit early. But look at this. Raiden can easily shoot out the player, but he waited a little longer. He was trying to take the TPP, but eventually when he got the right information that the player is kind of holding for a little longer, he decided to go with the Scarrel, but then already the player moved in. That's why the connection did not came through. Now CS has got 3 frags. What they really want to do is capitalize on this. After taking down the team known as Entity, now they want to take down another team which is in front of them known as WSB. But the fact is, taking down WSB is just not going to be that easy, because we still remember 24 frags in one particular game, and in that game they were unable to secure that winner chicken dinner, but instantly they decided to showcase the lobby that yes, they are capable enough to take the winner chicken dinner in their favor by taking down the Miramar. Although the points were not that much, like just 6 finishes and 10 points of placement, a 16-pointer bomber, but then again, a winner chicken dinner is a statement to be made in the lobby.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I mean, they want to put some good show and they want to get a lot more points. But if you talk about CS at this moment, I really believe they can do much better. They have, quite successfully stepped up. They've got some good frags for sure. But now, if we just talk about Team TAMILAS, they might be engaging themselves in some rotational clashes, and it's none other than the orangutan. The apes are on a hunt. They want to be those King Kongs in this lobby. As Team TAMILAS, they're looking forward to get a hold of a compound, because you don't want to take any fight in the open fields.
Well, see, the thing is, taking a fight in an open region is definitely going to be a big challenge, because you might actually have a chance that you are going to lose your players. So that probability has to be minimized. They have to figure out that they can, if it is possible, that they can actually take a fight from a close range perspective, or maybe have some good covers of their own, because as you see, Manya is also in a closer vicinity. He's right there in the open spots of the Pochinki northern region. So it's going to be a big challenge for Orangutan to like really span out in this particular scenario, because Mane is there in the trenches. We have Ronnie and his power holding of the barn houses, and also along with that, if you talk about Joker, he's also right there alongside his teammate Manya holding the trenches. It's a good spot. They have predicted that the play zone might come here, and if that is going to be the case, maybe IQOOSOUL is going to be the most beneficial team. But Team Reckoning, Manya has got his eyes set, and Ronnie has got his eyes set on Reckoning's individual. And if it is going to be a possibility, Punk might just go down. But still, for now, he's just maintaining his composure, which is very essential at this point. They have to figure out that peeking so much, or maybe showing out of presence so much, is going to be a big challenge. But see, as Leo IT goes down, there goes the Leo, there goes the Lion, there goes the Roar. With that, of course, the elimination could be coming in. It's MVP, another guy going down. My god, this is not at all looking good. Sarthak wants to retaliate with the DBS in his hand. It's just, of course, not going to be easy. Raiden right there with the Scarl and S197. The combination definitely looks good. He's kind of keen on giving that output, and he is definitely doing it. Sarthak with barely some HP might get tagged by Sarthak. Oh, look at this. Sarthak gets tagged by Raiden, and with that, it's all about Ricket. A 1v3, of course, he's not going to even take a 1v1. As the pressure was immense, WSB becomes the triumphant team in Pochinki.
Raiden goes bonkers. Now 4 finishes in his name. I mean, what a game. What a kind of clutch he did in here. Saves the day. But as if you want to also enhance your gaming experience, for gamers, for streamers, for creators, Zebronics has got all of you covered in some single categories. They've got lots of stuffs coming up. So make sure you do check out their products, because for now, you're also even getting a headphone which does have a USB-C type port. So you don't even need, for the people who, use those splitters and all to play the games, you don't need to again buy any splitters. You can directly plug into your phone and enjoy beautiful sound experience.
Yeah, definitely go for the description. Check out how Zebronics is going to help you in your esports journey, or maybe just in media consumption, guys. Go for it and check it out. Meanwhile, when it comes to CHEMIN esports, look at them. After a big setback of Redox being taken down way too early, CHEMIN has decided to play very slow in this game. They have decided to let go of the lobby, let the other players fight back, and then eventually they are going to slowly swoop in into the game. And for that reason, they are still there in the northern ridges, or should I say northern west compounds of Georgipol. But WINDGOD has some different stuff to do. WINDGOD is now fighting, and WINDGOD is trying to put the players down of HYDRA, but in reciprocation, even HYDRA is doing the same. Shadow, oh my god, he goes down. Look at a beautiful spray coming in. Sarang is not going to stop that easily. This guy has been triumphant force in the whole game. We have seen how chaotic he can be, although the result was not favorable for Team Xspark for the day. But this time they definitely get their frag, a first frag, to be honest. They want to have that opening, and they're getting it. But WINDGOD, what about them, man? Max already on the verge of getting knocked out, and he did get knocked out, being the last man standing. Oh my god, look at him sitting right on the left corner, jumps right behind him. It's Spray God who puts down WINDGOD AV as well, and with that, HYDRA will be the champs of that particular squad house compound fight. And now in the shelter region beyond the bunkers, it's AEROBOTZ, which is kind of split, and it is definitely going to be a beneficial advantage for Team Xspark, as they do have a man advantage for now.
AEROBOTZ Evil, he's in a very good spot. Saran might want to try some good frags, and its shadow goes down. Evil instantly gets traded off. Spike will be there inside that small shack, but that damage of DBS won't just let him slip away. But Spike, he has to go out. This is a close contest. You see Ninja Jot coming up. He goes down. Spike, he's just doing wonders until unless Spray God's cover fire comes in. Afu, now he needs to step in to this fight. Otherwise, it's all done and dusted. He has to be the savior for AEROBOTZ, as all the players are now knocked and out. Our Afu has got a brilliant chance. I mean, it's a 1v1 situation versus him and Spray God, but he wants to go up first and wants to take the fight. It's the DBS. Spray God clutches it out, and it's Xspark who stays alive in this competition, and they will be going for all those revivals. You can see all the players just waiting for their turn for getting the revival done, but what a clutch by Spray God.
Wow, man, that's absolutely bonkers. A 1v3 coming in, and finally a clutch moment as well by Spray God. That GPS connection was definitely absolutely amazing. So yeah, the current meta definitely is triumphant enough. I mean, one good DBS shot is going to land you right out of the lobby, and that's exactly what happened to the AEROBOTZ individual. Now it feels like that Erangel might be getting challenged pretty soon, because their barn houses and compounds are constantly being scouted by the players of Team TAMILAS and other individuals which are trying to be right here. Of course, it's not going to be an easy pass through, because there is a distance of 150 or 200 meters, and traveling that distance, that too, when you know that there is an opponent seeking or peeking out of that window, he's going to spray you down easily. We have seen how Joker can be quite chaotic when it comes to his plays, so yeah, definitely that can be the case. But guys, these players are dominating. You can too by using the precise audio coming in out of Zebronics Blitzy gaming headphones. But oh my god, Blaze goes down. He was trying to cook up some nades against Medal. Indeed, yes, Medal's 2 players have been taken down, but look at this, what a turn of events coming in. Now the players are trying to retaliate. Fierce, his nade was kind of on point, but then again Sayam backed out. He knew that he has to rev out his teammate. For Team Revenant, again it's going to be a tough challenge, but on the stairs we get to see that Encore gets its second life. He gets that revival done, and now it's Top Dog who wants to have that revival. Let's see if Fierce's nades are going to be fierce enough. Oh my, this nade might just find the connection. Oh yeah, indeed it does. There you go. Top Dog goes down. Sayam is on his knees, and the nade, oh, a bit of a overcooked nade. Oh no, this nade was kind of on point. Wow.
Fierce shows no mercy, and that's Medal out of the question. Revenant boys, they might have got 2 finishes, but now they have also faced 2 backlashes. But the direct slamming coming up from the side of the Apes. Ash, he might be a little bit clustered. One side Sensei, another side Fierce. It can be a little challenging, but oh, boom goes AKOP, but he gets down instantly. That was a flying buggy indeed. But Revenant, they are fighting it hard. They are fighting it slow and steadily. But Trigger, he has to go with the 1v1. Sensei gets put down. Fierce, he's the solo survivor, and all the responsibility rests on his shoulder. But with that final sprinkle of that nade, Fierce goes down, and it's Revenant out of this game. Orangutan, I mean, that was some parking. I don't know what that buggy was, but WinGod, his adrenaline was way too high. That was for sure. Oh my god.
I mean, he parked the buggy right on the first floor of that building, and then he decided to go and bid a bye to his teammates as he dropped down and instantly got compromised. Not a very good look, but then again, we love to see some fast and furious action coming in every now and then, as Lucifer also tries to go for the Formula 1 race, and this is the kind of race that we don't usually expect in that scenario.
I remember somebody. I don't want to bring that Formula 1 topic at this moment, but I do remember one guy and that buggy's parking. Yeah, okay. I don't want to get hate from any Formula 1 fans, but yeah. But coming back to the game, it's Dragon Esports versus Team Blind. But it seems like it's Dragon out of the questions. Blind wipes them out, and a very good start for them. So for this game, 4 finishes already back, and now they are down to 3 though. Still, they will be continuing their long run, but Team TAMILAS, if they are in the close proximity, they have definitely got all the sound cues, and it seems like Team TAMILAS doesn't want to risk it. They want to go all in, and probably they will be taking this head-on fight with Team Blind, where they might be facing a lot of consequences, and it seems like it's Hers going taken down and knocked and finished. Adi also gets knocked out, and Team TAMILAS draws the line as Blind. Maybe that one solo player is able, or maybe he's quite lucky to manage out of that position.
Well, it is definitely going to be a significant challenge. I would love to see how they're going to reciprocate. Skips now being the last man standing, as you said. He is trying to flee away from the situation, but what is happening to Aman? He gets bombed out of the existence with a nade. Although I would love to see if the conversion will be coming in from a knockout to a total elimination. But at the same point, when it comes to gearing up, LG UltraGear is right there supporting your backs by providing you a 240 hertz of a monitor, and eventually when it comes to the latency, it's just 1 millisecond. So all your FPS action and eventually PC games are going to be smooth. And at the same point, when it comes to smoothness, I feel Manya is one of those smooth IGLs which can easily get the right spot in the zone, and he has got it for now. It's all about how he's going to contend with it, how his teammates like Ronnie, Joker, Espower are going to perform. Yeah, we started with Nakul today, but then eventually Espower is back in the meta. He's back in the performance. He's back in the team. Hoping a lot from this guy now.
Yeah, I mean, we expect a lot of performances from a lot of people, but now if the circle goes down to this area of farm, it will be like Orangutan. They might be having a good advantage as they have got a compound to hold, right? And this triple stories, I wouldn't say it's very good to hold, but it does give you a hard covers that the hard covers that you need inside the final circle. So overall, I mean, Orangutan, they will be looking forward to safeguard all their vehicles. WSB just around the corner. The neighbors, I don't know whether those neighbors will be good or not, because my neighbors are not. So yeah, WSP and
Okay.
OG, they are looking forward to just sign a treaty or maybe continue with some cold fights if they spot each other.
See, the thing is, if they initiate a fight against WSB or WSB tries to initiate a fight against OG, remember the zone is shifting. Maybe there is another third team which is going to slam onto their compound, and that would again in turn result in a very bad manner. They're designed to fight, and AMD is designed to provide you the best game by, I guess, their processors and their graphic cards. You can go ahead and check them out, the Radeon graphic cards and the Ryzen processors that you can get from AMD. All the details will be given right there in the description for our curious buddies. But moving forward, Team Tamilas has got a very beautiful wrist to play along with. Although they are on the edge of the zone, they are now going to gatekeep blind Skips, probably. That is going to be a possibility, but Skips being a solo guy is not going to make a lot of noise, to be honest, and he can flee if that is a possibility. But for now, he's just keeping himself on the edges of the zone. He knows that the risk is way too high. It's all about blind versus IQOOSOUL at this point in terms of leaderboard, because as we were having a conversation earlier as well, that it's the last match of day number 3. Everybody wants to wound up this day in a very good and a favorable manner. In order to do that, blind needs to survive. Oh my god, this could be a very big backstab coming in. Unfortunately, that's not going to be a possibility. Goes in for some big shots, but in retaliation receives even bigger shots.
Oh, now this is bad. You should have let him go, Skips. I mean, you could have got some good survival time, and as now Mr. Igil is a little hurt. They have got the healings and everything. Team Tamilas won't hesitate to push this compound. They know that this is the last player. The pre-need is coming. It might be outside of the circle, but that doesn't matter. The pre-need might be causing a lot of trouble, but it seems the final blow will be done by Manti as Blind takes an exit in the 9th spot. So just a... Oh, not a single finish, not a single placement point that they will be getting. Only 4 points from this match is what Blind gets. And now Team Tamilas, they have opened up the opportunity for the side of IQOOSOUL to take a head-on lead. I mean, WSB have got 5 finishes. Please get one placement point if they even get eliminated.
Yeah, definitely number of finishes something Team IQOOSOUL is definitely going to work. But other than that, when it comes to Team Xspark, they are also with the full manpower. HYDRA is there, Team Tamilas are there. So these are 3 of those scary teams which have got the full potential along with IQOOSOUL, which can easily pull up a lot of stuff. But talking about Orangutan, I do remember this could be a deja vu moment, as this was the exact compound where they kind of left the whole winner chicken dinner on the day number 1 against Team IQOOSOUL's Joker and his power. So would love to see if that is going to be replicated, or there is going to be something different this time that Orangutan have learned as the apes are ready to fight back again. Meanwhile, when it comes to CHEMIN, look at them. They were sitting in the northwestern compounds of Georgiapol, rotated all the way from shelter, and now slowly but surely they're trying to capitalize and be in the zone. Of course, it's not going to be easy, but then again, that's how the play zone is going to work. That's how the game is going to work. No time is going to stop. Not even the play zone is going to stop. So the players do really need to have an entry into the play zone. But for now, IQOOSOUL has decided to go for the farm regions, and they are trying to hold up the secret compounds of the edge. It's a good approach, but then again, IQOOSOUL really needs to rake up some finishes so that they can have a very big margin against Team Blind. That's the main impact, that's the main motto, along with the giveaway that we are here ready for, with 180 RPs already on the line. Specifically, of course, at 800k subscribers, we are going to be unlocking 30 RP giveaway. At 900k, 50 more will be added, and at 1 million subscribers, we will be giving away 100 RPs.
Yeah, that's a long way that we are looking forward to. We have already, came up close to 764k subscribers, so I really believe that the support what we are getting from the audience is literally immense. So yeah, we will be looking forward to it. But for now, IQOOSOUL, They are up against CHEMIN Esports. Those are just like the neighbors, but in the edge of the circle, it's going to be a tough challenge because CHEMIN, they are exactly in the open area. So yeah, there's a bit of chance for IQOOSOUL to grab some good finishes if they want to. Team TAMILAS also maintaining themselves around the coastlines of the map of Erangel. Waiting patient for the right moment to strike in. Manya, he has went out, or maybe he's trying to go and opt for just to get some info. That's all what he needs. He's the scout for the team, and he's always the one to go down, because with the responsibility of gathering information, there always comes a risk where that you might not return from that spot if you go to take the intel or take an idea whether there is any team or not. So that's a risky move, but IQOOSOUL decides to rotate. Now they will be just exactly holding the edge of the circle and waiting for the players of CHEMIN to come up front, and the shots are being taken. HYDRA Sense gets vipered down, and HYDRA, they will be also intercepting this fight where CHEMIN Esports might be in a sandwich situation.
See, everybody wants those fights right now. Everybody wants those finishes. As the number of players is going down, we get to see, like, everybody knows that there is just 24, 25 players more left, depending on the number of players that particular team has got. But Ronnie's nade finds a crucial connection. Not just that, he even gets Viper out. It was a knockout coming in from HYDRA, but HYDRA is going to take the trade by taking down Venom. Wow, that's intriguing. I mean, IQOOSOUL takes the finish of HYDRA, and then eventually HYDRA takes the finish of IQOOSOUL's knockouts. But you can also get a lot of updates by scanning this QR, which will help you to get the updates from WhatsApp of Skyesports channel. But IQOOSOUL Joker finds another one on Xspark Shadow. There you go, the full 4-man power. The reckoning force of Team IQOOSOUL is still wreaking havoc in the lobby. Team Xspark Shadow has been taken down. Let's see if he is going to get back in the game or back in the lobby.
That gives a breather for CHEMIN Esports. I mean, Kratos was surviving, but IQOOSOUL, they want to go all in. The smokes are there, the covers are up, but those finishes won't be that easy. Ronnie, he decides not to overextend, but it lost a lot of shots being taken up. Sarang wants to give a good cover fire. They have lost Shadow. I mean, the revival won't be done that easily. IQOOSOUL wants to hold off to that position. Both of the teams are outside of the circle. SprayGod is still trying his level best to give her and pave a smoke path so that Shadow can come behind for the revival. But IQOOSOUL, they're not overextending. They might be looking forward to grab some different position, but they need to clear one team at least. If they don't, it's going to be tough, and they are preventing. And yes, Shadow, he will be getting the revival, and again, Xspark will be back on with the 4 players that are in this position. But that one sniper tower will be in the focus of a lot of teams. CHEMIN Esports, HYDRA, Xspark, 3 of the teams will be focusing on IQOOSOUL at that moment, and it's going to be a very tough situation for them to handle.
Even for Orangutan at this point, the situations are going even tougher because they are kind of on the edge, and Team TAMILAS is constantly gatekeeping them. Look at Soul S-Power, IQOOSOUL S-Power at this moment holding off beyond the buggy, sitting on the pillion seat, trying to formulate some strategies at this point. Even Shadow is back in the game, so Xspark is also going to be all jolly and good. But the fact is, they all need to be in the zone. Be it IQOOSOUL, be it Team TAMILAS, or be it Team Xspark, everybody now needs the zone control, and they are going to get it either one way or the other, because they're constantly trying to be in the zone. Oh, the Lamborghini goes in. Shadow wants it to constantly put some good shots, but it's Ash Baby who's going to get connected. IQOOSOUL Ronnie also gets taken down. Shadow with the running vehicle, he reciprocates, he retaliates, but Joker, he's on the verge of getting taken down. S-Power and Ronnie already being compromised. The last 2 men surviving from Team IQOOSOUL are actually in a very big trouble. S-Power goes down. Maybe pretty soon we'll get to see the complete elimination of IQOOSOUL, but even before that, it's Team TAMILAS who bids a farewell. Trigger with a nade. Oh, that was a massive one, but still Gods is going to survive. That is some intriguing stuff happening in the lobby.
Joker and Mani are still surviving anyhow. I don't know how it is possible, but on the verge, they have to exit this compound as fast as possible. Before that, they want to get those nades up. They want to damage those people, but Mania is waiting patiently. He's suspecting there is somebody, and it's going to be WSB Gods just waiting on that compound, but it's in a different scenario, not that one itself. But still suspecting, but Gods will land the final blow, and the footsteps are coming, and now, as it seems, WSB Gods, he will be advancing because he has got no more options. He need to enter the circle, but a lot of that damage he's been dealing. IQOOSOUL's Mania will land the final blow as IQOOSOUL completely wipes it off, but Xspark, the visuals are clear. They don't want IQOOSOUL anyhow to take an entry inside the circle. SprayGod might be in the close proximities, but through the smoke covers, he's surviving a good time, and he will be looking forward to just keep this position up. In the behind areas, we also see CHEMIN Esports Kratos, while in this, between all these fights, HYDRA will have the privilege to enter the circle while Reckoning completely untouched with the compound advantage, with the hard covers advantage. They will be looking to grab a lot more finishes this time.
This could be actually the game of either Team Xspark, HYDRA, or I've taken all the three names that I can see with the full 4-man power. But the fact is, Team Reckoning has got that angle. But then again, that charisma, that POI of taking the zone control has been kind of missing throughout the way for the players of Team Reckoning. So for that reason, let's see what happens and or should I say, what kind of output comes from the corner as well. Meanwhile, when it comes to HYDRA, since there you go, a beautiful headshot lands on the head. Kratos also gets taken down. Spray God also gets retaliated by Joker. Many fights are happening. Many people are taking a toll onto each other, but Team Reckoning is still unscathed. For that reason, maybe it's Team Reckoning's game this time.
Oh, Xspark, that being that one nail, putting the one nail in the coffin to finish things off for IQOOSOUL as they gets taken down with only 2 finishes in the 4th spot of this match. Top 3 teams, 10 players remaining. HYDRA, Reckoning, Xspark, they're on a roll. I mean, feel the spark. 9 finishes already, but now all the players are in a very low HP. They need to go up front. HYDRA, they have a good position and they don't want to even give a chance to the players of Team Xspark to come up front. But Reckoning seems to be in some little bit of trouble. Xspark, they're still in a good position. But Reckoning, if they want to enter the circle, they need to either way have 2 options. Take a fight with HYDRA, defeat them and gain the control, or take a fight with Xspark, get some knock and push them, because there is no other option that Reckoning has to find themselves safe inside that circle.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a big challenge at this point. Like, Reckoning making the entry is going to be even tougher at this point. Spray God gets taken down from Team Xspark. Oh, that's a big blow. Like, Team HYDRA is slowly but steadily moving in. HYDRA's Spray God looks good. Let's see if he's going to find any other knockout. Oh, actually the shots are getting connected, and these shots can be hefty. There you go. Punk finds Shadow. This is not at all looking good for Team Xspark now. Although they do have a fair share of the zone, they kind of hold the pure western edge of this particular zone, but at this moment it does feel like that they're looking a little bit shaky. Another nade goes in, Sarang goes down. It's all about the last man standing. One last ray of hope, and I feel that hope is going to get crumbled down pretty soon. The way Team Xspark is getting shattered from multiple corners is not at all looking good. There goes Shadow. A beautiful nade. Oh, not just Shadow. Spray God also gets compromised. With that, the Sniper Tower will be getting controlled by HYDRA, since it's a big and a very risky decision being delivered. Oh my god, a fall damage! Oh, barely survives. Barely survives. What kind of decision is that, man?
I mean, it could have been the game changer, since what have you done? I don't know why he did jump off or hits by mistake, but now Reckoning, they're going all out. Xspark, they're down to the last single player. Sarang is putting a lot of needs in the direction of Reckoning, maybe just to keep themselves alive in the competition. Ninja Jod maybe going just outside of the smoky area to get some intel, but a lot of needs coming in the direction. Sarang is barely serving a pixel HP. Ninja Jod gets taken down. It's Dora OP who capitalizes on it. One last need going from the side of Xspark. Sarang, he has to heal himself up, and that's the frag. He was finding doom. He's out of this question. Sarang is still remaining, while a lot of exchanges are being done from all these sides. Reckoning seems to be intact, but his position has been completely revealed, and the Utils are doing wonders. Pungos down by Saints and Hunters by that. Reckoning, they are out of this question, but hail the HYDRA, hail the Dragons. 15 finishes on board, but this with the final blow. That's the 16th one going underway, and HYDRA signs off the day with a 16 finishes chicken dinner. And what a comeback from these lads.
Hail the HYDRA. Indeed, what a play, man. Dora, Spurs, Spray God, since absolutely amazing. Although there were some moments where we were like, oh no, this decision kind of actually go wrong, kind of is going wrong. But then again, these guys outperformed. These guys retaliated. These guys knew what they were doing, and eventually, yes, they were able to pull through a very valuable winner chicken dinner. As you said, 26 points. This has been the day where we have seen some big chicken dinners. Also, there were some smaller ones, as we got to see in the fourth and fifth match, where we got to see 18 and 16 points of a winner chicken dinner, respectively. But then again, the number of points that teams have gained, especially from the second page or like mid positions, has been tremendous. The top position team, IQOOSOUL and Blind, they have a different journey to talk about, and eventually they're still going to be on the top. But teams like WSB, teams like HYDRA, teams like Revenant, even Medal Esports, count them into this mix. They have outperformed a lot. They have showed that they are now finding their way back. It's the day of comeback. It's a day of chaos that we usually talk about when it comes to day number 3. But then again, more than the comeback, it has been a chaotic situation for a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was definitely something. The day of chaos is definitely very much evident of what we saw today, and I really believe that we will be seeing it again and again and again, because this is just the 50% of the grand finals being done and dusted. Still, there are a lot more things that are yet to happen, but HYDRA, the position that they will be finishing by the end of day 3, I don't know. I'm uncertain when the overall standings will come. We'll have a kind of gist about it, of what position they are going to end on. But for sure, one thing is evident, that Hydra, they have got some good upcoming scenarios for themselves. But it started off in the areas of Pochinki, where we saw CS popping up and spoiling the games for Entity Gaming, not letting them have a good run. But WSB completely had a good control over that situation, and they capitalized a lot more finishes.
Have to say that Team WSB have definitely raked up some serious points today, as they were kind of consistent from the get-go of the third match. But other than that, AEROBOTZ, look at them. They were almost having all the controls in their favor, but eventually comes in almighty Spray God. And what happens after that? He takes down the whole team of AEROBOTZ. It was a 1v3 situation, and eventually whenever we see this compound, I would like to just remember that AKOP swinged in with his buggy and eventually parked right on the window, and then after that goes out of the lobby. Even for blind skips, he was being the last man standing. They tried to get some cheeky finishes over there when Team Tamilas were trying to rotate, and Mr. Erangel instantly, I mean, to be honest, called out his teammates, and then they were able to shut down Team Blind as well. So it was kind of a sudden setback for them.
Yeah, definitely. But the end circle fight by Hydra was super crazy. I mean, they handled every tough situation. From this moment, I thought when Shadow find one pick on Sins, I was like, okay, this is going to be tough. But still, by the meantime, every fight was going when Xspark was diverted a little bit. Hydra found a chance to give the revival stun. So yeah, that helped them a lot in the end circle.
Pretty interesting fights happening, as you said. Shadow when taken down, and eventually it was Sarang. Sarang actually swinged in a lot, like he decided to rotate left, and that's why he was surviving. And eventually all the focus got shifted on the place of reckoning. Even before that, even before Sarang could have been taken down, he takes down Spray God. But after that, a drive-through comes in, and with that, yes, the elimination was also followed up. Now let's talk about the most valuable one. It is going to be from Team Hydra, and it's OP. It's 6 amazing finishes and the MVP ranking being 26. This lad is definitely raising back the standards of this lobby. Finish contribution being 37.50% really shows that even his teammates outshined everybody else.
Yeah, his teammates did a fabulous job, and it's again every time it's the team game that brings the best out of you. But Dora OP has been doing a splendid job with his guns, with his gunpowder that he has for himself. But Xspark, Spray God, he also did a very good job. I mean, getting those revivals done and supporting his teammate in those tough situations, clashing it out when he was needed the most. That gives a kind of gist about it. But yeah, we'll be looking forward to the overall match standings, where Hydra will be securing total of 26 points from this match. 16 points for Xspark, as they took 10 finishes. Then WSB again having a good run with total of 10 points that they will be securing, thanks to that situation where Kratos was able to enter the circle and gain some placement points for his team. Otherwise, WSB, I guess they would have been eliminated with like total of 9 points they would have got. But yeah, it was a good run for them.
See, from an equation where Team Xspark was already about to get taken down, like in the shelter region, to from that point to having 16 points, this journey definitely has been quite intriguing for Team Xspark. But I can't say the same for teams like AEROBOTZ, Dragons, or even Entity at this point, because they went out way too early. Entity could have taken the control, but as you said, Skyesports swung in, and eventually from the church there was a complete third party coming in, and that too way early, which we usually don't expect. But then if you talk about highest finishes, it's Zora with 6. On the other corner, team which has got the highest finishes in this game is definitely going to be Team Hydra, of course. The best contribution for the team was by Team Tamilas, Man TOG, and eventually the best rating is going to be in the favor of Team Hydra official, and this is one of the highest ratings, 6.40. A pretty good enough rating, a pretty good enough performance coming in from the Dragons. But the fact is, specifically talking about now Team Dragons Esports, they were looking kind of good in the mix, but in order to take a spot in the zone, that's where they messed up.
Yeah, they did kind of mess up sometimes, but I'm looking forward to see where the Team Tamilas also, they have put up a good show this time. They are also looking forward for great fights, but at the end, it all comes down to the overall performance, and the overall standings does show us something as Blind Esports. In spite of that, they got eliminated in an early on fight. They are reigning on the top after the end of day 3, and with a total of just, I would say, 3-point or 2-point difference, IQOOSOUL, they are in the second position, and the fight is still getting heated up because there is 9-point buffer from second to third, where WSB Gaming are not that far behind. So the top 3 race is going super close. One bad match and you go down again. So that's I would say, the scenario right now in the top 8. Even Orangutan, WINDGOD, Medal, they have climbed up good. Xspark with this last match, they should be closing up till the 9th spot, I really believe though. But let's see where they end.
Yeah, definitely. The second page is going to truly tell us the story of that which teams are actually in trouble. Because talking about these first pages teams, they are right there on the spot. And as you rightly said, Team Xspark is pretty close, and they are already on the ninth spot. The team which is at 10th, at the eighth spot is there with 101 points, and Xspark is there with 100 points. So there's not a big gap, to be honest. So that can be compensated tomorrow. But even if you look at teams coming from ninth position to straight up 13th position, again the buffer is not that big of a buffer, so that can be compensated. But when you look at Team Reckoning, yeah, things start to look a little bit bad at this position, because they are at the
Uh-huh.
16th position out of the 16 teams, and that,
Mm-hmm.
my friend, is definitely not something which Team Reckoning wants to go with. There are a lot of
Mm-hmm.
casters that have predicted today that Reckoning might be able to swoop in a winner chicken dinner, but unfortunately, this particular match where they came way too close to having a winner chicken dinner, specifically talking about the 18th match of this whole finale,
Mm-hmm.
they were pretty good with this spot. They were trying to fight back, but at the end, the concern of Team Hydra was Team Reckoning, and they took it very good.
Yeah, definitely. They were doing pretty good, but yeah, top five players keeps leading from the front with 31 finishes. Then Drigger 30, 29 for Raiden, 27 for ZF, 26 for Joker. So the race is still continuing, but yeah, Joker has dropped down big time. I mean, the
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised because IQOOSOUL, they haven't engaged themselves in a lot of fights in the entire day. They were playing a little passive, playing more for those position points. I don't know why, what kind of approach or what changes that they have done, but we'll have to see what happens next. But if you talk about the team comparison in the map of finishes, Orangutan is a little bit close with Blind when it comes down to the map of Miramar. But if you talk about Erangel, it's WINDGOD who is leading from the front with a total of 37 frags. I mean, they're leading the chart, baby.
definitely. They are doing a great job at this point of getting all those points. But look at even talking about teams like Orangutan, they have destroyed a lot when it comes to the map of Miramar. But then again, if you talk about Erangel, the control is somewhere slipping. Irrespective of what happened in the map of Miramar, Orangutan really needs to pick up the pace. Wingard on the other corner has some different storyline. To be honest, in Miramar, they just have secured 6 points, and in Erangel, they have got 37 amazing finishes. So, yeah, that
Mm-hmm.
is something they have to figure out how they're going to pull through. Also, in the map of Vikendi, again, Team Wingard looks good, but comparing
Oh,
that to map of Sanhok, they are kind of lacking. But look at WSB, 35 total points. Of course, a major chunk of these number of points came through the fourth match of day number 3, which had, if I'm not wrong, 24 frags for the team.
yeah, that made the difference here and now, and that's a big jump. I mean, that's the highest building that you can see in overall these graphs. Yeah, that's for sure. But if you talk about Sanhok, yeah, it was Tamilas. You talk about Revenant, IQOOSOUL, they're also close enough. But this today we say that
Yeah.
Team Tamilas, they have performed pretty well. They have been performing pretty well for
Mhm.
a longer period of time. That's why we see them a little above all of these teams. We'll be looking forward to see how much can they climb up by in the next 3 days. But for now, the entire SCS, it has been breakdown. We had a very good previous week. If you talk about 6 days of semifinals action till 4th of March, and now it's down to 7th of March. 3 days of action has already been done of grand finals, and after the end of the next 3 days, that is on 10th of March, we will have our champions of Skyesports Champions Series.
Well, that's what we are seeking for. That's why we are here, waiting patiently to see how the chaos goes on. And of course, let's talk about the stakes. No, it's just not about the bragging rights. There is a massive prize pool also on the line, and that is of 10 lakh rupees. First place, or should I say, the champions of this SCS is going to get 5 lakh rupees. And on the other corner, when it comes to having the second place in the favor, there's again another interesting part coming into the picture. And apart from
Mm-hmm.
that, when it comes to like the next few positions, we have third place where 1 lakh rupees is pretty much on the line. But I want to ask you, Necros, which are your top picks? Even before that, to let us know what's the roadmap.
Yeah, the roadmap sums up. We have Sky Sports Champions Series, which is ongoing right now with a 10 lakh prize pool. Then, second, we have Sky Sports Mobile Open just after this ends on from 20th of March. So, not much far behind. The registration date will be out soon for you guys to take part. And the top 10 teams of Sky Sports leaderboard after the end of Sky Sports Champions Series will be directly getting invited to the Mobile Open. And that's where, if you want to check the rankings, you have got the https:/skyesports.in/sky ranking. You need to type and you can find out your leaderboard, and you can get to see whether your favorite teams are in the top 10 or not. But after that, we have the Sky Sports Championship 6.0 lined up that will be done in Chennai, the LAN. But on the other hand, Raider, we have the road to 1 million subscribers, massive giveaways coming in, a total of 180 RP giveaways.
Well, 180 RP giveaway. Well, that's massive. Like, of course, we are here to spread the love, and you guys are here supporting us. So at every single marker, like 800k subscribers, there is a giveaway of 30 RP. At 900k subscribers, there is another markup of 50 RP, and then eventually at 100. When you want to have the 100 RP giveaway, you can actually make sure that we reach us as a family of 1 million subscribers. For that, of course, the support is needed. You must share the stream, or should I say the whole channel, with your favorite buddies, because again, as Necros explained the whole roadmap, there are few more events lined up already. And I'm talking about few recent events. It's not even about the whole year. There are plenty of other events, plenty of other IPs that are going to come. So for that, you must stay tuned with us.
Yeah, that's for sure. And when it's like something that we're looking forward to, a lot of opportunities for a lot of teams and a lot of players, I would say, because in the upcoming times, a lot of new players wants to try their luck, and this is an open opportunity. Sky Sports is bringing up a lot of things, but firstly, we'll switch quickly towards the interview.
ओवरऑल क्या माहौल है, क्या लगता है सिनर्जी वगैरह कितना बेहतर चल रही है और क्या प्लान्स हैं, क्या डिफरेंट हमें आगे आने वाले 3 दिनों में देखने को मिल सकता है?
मतलब आज तो फर्स्ट 3 मैचेस हमने कुछ ट्राई किया कि थोड़ा प्लेसमेंट के लिए खेले हैं, तो फिर
जी।
वो तो हो नहीं पाया क्योंकि तीनों एग्रेसिव खेलते हैं, उनको पैसिव खिला के फिर वो हो गया, थ्रो हो गया पूरे मैचेस।
जी।
फिर वही सेम अप्रोच किया बाकी 3 मैचेस में कि हम फाइट लेके खेलेंगे, कैसे भी खेलेंगे, तो अच्छा निकला बाकी 3 मैच बाद के।
बिल्कुल।
राइट, तो मैं पूछना चाहूंगा आपसे कि क्योंकि आप लोग अभी बहुत क्लोज आ चुके हैं, आप अभी कहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं? थोड़ा सा ऊपर जरूर आए हैं, बट अभी बहुत मेहनत करना बाकी है। जस्ट 100 आपने टच किया है, बट फिर भी ये जो आगे का सफर है, हमें पता है बहुत मुश्किल है। अराउंड 44 पॉइंट्स आपको बनाने हैं कल के दिन में, सिर्फ रिकवर करने के लिए। इसके लिए आपके क्या प्रिपरेशंस हैं? टीम कितना ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंट है कि कल के दिन आप ये ओवरकम कर सकते हैं? मे बी टॉप 2 में हम आपको आते हुए देखें।
अभी मैचेस के बाद हम डिस्कस करेंगे कि क्या गलती हुई हमसे और उसको कल रिपीट नहीं करेंगे, वही ट्राई करेंगे कि बेटर हो आज से।
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। बट शैडो, मैं वापस से
Yes.
आपसे वही सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा कि अभी टीम एक्सपार्क में आप हाल ही में आए हैं, क्या माहौल है टीम के अंदर का, और जो सिनर्जी है, जो बॉन्डिंग है, वो किस प्रकार से जा रही है? लगता है कि फाइनली वो जो बेस्ट टीम आप सोचते हैं, जो विनिंग टीम आप सोचते हैं, वो आपको मिल चुकी है?
अभी तो बेस्ट टीम नहीं बोलेंगे कि अभी तो बहुत कुछ इम्प्रूव करना बाकी है और सिनर्जी
जी।
में भी अभी परफेक्ट नहीं है। जब सिनर्जी परफेक्ट हो जाएगा तो हम विनिंग टीम भी बन जाएंगे।
बिल्कुल।
राइट, मेरा आखिरी सवाल रहेगा आपसे, इसके बाद आप भी जाके अपना होमवर्क कीजिए, हमें भी करना है। तो लास्ट
हाँ
क्वेश्चन विल बी कि स्काई स्पोर्ट्स का जो नया हमने अनाउंस किया है रोड मैप, किस तरीके से फॉलो किया जाएगा, जो लीडर बोर्ड सिस्टम है, इसके बारे में आपका क्या ख्याल है?
हाँ, बहुत अच्छा है वो लीडर बोर्ड कि जो अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगा उनको ही स्लॉट मिलेगा वगैरह। बहुत अच्छा किया है स्काई स्पोर्ट्स ने।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच शैडो। स्प्रे गॉड को भी हमारी तरफ से हाय बोल दीजिएगा। हम चलते हैं, हम मिलेंगे आप लोगों से बहुत ही जल्दी। बट फिलहाल के लिए थैंक यू सो मच शैडो एंड स्प्रे गॉड जुड़ने के लिए, बहुत अच्छा लगा आप लोगों से बात करके। ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर योर अपकमिंग मैचेस।
Well, Raider, this new format has already impressed a lot of teams because they are always in talks about the best team to perform in the tournaments gets the next invite. That's the way that it should be, and they are also liking this new kind of concept that is being established by Sky Sports. But also, Xspark told us that we are still not the best team. We need some improvements, and once the improvements are done, we really hope that we will be popping off well, and we might be the best team. So I will be waiting for it. Then let's hope that Xspark can bounce back and be the best team in the lobby.
True, definitely believe that is a possibility, as individuals are very great. As Shadow said, the synergy part is kind of missing. So for that reason, I do believe they have to work on that, and then eventually maybe Team Xspark is going to be a winning
Yeah.
team as per the interviewer asked. But yeah, apart from all the other situations, Xspark had their own tough times, and now they are trying to like come back in the game. And as we do see, like they have 100 points, so they have made sure that they now have the triple digits after the day 3 ended.
Yeah.
Of course, now the second half of this turmoil-filled grand finale is going to get started tomorrow. From there, next 18 matches are going to be even more interesting. From there, of course, the ups and downs will be getting categorized. So for that reason, all the teams which are sticking at the second page at this point, they will be doing their homework, and they will be maybe even more efficient from tomorrow.
Yeah, well, all awaits for tomorrow. What happens next is still a question mark. But for today, this had Nick Cross alongside Lucifer and Raider. We will be signing off, but tomorrow in the same time, in the same place, we will be meeting you guys with the day number 4 of Skyesports Champions Series. Till then, bye-bye, take care, see ya. Have a great night.
Got a feeling my time is gonna last. What if I try to push through my past? But I don't even know if I ever fall. Will they even notice? Never care for all goodbye. I just wanna be alone. 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 Yeah, I'm truly a desperate lost soul. I got a feeling this world lost control. There's no more hope left. We're stuck in the unknown. It's the only thing I know. If I ever fall, will they even notice? Never care for all goodbye, Lord. I just wanna be